Chapter 197. Novels with connotations that could not be found online are all available here. Jiyu Jiao was not interested in that flower hairpin and was even less interested in Jiyu Jinyu's gossip. She turned and left. Jiyu Jinyu, who was in Cool Breeze brothel, was in a bad mood. Because of Zhuang Mengdie's words, the faces of the daughters in the room changed. Today was the day of the girls' school and everyone had nothing to do, so they invited her to Cool Breeze brothel to place bets on the spring examinations and the 3-flower list. Jiyu Jinyu was a strong contender for the 3-flower list. She was born in the Marquis manor and was the apple of Marquis Gu's eye. She was also deeply doted on by imperial concubine Shu and was conferred the title of County Princess Hui by the emperor on her 15th birthday. Her talent was not known to every household in the capital, but it was well known. After entering the girls' school, she was like a fish in water and took many first places, sharing the limelight with Zhuang Yueshi. Who was Zhuang Yueshi? She was imperial tutor Zhuang's granddaughter, great scholar Zhuang Shenji's niece, and royal prince An's younger sister. It was not strange that she was outstanding. It was surprising that Jiyu Jinyu could be as famous as her. However, the capital was a place that paid attention to one's birth. It was like this for men and women. Jinyu, is what she said true? A young lady who was usually close to Jiyu Jinyu asked. A young lady beside her asked, that's right, that's right. Jinyu, young lady Zhuang is speaking nonsense, right? How could you not be Marquis Ding An's biological daughter? Marquis Ding An clearly dotes on you. Although she said this, the eyes of the daughters in the room clearly held a trace of doubt. Jiyu Jinyu clenched the handkerchief in her hand. She felt her cheeks burning as if she had been slapped in the face. It was also as if she had been stripped of her clothes. All the shame gushed out at this moment. If it was anyone else who said this, she would have denied it. After all, no one would go to the Marquis manor to verify it. Even if they did, the Marquis would protect her and say that she was his biological daughter. But it was Zhuang Mengdai. Zhuang Mengdai had already confirmed her identity. It was useless for her to deny it. It would only make things worse. Even if Marquis Jiyu appeared, it would be useless. Someone like Zhuang Mengdai would definitely go to the emperor or the empress dowager and force Marquis Jiyu to swear to the heavens that she, Jiyu Jinyu, was his biological daughter. Otherwise, it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. This sounded ridiculous, but it was indeed something Zhuang Mengdai would do. Zhuang Mengdai held her sister's arm and smiled proudly at the opposite room. Ha ha ha, nothing to say, right? A fake young lady who uses the name of a real young lady to swindle people all day long. If I were her, I would have long gone back to my own village. I beg those people who are trying to curry favor with me to open their eyes. Not every pheasant can fly to the branch and become a phoenix. Stop talking, let's go. Zhuang Yueshi coldly brought her idiot sister away. I just remembered that I have something to do at home. Miss Jiyu, let's meet again next time. Miss Shu stood up and said goodbye. Me too. I promised to accompany my mother to burn incense. Miss Jiyu, I'll leave first. Miss Yang exchanged glances with her companions and also stood up to leave the room. The remaining young ladies also left one after another. Those who were too thin-skinned to leave did not continue to bet on Jiyu Jinyu. Jiyu Jinyu felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. It was the first time she felt so embarrassed. What made her even more embarrassed was that those young ladies who had already bet on her actually went downstairs to bet on Zhuang Yueshi. The balance of power in the 3-flower list had been reversed. Zhuang Yueshi overpowered Jiyu Jinyu and became the most popular young lady. Jiyu Jinyu left Cool Breeze gang in humiliation. Miss, are we going back to the residence? The coachman asked. To the Ministry of Works Yamen. She said. Yes. The coachman drove the carriage to the Ministry of Works Yamen. Marquis Jiyu had just returned from the Ministry of War learning how to blow air. When he reached the Yamen, he saw a familiar carriage. He walked over and lifted the curtain to take a look. Jinyu. Jiyu Jinyu's eyes were red and tears welled up in her eyes. Marquis Gu's heart ached. He sat in the carriage and asked her, what's wrong? What happened? Did someone bully you? Jiyu Jinyu choked with sobs. A servant girl at the side spoke up for her. Marquis, you have to make a decision for young Miss. Young Miss was humiliated by someone today. Marquis Gu's face darkened. Who dares to humiliate the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu? The servant girl said, it was Miss Zhuang. She said our young miss was a wild chicken from the countryside. This servant girl was also very capable. Zhuang Mengdai had said so much pain and she had summed it up in one sentence. She had also summed it up with 10 times the damage. Marquis Gu's face became extremely ugly. How could she be like this? Jiyu Jinyu choked. Actually, you can't blame Miss Zhuang. What she said was the truth. I am indeed not father's biological daughter. My biological parents are from the countryside. My birth is like that. Marquis Jiyu said with heartache. Father will not allow you to say this about yourself. In father's heart, you are father's biological daughter. The servant girl glanced at Marquis Jiyu and muttered, young miss is in trouble. After 5th Miss Zhuang said this, no one will bet on young miss. This is only the first day. Who knows how young miss will be bullied when she attends the girls' school in the future? Bully his daughter? How could this be? Marquis Jiyu did not understand much about betting. He only found out after asking the master and servant that Qing Feng Brothel had opened a bet for the spring examinations. There was a 3-flower roll. It was a bet on who could get the hairpin from the hands of the top 3 scholars. There were 3 hairpin flowers. Prince En's was most likely going to Zhuang Yueshi. Weren't there still 2 left? Marquis Jiyu felt that with Jin Yu's talent, she could win one of the 2. He could not let Jin Yu suffer this grievance. That afternoon, he took out 5,000 taels of silver from the treasury and brought it all to Qing Feng Brothel to bet. Which Miss Jiyu do you want to bet on? The shopkeeper asked. Are there many other Miss Jiyu? Marquis Jiyu asked. The shopkeeper did not recognize Marquis Jiyu and smiled as he explained the 2 Miss Jiyu. Marquis Ding and Fu has 2 Miss Jiyu. One is 2nd Miss Jiyu and the other is eldest Miss Jiyu. That girl could also get on the roll. Marquis Jiyu rolled his eyes. Very quickly, he remembered what the servant girl had said. Zhuang Mengdai had deliberately bet a copper coin on Jiyu Jiao in order to humiliate Jiyu Jinyu. It seemed that Qing Feng Brothel had put that girl up at that time. She wanted to compete with Jinyu? Forget it. Marquis Jiyu did not say anything and bet all on Jiyu Jinyu. Jiyu Jinyu's bet immediately caught up to Zhuang Yueshi's. Jiyu Jiao was still left alone at the end. Imperial concubine Shu also received news of the spring examinations bet and secretly had a eunuch bring the money to Qing Feng Brothel to bet. Prince An was certain to win. There were too many people betting on him and the odds were too low. However, Imperial concubine Shu still bet. It was better to earn less than nothing. Imperial concubine Shu also bet on Jiyu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi. There was also Daoist nun Miao Yin. This Daoist nun had some background. She was Grand Secretary Yuan's direct granddaughter. Because it was not easy to raise her, she was sent to the Daoist temple. It was strange. She was clearly an infant who was about to die, but after entering the Daoist temple, she became full of vigor. Imperial concubine Shu had people ask around. Daoist nun Miao Yin could return to the capital at the age of 16. Counting the days, it should be around the release of the results. Imperial concubine Shu felt that just based on Grand Secretary Yuan's reputation, Daoist nun Miao Yin could get a hairpin. Grand Secretary Yuan's youngest son also participated in the spring examinations. His reputation was not as great as Prince An's, but like father, like son. Imperial concubine Shu bet on him to be second. Following this, Imperial concubine Shu also bet on a Jiangnan scholar. This person was quite famous in Jiangnan. 3 years ago, during the spring examinations, he should have placed first. Unfortunately, he fell ill and missed the spring examinations. He had a good relationship with the 5th prince. The 5th prince strongly recommended this person. Imperial concubine Shu believed in her son's vision, so she bet on him to be third. After doing this, Imperial concubine Shu was worried that she missed something. She called her personal palace maid. Who did the crown princess bet? The palace maid said. This slave inquired, the crown princess didn't bet. Imperial concubine Shu didn't understand what the crown princess was thinking. Such a good opportunity to make money, it would be a waste if she didn't want it. The palace maid speculated, among these scholars and beauties, only Prince's talent can enter the crown princess's eyes. But the crown princess can't bet on Prince, and this was also true. Prince An was a member of the Zhuang family. Empress Xiao and the Zhuang family were sworn enemies. If the crown princess bet on the Zhuang family, wouldn't she be offending Empress Xiao? Imperial concubine Shu didn't stand on anyone's side in the harem. She could bet on anyone. After Jiyu Jiao came out of the Qingfeng house, she went directly to the medical center. Dr. Song had just come out of Jiyu Chenlin's ward. His expression was complicated. Jiyu Jiao walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" "He still doesn't want to leave." Dr. Song shook his head. "His wound has already healed. The stitches have also been removed. His pulse is very smooth. It doesn't make sense to stay here any longer." Although it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury, Jiyu Chenglin was still young and vigorous. He could return to the Fu to recuperate. Why bother staying in their medical center? A large part of the reason why Jiyu Chenglin didn't want to leave was because he couldn't accept concubine Ling's betrayal. He refused to go back to the place where concubine Ling used to be and refused to hear any news about her. As long as he was in the Fu, these problems couldn't be solved. But he couldn't move to the Fu outside. Old Madam Jiyu wouldn't agree. Jiyu Jiao and Dr. Song went to his ward. When they entered the room, Jiyu Chenglin was lying on his side with his back to the door. The room was very dark, but it could be seen that he had lost a lot of weight. Jiyu Jiao came to the bed. "If you don't leave now," Jiyu Chenglin didn't turn around. He just silently raised a banknote. "The medical center's ward is for patients." He raised another banknote. "Business has been very good recently." 8 banknotes. One banknote was worth 100 taels. Jiyu Jiao put away 1,000 taels. "Take good care of yourself." Dr. Song, after Jiyu Jiao took the banknotes, she went out happily. On the other side, Jiyu Chengfeng also finished his homework for the day and came to the medical center to take care of his younger brother. He used to do his homework during the day and do tasks at night. After Jiyu Chenglin was injured, he did his homework during the day and took care of Jiyu Chenglin during the night. Jiyu Chenglin's body was fine, but he became stiff and refused to communicate with others. Jiyu Chengfeng's secret was actually a little hard to keep from Jiyu Chenglin, but the silver lining was that Jiyu Chenglin's current state would not reveal Jiyu Chengfeng's secret. Jiyu Chengfeng got up early and worked late. After being squeezed dry again and again, he finally saved up 1,000 taels of silver. This was the last debt. After paying this, he wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. "Third brother, when second brother pays off the debt, I'll take you to a better medical center," Jiyu Chengfeng said as he reached under Jiyu Chenglin's pillow to feel for his banknotes. He touched it. Hey! Nothing. He touched it a second time, still nothing. He pulled out the pillow and sadly found that the 1,000 taels of silver that he painstakingly saved up was gone. He only felt that the sky had collapsed. "Third brother, where are my banknotes?" On the 9th day of the new year, the first exam officially began. The imperial guards had already surrounded the examination courtyard yesterday. Even a fly couldn't fly in. The invigilators took out the exam papers from the sealed boxes and distributed them to each examination shed. The examination courtyard in the capital had 4 examination sheds in the north, south, east, and west. There were up to 500 people in each sheds, adding up to 2,000 exam papers. After the exam papers were distributed, the examinees couldn't start writing immediately. They had to wait for the drum tower to ring 3 times before they could start writing. Shiyi was the same. After the bell rang 3 times, the examinees had to start writing. Otherwise, it would be considered cheating. There were a lot of examinees in the capital's examination courtyard. Correspondingly, there were also a lot of invigilators. There were people patrolling all day. In this kind of high-pressure environment, it was very difficult to cheat. The weather seemed to be colder. There were even some snowflakes early in the morning. The cold wind whistled. The examinees were all shivering from the cold. They couldn't even hold their brushes firmly. Xiao Liulang ate a piece of soy sauce jerky and a white steamed bun that was dipped in chili. He was sweating from the heat and his hands were very warm. This exam was about the 4 books and 5 classics. There were questions about the 4 books and 5 classics. There were also explanations and discussions. The number of questions was very large. Those who were able to pass this round were all outstanding people. Whether it was their mental state or their true ability, they were all better than those in the provincial examination. The difficulty of the first exam wasn't too difficult for them. They just couldn't handle the cold weather. Achoo! In a certain examination shed, Du Ruahan sneezed heavily. Last night, he kicked off his blanket and was woken up by the cold. After that, he didn't feel very well. He was dizzy and couldn't focus on the questions. Achoo! 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 After a few consecutive sneezes, he felt even dizzier. If this continued, he would definitely fail the exam. Du Ruahan suddenly felt sad. He couldn't fail the exam. If he failed, it would embarrass his aunt. His aunt already didn't have it easy in the residence. If he didn't succeed, his aunt wouldn't be able to raise her head in front of those people. Du Ruahan tried to force himself to review the questions, but his brain was too muddled. He really couldn't do it. He wanted to eat something to refresh himself. When he opened his bag, a small medicine bag fell out. He was stunned for a moment before he remembered that this was given to him by Jiyu Jiao. She said that it was cold medicine and frostbite cream. The cold medicine could be taken orally 3 times a day, 2 pills each time. The frostbite cream could be used externally. But, would it really be effective? If he blindly took the medicine, it would be bad if he got a stomachache. Du Ruahan persisted for another hour. Seeing that the morning was about to pass, he didn't even finish a quarter of the questions. If this continued, it would be no different from giving up the exam. Du Ruahan gritted his teeth and took 2 cold medicine pills and swallowed them with water. Feng Lin and Lin Chengye's exam results were good. It wasn't because they were good, but because this was their first exam in the spring. They were young and already had the title of high scholar. Even if they didn't pass the exam, it wouldn't be embarrassing. Of course, Xiao Liulang still hoped that they could pass the exam, especially Lin Chengye. After all, when Xiao Liulang tutored Lin Chengye, he had promised to refund half the amount if it didn't work. That was more than 2,000 taels of silver. In the evening, the bell rang. All the examinees stopped writing and waited for the invigilators to seal their names and collect their papers. Their papers would first be sent to Qinghui Hall. The 6 Hanlin Academy examiners would use a red brush to transcribe the papers. The papers would also be sealed and sent to the inner hall. This was to prevent the examiners from recognizing the examinees' handwriting and cheating. The examinees came out on the 10th and the 11th came out again. The second exam was the 8-legged essay. The title came from the Analects of Confucius, Gentleman Jew does not compare, Guanzhong's weapon is small. It was another 2 completely unrelated sentences. It was worth mentioning that the sentence Gentleman Jew does not compare had appeared in an exam 11 years ago. In other words, this wasn't a new question. That year, there were quite a few outstanding 8-legged essays. If they wanted to amaze the graders again on this basis, it would be even more difficult. The examinees had to write a new sentence and also take into account the next sentence. The atmosphere in the examination hall was obviously more serious than the first exam. Other than the whistling of the wind, there was only the rustling of the examinees' writing. Not long after, someone fell ill. It was a high scholar in his 50s. He became a shotsi in his 30s and became a high scholar in his 40s. This was his 6th exam in the spring. If he didn't pass the exam soon, he would be 60 the next time. One could imagine the pressure he was under. But the heavens didn't look after him because of the pressure he was under. His body was already weak and he was sitting in the furthest corner of the examination hall. The cold wind blew into his body. In the first exam, he already had a bad feeling. He braced himself and persevered. When it came to the second exam, he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed before he finished writing. If it was just a cold, It wouldn't have been a big deal. But he had a stroke. He could only be carried out by the Imperial Guards. This year's exam was a failure. This was his most well-prepared exam and also his best performance. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to pass the exam. Unfortunately, there was an accident. The old high scholar's collapse added a lot of psychological pressure to the examinees. The examination hall became even more silent. While the examinees were busy answering the questions, the 6 examiners of the Hanlin Academy had also finished copying the exam papers for the first exam. The examinees' papers were sealed and placed in special cabinets. Only when all 3 exams were finished would they be taken out and filed together with the red papers. The red papers for the first exam were sent to the inner hall under the escort of the Imperial Guards. The 6 examiners all let out a sigh of relief. One of them saw that there was no one else in Qinghui Hall and whispered, "I feel like I copied Royal Prince's exam paper." Not only was one question wrong, but the handwriting was also unique. After seeing so many exam papers for the spring Imperial examination, the handwriting on that paper was definitely the best. It could almost be compared to the calligraphy of a calligraphy master. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, an examiner opposite him said, "I feel that Royal Prince's exam paper should be with me." He had also copied a perfect answer sheet. It was definitely the kind that couldn't be faulted. Other than Royal Prince, no one else in the entire Zhao country could do it. The exam paper was covered so no one could see who it was. When they copied Shi Yi's paper, they only numbered the ink and red papers. After copying, they placed the 2 papers side by side and stamped the joint. If there was a mistake in the number, they could search for the stamp. The examiners were very careful. Until now, there had never been a mistake in the exam paper. The 2 of them started to argue in a low voice. No one could convince the other. The examinees didn't know anything about the examiner's argument. The exam time was about to end and they were writing furiously. Royal Prince had put down his brush long ago. He would lose his sight at night, so he tried to finish his exam papers in the morning. The bell rang and the second exam was over. The examiners came to seal the papers. There were many people wailing in this exam. It was obvious that the first exam was too smooth, causing them to underestimate the difficulty of the second exam. However, the real nightmare was the third exam. This exam was about strategy. The questions were so tricky that some examinees wanted to faint at first glance. It was actually about the eldest son's virtue. In the spring and autumn annals, it was said that the eldest son was not chosen based on virtue. It meant that only the eldest son had the right to inherit the family property. Even if the son of a concubine was born earlier than the eldest son should be the most important. Unless the eldest son died, then the son of a concubine could inherit the family property. For example, the young Marquis of Jiaodu, he was the youngest son in the family. He had 2 older brothers who were born of concubines, but they did not have the right to inherit. Only he could be called the young Marquis. Now that he was dead, Marquis Shenping's family property should be inherited by the eldest son of a concubine, unless another eldest son appeared in Princess Xinyang's belly. If the family had many sons of a wife, then the eldest son of a wife would be the most important. The eldest son of a wife would inherit the family property. For example, Jiyu Changqing of Marquis Ding and Fu. These 2 belonged to the eldest son of a wife. The eldest son's virtue matched the position, but there were also those whose virtue did not match the position. For example, the dethroned crown prince. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no children. Noble consort Liu's son was the eldest prince. He was conferred the title of heir apparent by the previous emperor. After he rebelled with the Liu family, he was demoted to a concubine. According to the rules, the second prince should have been appointed, but it was the 5th prince who was the current emperor. After the emperor ascended the throne, he appointed Empress Xiao's son as the crown prince. If one agreed with the idea of appointing the eldest son of a wife and not the most virtuous, then the emperor's throne was not obtained through proper means. But if one disagreed, then they were criticizing the emperor for appointing the crown prince incorrectly. After all, everyone knew that although the crown prince was the son of a wife, he was not the most outstanding of the princes. This was a question that would send them to their death. The examinees from Ju all went crazy. Who did the examinees from Ju offend this time? The questions in the provincial examination were about removing vassals. The questions in the metropolitan examination were even more tricky. They were even asking about the emperor's family matters. Although they did not explicitly say that it was a matter of appointing the crown prince, no one was an idiot. Moreover, the appointment of the crown prince was not strictly a matter of the emperor's family. It was a matter of the country. Since it was a matter of the country, there was nothing that could not be used to test this group of high scholars. In short, it was right to test them. Luckily, the weather was cold, so no one got heat stroke. Only 2 old high scholars got a cold. They were all scared by this question. When Prince An received the question, Shi Yi slightly furrowed his brows. He did not understand who came up with this question. Was it Hanlin Academy or His Majesty? If it was His Majesty, then what was His Majesty's intention? Was he dissatisfied with the crown prince? Or was he trying to beat down the Zhuang family who wanted to pull the crown prince down? After all, the crown prince was the crown prince. If it was the crown prince, then it should be imperial concubine Zhuang's eldest prince. Royal Prince An quickly smiled. Interesting. This question was really interesting. Feng Lin and Lin Changye were basically kneeling at this question. The 2 of them did not have many political cells and could not understand the deep meaning behind this question. They only thought that it was the literal meaning of the question. He was the only son in Feng Lin's family. What was there to appoint? It was all his. Although Lin Changye was the son of a concubine, his father said that there was no future in inheriting the family business. Only by becoming an official would one have a future. Therefore, his brothers did not want to inherit the family business at all. They all wanted to become officials. If he could not pass the Jinsha exam, then he would have to go back and inherit the family business like his brothers and become the richest person in a region. Sigh, he did not want to. It was so sad. When Xiao Liulang received the exam question, his expression did not change much. However, he could clearly feel that the difficulty of this exam was higher than the previous ones. He closed his eyes and made a draft in his mind. After he finished, he was not in a hurry to write. Instead, he sat for an hour and overturned his previous thoughts. The examinees in the examination courtyard were all exhausted from the exam. They wanted to throw their pens away. Outside the examination courtyard, on the quiet and cold bluestone path, a thin figure stared at the walls of the examination courtyard in a daze. The exam question was spread out an hour after the exam started. Now, it had spread to all the tea houses and wine shops. However, no one could send in the answers. The man stood in front of the towering wall. He held a piece of paper in his hand. On it was written the exam question. His eyes shone with excitement. He knew how to do it. He knew how to do it. He knew how to write it. No less than 10 answers had already flashed through his mind. He clenched the ball of paper in his hand. His body could not help but tremble slightly. Who is it? A patrolling Imperial Guard noticed him. He broke into a run. In order not to disturb the examinees, horses were not allowed in the vicinity. The Imperial Guards patrolled on foot. However, they were enough to catch this weak man. It's you. The Imperial Guard pinned the man to the ground and recognized him. Liu Yisheng. The Imperial Guard was not surprised. The examination courtyard in the capital held all kinds of exams every year. Every time, they would catch this lunatic outside. The Imperial Guard said coldly, "You can't go in." "Why do you always come here?" "I'm just passing by," Liu Yisheng said. He felt a little uncomfortable being pinned to the ground with his hands behind his back. What happened? Another Imperial Guard walked over. "It's Liu Yisheng." The first Imperial Guard said. He actually wanted to chase Liu Yisheng away. However, it was clear that his companion did not want to let Liu Yisheng off so easily. His companion squatted down and pulled out a piece of paper from Liu Yisheng's fist. On it were the questions for today's examination. He immediately laughed disdainfully. "You actually stole the questions for the spring examination. What are you trying to do?" Are you colluding with the people inside to cheat? This kind of exam questions had already been spread out. The Imperial Guard also knew this. However, he did not like this guy and wanted to humiliate him. Liu Yisheng was dragged into a side alley. A snowflake-like fist greeted him. He was beaten until his face was covered in blood and his whole body was twitching. That's enough. It's the spring examination. Don't kill him. The first Imperial Guard could not stand it anymore. He persuaded his companion and pulled him back to the patrol path. Snowflakes fluttered down. Liu Yisheng lay on the cold street and looked at the grey sky. He could not see any hope. He wanted to die. However, he also knew that those people would not let him die. They wanted him to live and bear the sins of the deposed crown prince and the Liu family. The cold snowflakes fell on his wounds. If only he could freeze to death like this. He closed his eyes and sneered. Suddenly, the light above his head dimmed and the snowflakes on his body disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes. Someone held an oil paper umbrella for him. The umbrella was painted with flowers and chicks in a very clumsy way. However, the handle of the umbrella was delicately engraved with words. The girl under the umbrella had a jade-like temperament. There was a big red spot on the left side of her face. At this moment, it was as bright as a peach in the snow. Jiyu Jiao squatted down and put the umbrella aside. He raised his hand to stop Jiyu Jiao. Don't move, Jiyu Jiao said. Liu Yisheng did not move. Jiyu Jiao put the small basket on the ground and took out a small medicine box from it. She took a few tongue depressors and put them in his mouth. Bite it. It might hurt a little. Liu Yisheng bit the tongue depressors. Jiyu Jiao pinched his right arm and returned to her original position with a crack. And his thigh. This was more painful. Jiyu Jiao gently put her hand on his left leg and lifted his leg. I'll count to 3 and then put it back in place. If you can, nod your head. Liu Yisheng nodded with cold sweat. This action made him very shy. Jiyu Jiao, 1, crack. It was put back in place. Liu Yisheng did not even have time to welcome the pain. Of course, the pain was so intense that tears came out of his eyes. However, he endured it. Jiyu Jiao used the stethoscope to listen to his breathing. When she touched one of his ribs, he groaned in pain. Jiyu Jiao took back the stethoscope, untied his coat, and put her hand in. He suddenly panicked. What are you doing? Sure, don't move. Jiyu Jiao carefully touched his ribs. Her movements were very careful. The ribs are fractured. The dislocation is not very obvious. It can heal on its own. Jiyu Jiao retracted her hand. This hand was wandering around his chest just now. Liu Yisheng was a little embarrassed. You female doctors are also, you're a doctor. Jiyu Jiao corrected him. Liu Yisheng did not speak. Jiyu Jiao stood up. Wait for me here. I'll call a carriage for you. No need. Liu Yisheng stopped her. Jiyu Jiao looked at him strangely. Liu Yisheng suddenly could not look her in the eyes. He lowered his eyes. I said, no need. Pausing for a moment, he clenched his fists and looked at her coldly. I'll say the same thing again. If you saved me so that I can repay you one day, then you're wrong. You should have bet your chips on those examinees, not me, a street rat that everyone hates. Jiyu Jiao gave a long sigh. You still don't believe in yourself. Liu Yisheng laughed at himself. You're wrong. I'm a waste that doesn't even have the qualifications to take the imperial examinations. Jiyu Jiao said, oh, you want to take the imperial examinations? Liu Yisheng turned his face away. I don't want to, and it's impossible. Jiyu Jiao said seriously, there's nothing impossible in this world. Is that so? Liu Yisheng sneered. A cold wind blew, and Jiyu Jiao's oil paper umbrella rolled over. Little Chick wearing a small flower on his head appeared in front of him without any warning. He suddenly laughed. His laughter was full of ridicule. Have you heard of the flower hairpin for the grand scholars? Every year, His Majesty will personally appoint 3 first-rank grand scholars and give them flower hairpins. If you can get their flower hairpins, I'll believe you. There's nothing impossible in this world. Remember, it's not one flower, it's 3 flowers. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Even the current crown princess only got 2 flowers. Chapter 198. On the 15th of February, the 3rd round of the examination came to an end. The candidates spent an exciting and difficult night in the examination hall. On the 16th, they were released from the examination hall after another round of strict body searches. There were many people outside the examination hall. Jiyu Jiao came early and got a good seat. The door of the examination hall opened and the candidates came out one after another. Except for the county examination, Jiyu Jiao took over Xiao Liulang's examination. Jiyu Jiao missed the other provincial, college, and provincial examinations because she was out of town. This was the first time Jiyu Jiao waited for him to come out of the examination hall in a sea of people. It was very similar to the family members outside the examination hall in her previous life. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait for too long before she saw Xiao Liulang coming out with a bag. She could see him in the crowd at a glance. It wasn't because he was holding a walking stick, but because of his temperament and appearance. He was 1 in a million. The corners of Jiyu Jiao's lips curled up as a smile appeared in her eyes. Xiao Liulang also saw her and walked through the crowd towards her. Her eyes seemed to be sparkling, brighter than the stars in the Milky Way. "How are you? Are you okay?" Jiyu Jiao took the bag from his hand. It wasn't heavy, so she put it in her small basket. Xiao Liulang nodded. "Yes, it's quite smooth." The first 2 rounds of the examination were very cold, but the weather was good for the 3rd round. "Why are you here?" Xiao Liulang looked at Jiyu Jiao's son. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms in front of his chest, raised his chin and snorted. "Do you think I want to come? It's not easy to have a day off. If it wasn't for Jiao Jiao, I wouldn't have come, little thing." Xiao Liulang played with his buzz-cut hair, which was getting prickly. The group turned around and walked towards the alley. Liu Quan was already waiting for them. The family of 3 got into the carriage. Little Jing Kong sat opposite Xiao Liulang with his arms crossed in front of his chest and looked at him seriously. Xiao Liulang was baffled by his stare and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you keep looking at me like that?" Little Jing Kong said sternly, "I want to see how you did in the exam. I want to know if you did well." When he was waiting outside, he had observed the examinees who came out. Some of them were dejected, some were dejected, and some were apathetic. None of them were in high spirits. He was observing which type of bad brother-in-law belonged to. Xiao Liulang gave little Jing Kong a strange look. Jiyu Jiao leaned over and whispered in his ear, "He has good friends now. He said that if you don't do well, he won't be able to raise his head in front of his classmates." Xiao Liulang was speechless. Jiyu Jiao said nonchalantly, "The exam is over. The results don't matter." Xiao Liulang breathed a sigh of relief. His wife was so considerate. Wait, wife. Why did he have such thoughts? Before he could recover from his shock, little Jing Kong threw another heavy blow. "Jiao Jiao bet that you'll be the first in the exam." He bet 1,000 taels. Xiao Liulang shuddered. Jiyu Jiao looked up at the sky. She couldn't see anything. She didn't have anything. The medical center was still in the stage of investing money. Because of the mass production of drugs, they had also set up a small pharmaceutical factory. Xiao Liulang was very curious about where the 1,000 taels came from. Jiyu Jiao thought, "It's all from Jiyu Chenglin." Xiao Liulang facepalmed. He only took 9 days for the exam. It was not like the provincial examinations that took 2 months. Why did he feel that his family was turned upside down? "So, did you do well in the exam?" Little Jing Kong asked seriously. Xiao Liulang took a deep breath and said, "Yes. He did well in the exam. Fortunately, he did well in the exam. He didn't let the 1,000 taels go to waste." But then again, the imperial examination was not like mathematics and astronomy. There were standard answers. If it was right, then it was right. If it was wrong, then it was wrong. It was very arbitrary. Therefore, it was not certain whether he could be the first or not. Fortunately, It was only 1,000 taels. If, and he meant if, he didn't get the first place, he could recruit a few more students like Lin Chengye. After working hard for a year and a half, he could fill the gap. But it turned out that he was happy too early. Little Jing Kong nodded seriously. You'd better do well in the exam. The neighbors also bet on you to be the first. Xiao Liulang was stunned again. How much did they bet? Little tycoon landlord Jing Kong calmly said, not much. It adds up to about 7 or 8,000 taels. That was 7,000, 8,000 taels. Xiao Liulang covered his chest. When he returned to Jadewater Alley, the old chancellor called Xiao Liulang over. The old chancellor already knew about the exam questions. Although the imperial court prohibited the leaking of the questions, once the exam started, the questions would be spread out in various ways within 2 hours. Therefore, the examinees were not allowed to enter the court after the exam started. The old chancellor wasn't worried about the first exam. Xiao Liulang had memorized the 4 books and 5 classics. The 4 books were not difficult for him. In addition, the examinees also had to compose a poem with 5 characters and 8 rhymes and 4 classics. Xiao Liulang told the old chancellor about his poem with 5 characters and 8 rhymes and the classics. The old chancellor nodded. There was nothing wrong with it. The old chancellor then asked Xiao Liulang about his 8-legged essay and strategy. The old chancellor had some doubts about the 8-legged essay. Too much attention was paid to the formality and it restricted the examinee's performance. However, he didn't have the final say on this. The emperor also didn't have the final say on this. The rules passed down by the ancestors weren't easy to be abolished. Xiao Liulang's 8-legged essay was also very outstanding. However, the strategy made the old chancellor break out in cold sweat. The eldest son of the first wife had always been a sensitive topic. The current emperor was neither the eldest son nor the eldest son. Strictly speaking, he wasn't considered a sage. He hid it deeper. At least at that time, he didn't seem to be worthy of the throne. Of course, after he ascended the throne, he displayed a series of methods and wisdom that were amazing. Even the old chancellor, who was a senior official of 2 dynasties, didn't dare to say that the emperor didn't deserve to sit on the dragon throne. Compared to the previous emperor, his methods were much more ruthless. At least the previous emperor didn't win against Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, he sent Empress Dowager Zhuang into the temporary imperial residence. In Zhao country, Hanlin Academy would draft a set of questions for the imperial examination in spring every year and send it to the imperial study for the emperor to choose. The emperor would choose 1 set of questions for the main examination and 5 sets of questions for the backup. The old chancellor dared to conclude that Hanlin Academy wouldn't give the questions to the eldest son of the first wife. The emperor must have added it himself. His Majesty is really unpredictable. The old chancellor had the same thought as Commandery Prince, and was the emperor dissatisfied with the crown prince or the eldest prince who coveted the crown prince's position? Or was he warning those princes who were neither the eldest son of the first wife nor the eldest son of the first wife but thought that they were worthy of the throne and could copy his path to the throne? The examinees' answers revolved around which kind of successor was more beneficial to the country, or quoted the classics to point out the pros and cons of each of the 3. No matter which one it was all within the scope of hereditary system. However, Xiao Liulang jumped out of this scope. Wasn't this telling the emperor that if his son couldn't do it, then he could change it to someone else's son? This kind of speech could be directly punished in the previous dynasty. However, even in the current dynasty where speech was relatively free, it was still too daring. The old chancellor simply didn't know how this disciple's brain grew. He even dared to write this kind of speech. Fortunately, his last sentence of flattery wasn't bad. The reason why the emperor could inherit the throne was because he was the most capable person in the world. It had nothing to do with birth or bloodline. The old chancellor's cold sweat turned into hot sweat halfway through. Wait a minute, where did this brat learn how to flatter people? Was he so shameless? Why did he feel that this brat suddenly lit up some kind of incredible skill? He definitely didn't learn it from him. He definitely didn't teach such a little flatterer. The old chancellor felt that there was no problem with Xiao Liulang's ability, so he could only leave the rest to heaven's will. After the 9th day of the spring imperial examination, many examinees fell ill and the business of the medical hall boomed again. At the same time, the batch of golden sore medicine that Jiyu Changqing placed before the new year was also completed. Jiyu Jiao tested the efficacy of the medicine and only sent it to the military camp after it passed the test. Before the new year, she sent a letter to Xue Ningxiang, saying that everything was fine with Zhu Erzhuang. Xue Ningxiang replied to her letter, telling her about the village's matters and the progress of the medicinal field. She also sent some things. There were things for her and also things for Zhu Erzhuang. Jiyu Changqing often came to the medical hall to visit Zhu Erzhuang. Jiyu Jiao gave him the things that Xue Ningxiang sent to Zhu Erzhuang and asked him to send it to Zhu Erzhuang. If Zhu Erzhuang had a reply, she also asked him to send it over so that she could send it back to the village. When she was replying to Xue Ningxiang's letter, Jiyu Jiao suddenly discovered a very sad thing. That was, Xue Ningxiang's calligraphy was actually better than hers. Jiyu Jiao, oh, is this girl learning to write from someone? She has improved so much. Xiao Liulang, who was passing by the door, glanced at her and silently went back to the room. He doubled the copybook that Jiyu Jiao practiced every day. There were more than 1,000 copies of the exam papers for the spring imperial examination. While copying, they were also sent to the Internal Affairs Hall for marking. There were a total of 20 graders, and they were in groups of 4. In other words, every exam paper had to be marked by 4 graders. If 2 of the graders gave an unqualified answer, then there was no need to send the exam paper to the Internal Affairs Hall. However, the graders' unqualified answers were not given blindly. Later, there would be a special person to review the exam papers. Graders who maliciously marked the exam papers would be severely punished. Every group of graders would pick the top 50 out of 500 exam papers and hand them over to the chief and deputy chief officials. These people were basically the candidates who could become tribute scholars. Of course, the chief and deputy chief officials would carefully mark the exam papers. If there were any objections, they would be put aside. The eliminated exam papers would also be ranked according to the results. The chief and deputy chief officials would select the number of tribute scholars from the first few eliminated candidates. In addition, there were 10 special places. These were the people that His Majesty and the ministers had stuffed into the list. The names of these people were directly reported. It did not matter if they were among the 200 exam papers. If they happened to be there, then there would be 200 tribute scholars this year. If they were not there, then there would only be a few more. As for the ranking of these people in the palace examination, it was not the graders' concern. Copying, marking, preliminary examination, re-examination, and ranking. After a series of operations, the results would not be released until next month. Xiao Liulang was very calm. Every day, he took little Jing Kong to and from school as usual. It was no different from the days before the exam. Jiyu Jiao was also very calm. It was completely impossible to tell that she had bet all her assets. Jiyu Jinyu had not been having a good time recently. Ever since Zhuang Mengdai had exposed her identity, her popularity in the girls' school had plummeted. Many of the daughters who had tried to curry favor with her in the past had gradually distanced themselves from her. She was so angry that she asked for sick leave at home. On this day, she was recuperating at home when Chi Mema suddenly came to the door. Chi Mema was the old maid by consort Shu's side and was highly valued by her. Jiyu Jinyu warmly received her. "What brings Chi Mema here?" Chi Mema patted Jiyu Jinyu's hand and said with a smile, If Her Majesty didn't ask the Marquis, I wouldn't have known that you were sick. You didn't even tell Her Majesty that you were sick. Don't you know that Her Majesty loves you?" Jiyu Jinyu was touched and said softly, "It's not a serious illness. It's not good to disturb Aunt." Chi Mema glanced at her. "Are you treating me like an outsider?" Jiyu Jinyu lowered her eyes and smiled. Chi Mema asked the little palace maid to put a few brocade boxes on the table. "These are all given to you by Her Majesty. There are snow lotuses and ginseng. They are all good things. You must remember to eat them." Jiyu Jinyu was moved. "Thank you, Aunt." Chi Mema took her hand and said, "We are family. Nyang Nyang has no daughter and has always treated you as her own daughter. You must take care of yourself and don't make Nyang Nyang worry again. Yes, Jinyu will remember, Jinyu said obediently. Chi Mama went straight to the point. By the way, I came here today for another matter. Her Majesty wants to see you. Jinyu followed Chi Mema into the palace. Consort Shu was the head of the palace. She had her own palace and did not have to let other young masters live in her side palace like a second-rank concubine. She lived in Changchun Palace with the fifth prince and was very carefree. The weather was good today. Consort Shu was flipping through the fifth prince's homework in the small pavilion of Changchun Palace. Jinyu went forward to greet her, "Aunt." Consort Shu waved at her. "You came at the right time. Little Fifth just wrote an essay. Take a look." "Yes." Jinyu sat down beside Consort Shu and Consort Shu handed her the fifth prince's essay. The fifth prince was the same age as Jiyu Chenglin. Every day, he went to the study with his older brothers and was taught by the prestigious scholars in the court. To be honest, the fifth prince was not very talented. His homework was basically done by Jinyu. After Jinyu read it, she smiled and praised, "Your Highness has improved." "I think so too." Consort Shu was very happy with this answer. She asked the palace maid to keep the essay and then looked at Jinyu. She said dotingly, "Child, you did such a big thing in the county city. Why didn't you say anything?" "Huh?" Jinyu was stunned. The change in topic caught her off guard. Consort Shu glared at her and pulled her hand. "Are you still trying to hide it? If I hadn't gone to deliver snacks to His Majesty just now, I wouldn't have known that you did such a big thing behind your family's back. Why are you so secretive?" Jinyu was even more puzzled. What did she do? Consort Shu held her hand tightly, her eyes full of excitement. Bellows. Chapter 199. There are novels with connotations that cannot be found online here. It turned out that the court had found out about the young lady and confirmed that her surname was Jiyu, not Lu. They also heard that she was the daughter of a marquis. As for which marquis, they were not sure. But were there many marquis with the surname Jiyu in the world? Between March and June last year, she had coincidentally appeared in that county town. Consort Shu could guess that it was Jinyu even if she used her toes. Imperial concubine Shu poked her head lightly. "Look at you, this child. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. Why didn't you say it? If you had said it earlier, your father would not have made such a big mistake. He let the Ministry of War ride on his head." Jinyu opened her mouth. Imperial concubine Shu smiled and said, "When you were young, you liked to draw on paper. The fifth prince also drew with you. At that time, I thought that you were all thinking about useless things. Now it seems that I have misunderstood you." Granny Chi smiled. "Your Highness, do you still remember when the county princess asked someone to improve the food box when she was young?" Consort Shu held her temples and smiled in realization. "I almost forgot if you didn't mention it." "Yes. Is that food box still there?" Granny Chi smiled. "Yes. I will keep it." Consort Shu ordered, "Quickly bring it over." Granny Chi went to the storeroom and took out an old food box that Jinyu had used when she was young. The food boxes in the palace were layered, like a walking steamer. Jinyu felt that this kind of food box was inconvenient. She said that if she wanted to take something from the bottom, she had to take the top as well. It would be better if each layer could be separated. She took apart Consort Shu's snack box and made a fixed frame, but it could be pulled open from the side to have several small drawers. An 8-year-old child's hands were not too skillful. It was all done by her mouth, and the eunuchs did according to her ideas. At that time, she even received a few words of praise from His Majesty. This kind of food box also existed among the people at that time. As it was not warm enough, it was usually only used to hold snacks. Jinyu had never seen it before. She had thought of it herself. His Majesty thought it was rare for an 8-year-old girl to be so intelligent. It was also from then on that Consort Shu discovered Jinyu's talent and often summoned Jinyu to the palace to study with the fifth prince. Concubine Shu whispered, "Tell auntie the truth. Did you do it on purpose?" Chem. Jiyu Jinyu stared at her blankly. Imperial concubine Shu smiled happily, "That's true." The effect of doing this is indeed much better than revealing your identity from the start. You have successfully caused a sensation in the imperial court and also caught His Majesty's attention. The more indifferent you are to fame and fortune, the more His Majesty appreciates you. Jiyu Jinyu wanted to say something but stopped. What did she do to change the wind direction? She had never heard of it before. "Niang Niang, the thing you wanted is here. Where do you want it?" A young eunuch walked over with a piston bellows. Jiyu Jinyu looked at Consort Shu in confusion. Consort Shu said to Jiyu Jinyu, "Come, tell auntie how to use this thing. Later, if your Majesty wants to chat with this consort will have a common topic with your Majesty." This bellows had been taken from the Ministry of War. Nowadays, there were many such bellows. Jiyu Jinyu had never seen one before, but she was indeed very smart. She had someone bring over tools and personally dismantled the bellows. Then, she put it back in its original place. Then, she understood the principle behind this kind of wind-blowing technique. The bellows had 3 levels. The first level was where the lever was. There was a wind outlet at each end of the bellows. There was a movable valve at the wind outlet. When the lever was pushed, the first valve at the back opened. Wind poured in from there. The second valve automatically closed. Wind was forced from the wind outlet under the second valve into the second small bellows on the second level. Under the small bellows was an air outlet that was connected to the boiler. When the lever was pulled back, the second valve at the front opened. Wind poured in from the second valve. The first valve closed. Wind poured in from the first valve into the first small bellows on the second level. The first small bellows also had an air outlet that was also connected to the boiler. The 2 small bellows were independent and did not affect each other. The only thing they had in common was that they were both connected to the boiler. They could both send wind into the boiler. This kind of double-acting piston bellows produced wind regardless of whether it was pushed or pulled. It did not waste any physical strength or movement. This design was too exquisite. Jiyu Jinyu was in awe. Compared to this, her own food box paled in comparison. No, her own food box could not even be considered a small magician. But, did His Majesty and the people from the Ministry of War make a mistake? This was not something she had done. "How did you think of this method?" Imperial concubine Shu asked. Jiyu Jinyu thought that Imperial concubine Shu was talking about the bellows. Just as she was about to confess, Imperial concubine Shu interrupted her, "Not saying who you are, just leaving behind a blueprint. Afterwards, leave some clues. Surname Jiyu, connection to Marquis Ding and Fu. It does not feel deliberate at all. You are truly worthy of being someone this one taught." The focus of the imperial concubines was always different from normal people. Jiyu Jinyu was very puzzled. Was there really a mistake somewhere? Marquis Ding and Fu only had 2 girls. One was her, but she had never drawn any blueprints. It couldn't be that wild girl who grew up in the countryside. She couldn't even read a single word. How could she have made such an exquisite tool? While Jiyu Jinyu was puzzled, Imperial concubine Shu suddenly patted her hand. "The Imperial Garden's 4 seasons Osman thus has bloomed. Come, let's go pick some. In a moment, we'll have the Imperial kitchen make Osman thus cakes and bring some for your father." Jiyu Jinyu sighed and was pulled to the Imperial Garden by Imperial concubine Shu. The flowers in the Imperial Garden bloomed beautifully. They were colorful and contended with each other. Coincidentally, they were not the only ones who came to admire the flowers. Imperial concubine Zhuang was also present. Imperial concubine Zhuang was a few years older than Imperial concubine Shu. She was not as beautiful as Imperial concubine Shu, but she was still dignified and elegant. She had an outstanding temperament. Older sister Imperial concubine, what a coincidence. Imperial concubine Shu smiled and greeted her. Imperial concubine Zhuang returned half a bow. The two were both first-rank official concubines, but imperial concubine was the head of the 4 concubines. Her status was naturally higher than imperial concubine Shu's. Jiyu Jinyu also bowed to imperial concubine Zhuang. Greetings to imperial concubine. Imperial concubine Zhuang gracefully smiled. So it is County Princess Hui. There is no need for County Princess Hui. Thank you, imperial concubine. Jiyu Jinyu rose. Jiyu Jinyu often entered the palace and had seen imperial concubine Zhuang several times. But for some reason, she felt that imperial concubine Zhuang was particularly gentle this time. Imperial concubine Zhuang's gentle gaze fell on Jiyu Jinyu's face. County Princess Hui is of marriageable age. You haven't talked about marriage yet, right? Aunt. It was Zhuang Yueshi who came over with a basket of freshly picked flowers. She saw imperial concubine Shu and Jiyu Jinyu and bowed. Jiyu Jinyu was a county princess, but she did not dare to accept Zhuang Yueshi's bow in front of imperial concubine Zhuang. She also bowed slightly to return the bow. Aunt, what were you talking about just now? Zhuang Yueshi asked. Imperial concubine Zhuang smiled. We were talking about County Princess Hui's marriage. Speaking of which, you are 1 year older than County Princess Hui. You haven't talked about marriage yet. In the Zhao Kingdom, women would only consider marriage after reaching the age of 15. Most of the wealthy families were not in a hurry. Some women would get married at the age of 18 or 19. As for men, most of them would only get married after reaching the age of 20. Why did imperial concubine Zhuang suddenly ask about Jiyu Jinyu's marriage? Her intention was somewhat thought-provoking. Imperial concubine Shu smiled and said, "Not yet." Imperial concubine Zhuang said, "I heard that she has an older sister who is already married." The smile on Jiyu Jinyu's face froze. Imperial concubine Shu looked as usual. My sister grew up in the countryside and married early. Since imperial concubine Zhuang already knew, there was no point in hiding it. It was better to say it openly. Imperial concubine Zhuang smiled and sighed. Imperial concubine Shu, you have to be more careful. She is such a good niece. I don't know which family's brat will take advantage of her. Imperial concubine Shu was amused by imperial concubine Zhuang. They teased Jiyu Jinyu for a while before returning to their respective palaces. Imperial concubine Zhuang and imperial concubine Shu's topic always revolved around Jiyu Jinyu. Zhuang Yueshi, who was at the side, seemed to be neglected. This was the first time that Jiyu Jinyu was the protagonist in front of a favored concubine. On the way back to Changchun Palace, imperial concubine Shu touched the buyao in her hair bun and said proudly, "It seems that imperial concubine Zhuang also knows about your invention of the bellows. Her news is really fast. I happened to hear it when I went to deliver snacks to His Majesty. I don't know how she found out. Humph, it must be someone around His Majesty who told her." Jiyu Jinyu suddenly realized that the reason why imperial concubine Zhuang's attitude towards her was so abnormal was because of this. Was the power of a bellows so great? Jiyu Jinyu suddenly didn't have the courage to confess to imperial concubine Shu. Why did imperial concubine suddenly ask about my marriage? Could it be that she wanted to set her up with Prince En? Imperial concubine Shu said carelessly, "Most likely she wants to win you over." After the crown prince got Wen Linlang, he was like a tiger with wings. I'm afraid she wants to imitate Empress Xiao and find a good wife for her son. But Prince Ning already had a wife. If she married him, wouldn't she only be a concubine? Princess Ning was not a kind person. It was difficult for a concubine to survive under her. Moreover, Jiyu Jinyu didn't like Prince Ning. She liked Prince, and Jiyu Jinyu pulled imperial concubine Shu's arm and pleaded, "Aunt, I don't want to marry Prince Ning." Imperial concubine Shu waved her hand. "It may not be Prince Ning." Jiyu Jinyu said, "She only has one son." Imperial concubine Shu said, "Doesn't she also have a nephew?" Jiyu Jinyu's eyes lit up. Aunt is talking about Prince En. ComBKGE mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. Chapter 200. Aunt. On the way back to Yongshou Palace, Zhuang Yueshi couldn't help but call out to noble consort Zhuang. Noble consort Zhuang glanced at her. What's wrong? Zhuang Yueshi was a noble daughter of the Zhuang family. She was dignified and quiet. Calling her aunt was really inappropriate. Zhuang Yueshi knew it was inappropriate. She handed the flower basket in her hand to the palace maid and caught up with noble consort Zhuang. She whispered, "You was inappropriate. Please punish me." Noble consort Zhuang said sternly, "You've been acting weird since you met County Princess Hui. Tell me, what do you have against her?" "No," Zhuang Yueshi whispered. Noble consort Zhuang knew her niece well. She was the most noble daughter in the capital since she was a child. She was smart and beautiful. She had never met a rival. Jiyu Jinyu's reputation was not as good as Zhuang Yueshi's in the early years. However, she was first conferred the title of County Princess. Later, she shone in the girls' school and gradually became as famous as Zhuang Yueshi. Jiyu Jinyu had not surpassed Zhuang Yueshi yet. However, with Zhuang Yueshi's nobility, it was a failure to be on par with her. Noble consort Zhuang continued to walk forward. She said, "You don't like County Princess Hui because of this. I told you that you are the daughter of the Zhuang family. You have to have a high vision and can't be small." Zhuang Yueshi was not because of this. Zhuang Yueshi looked down and said, "You are right." She paused and said, "But why do you suddenly care about County Princess Hui's marriage? Do you want to be a matchmaker for her?" Noble consort Zhuang smiled faintly, "I want to, but she has to agree first." Zhuang Yueshi was just testing her aunt. She didn't expect to get such an answer. "Aunt, who do you want to marry her to? Eldest cousin? Or?" Noble consort Zhuang smiled but didn't say anything. Zhuang Yueshi's heart skipped a beat. "Aunt, you want to marry her to my brother and make her my sister-in-law?" There were several sons in the Zhuang family, but only Prince and noble consort Zhuang neither admitted nor denied it. Zhuang Yueshi panicked. "Aunt, she is not good enough for brother. She's not a true daughter of a marquis, she's just a peasant girl from the countryside. Even if His Majesty bestows her the title of County Princess, it's just a good reputation. She doesn't even have a living allowance, so what kind of county princess is she?" Noble consort Zhuang stopped, and the palace maids also stopped. Noble consort Zhuang stroked a four-season Osman thus in the basket. "County princess is indeed not worthy, but what if she becomes a princess?" Zhuang Yueshi was stunned. On the other side, Marquis Jiyu was once again summoned by Minister Zhao to the main hall where he handled official business. Marquis Jiyu had been scolded badly recently, and he knew that he would not be able to avoid another round of scolding. However, to Marquis Gu's surprise, Minister Zhao's expression was exceptionally gentle. He didn't look like he was going to scold him at all. "Marquis Jiyu, eh?" When Minister Zhao saw Marquis Jiyu, he smiled brightly for the first time in months. "Assistant Minister Jiyu, how was your day?" Marquis Jiyu was confused by his superior's expression and tone. Did he eat well? Did he wear warm clothes? Was it inconvenient for him to go out? Did his child have any difficulties in her studies? He didn't understand what was going on at all. Minister Zhao personally took Marquis Gu's wrist and invited him to sit down on a chair. Marquis Jiyu looked at the hand that was holding him and wanted to tell him that men shouldn't touch each other. Minister Zhao smiled and said, "You really have such a promising daughter. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Marquis Jiyu was completely outside of the situation. Minister Zhao's smile disappeared and he sighed. "You hid it from me for a long time. Why did you hide such an important matter?" What did I hide from you?" Marquis Jiyu was confused. Minister Zhao said, "Just now, people from the Ministry of War came and asked me if the bellows were invented by your daughter." Marquis Jiyu pointed at himself. "My daughter?" Minister Zhao frowned. "You still don't know?" Marquis Jiyu shook his head like a rattledrum. Minister Zhao said, "Then let me ask you, do you have a daughter?" Marquis Jiyu nodded. "Yes." Minister Zhao continued, "Last summer, were you and your daughter in Yozhou's Qingchuan town?" Marquis Jiyu nodded again. "Yes." Minister Zhao continued, "Is your daughter exceptionally smart?" Marquis Jiyu nodded heavily. Yes. His Jinyu had to be smart. She had to be smart. If it weren't for the fact that women couldn't participate in the imperial examinations, his Jinyu could at least pass the Grand Scholar exam. Minister Zhao clapped the back of his right hand against his left palm. "Isn't that settled? Last year, other than your daughter, was there any other daughter from the Marquis's household with the surname Jiyu?" When Marquis Jiyu heard this, he understood what was going on. It turned out that the imperial court had found clues about that little girl. But he hadn't heard Jinyu mention it. Marquis Jiyu wasn't so eager for quick success to claim credit for himself. He decided to first return to the residence to ask Jiyu Jinyu about the situation. The speed at which this matter fermented was far faster than Jiyu Jinyu had imagined. She had only been focused on reading books and didn't pay attention to what was going on outside. She had no idea what the invention of wind blowing meant to the Zhao country. His Majesty looked calm, but in reality, he was laughing like a fool. That group of bastards from the Liang country had only used a bit of inferior drainage technology to trade for their Zhao country's mines. Although the two countries hadn't been at war, this was even more unbearable than losing a battle. This was great, they could hold their heads up high. The 6 ministries had also been swept by this technology. Not only could it be used to make iron, it could also improve the quality of metallurgy. What did the Zhao country have? Gold mines. But then again, the Zhao country's productivity was the lowest among the 6 countries. Thus, even if it had many mines, it was still a poor country. The common people seemed to have a good life. That was because the 2 emperors still had a conscience and didn't wantonly exploit the common people. They even reduced taxes. The national treasury was actually very poor. Otherwise, how could they have sold the Imperial College's degree to Lin Chengye? Half of the building that the Lin family had donated to the Imperial College had been taken by His Majesty into the national treasury. However, even though Jiyu Jinyu didn't know the movements of the Imperial Court and the 6 ministries, she had personally experienced the changes in the people around her. When she had returned from the palace, her personal maid had informed her that an official from the women's school had come and asked her how she was recovering and when she would return to class. Jiyu Jinyu had been resting at home for so long. The female official had not come earlier or later, but at this time. Who could say that she hadn't been instructed by the crown princess? Could it be that the crown princess had also heard about the bellows? It wasn't strange. Both Consort Shu and noble Consort Zhuang had heard about it, so how could the crown princess not have? After that, the daughters who were on good terms with her but had distanced themselves from her because of her past came back. They came to the Fu to visit her, chatting and laughing as if the previous unhappiness had never happened. Why was this? Their fathers, who were officials in the imperial court, must have sent them to her to find out the truth. If she really was the inventor of the bellows, then no matter how lowly her birth was, no one could look down on her. She had done a good deed that benefited the country and the people. Even His Majesty would praise her. But what if the true inventor ran out one day? Jiyu Jinyu was in a dilemma. When Marquis Jiyu returned to the Marquis Fu, Jiyu Jinyu was tidying up her large chest. This chest was filled with small things that she had written, drawn, and made. Yarosha had not thrown them away and had kept them for her. She moved back to her own courtyard and took out all the manuscripts. She wanted to see if she had ever had the inspiration for the bellows. "Jinyu, what are you doing?" Marquis Jiyu entered the room and looked at the manuscripts on the floor. He asked in confusion. Jiyu Jinyu raised her slightly disheveled face and said, "I'm looking for something." "What are you looking for?" Marquis Jiyu walked in. "Father will help you look." "A sketch," Jiyu Jinyu said, "a sketch that looks similar to the bellows." "You're talking about this?" Marquis Jiyu bent down and picked up a piece of paper that had been sandwiched between the pages of a book. On the paper, there was a very immature drawing of a crooked chest. There was something that he didn't know if it was a handle or a lever. There were 2 or 3 layers below. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to a bellows. Jiyu Jinyu didn't know what she had drawn. But it definitely wasn't a bellows. But, if it was a little forced, it did look like a bellows. Jinyu, did you really invent the bellows? Marquis Jiyu asked. Jiyu Jinyu was not in a rush to answer Marquis Gu's question. Instead, she said, Father, what did the people from the 6 ministries say? What clues did they find? Marquis Jiyu said, they said it was a girl with the surname Jiyu. She is related to Marquis Ding and Fu. She should be the Marquis Fu's daughter. Ah, that's right, she's 14 or 15 years old. That's right, the Ministry of War had been to the front lines. Among the clues that they had gathered, there was a very useful piece of age. She was basically going up against Jiyu Jinyu. Jiyu Jinyu had a bold guess in her heart, but she did not dare say it. She went to Yarosha's courtyard. Yarosha was currently making clothes for Jiyu Jiao. Mother. Jiyu Jinyu walked over. The excitement in her heart made her ignore the clothes in Yarosha's hands. She crouched down and grabbed Yarosha's hand, asking, Has elder sister come recently? What is it? Are you looking for her for something? Yarosha asked. Jiyu Jinyu shook her head. No, I haven't gone to the girls' school for a few days. I haven't seen elder sister, so I wanted to ask how she is doing. The girls' school was next to the medical center. When Jiyu Jinyu went to school, she would occasionally run into Jiyu Jiao, but the two basically did not interact. In the medical center, other than the Zhuang sisters, no one knew that she was sisters with a medical center's medicine boy. When her daughter was mentioned, Yarosha's brow was filled with affection. Your elder sister is doing well. It's just that your brother-in-law just finished taking the spring examinations. She's been a little busy. Jiyu Jinyu did not care. What kind of good reputation could a poor country boy get? Unlike Royal Prince An, who would definitely get first place. When Royal Prince An got first place, he would give her the hairpin. Is your health better? I heard that you went into the palace today. Yarosha said. I'm fine. I should have come to pay respects to Mother first, but Chi Mama urged me, so I could only go see Aunt first. Mother, don't be angry at me. I won't. Yarosha said. That's right. Mother, you didn't throw away my previous manuscripts, right? Jiyu Jinyu took out a few pieces of paper that she had drawn on when she was young from her pouch. They're the same as these. Yarosha asked, Didn't you take them all? Jiyu Jinyu said, I'm talking about the ones in the mountain villa. Yarosha explained, these were brought over from the mountain villa. Jiyu Jinyu lowered her eyes. Then, has elder sister seen these things? Yarosha shook her head. I haven't shown them to her. Jiyu Jinyu looked up at Yarosha. Then did she look through them herself? Yarosha asked strangely, why would she look through your things? She was not a child. Children would not do this. When Jiyu Yang was young, he never looked through Jiyu Jinyu's things. Jiyu Jinyu smiled. That's not what I meant. She's my elder sister. Elder sister is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. I know that she actually cares about me. Yarosha said, even if she cares about you, she wouldn't look through your things. Jiao Jiao was a polite and good child. Jiyu Jinyu did not argue with her mother and changed the topic to talk about other things. Soon, Yarosha began to feel sleepy. Yarosha had been feeling sleepy recently. Jiyu Jinyu told her mother to rest well. After walking out of the yard, Jiyu Jinyu suddenly muttered, no matter who it is, they must have gotten the inspiration after secretly looking at my drawing. The servant girl, young miss, what are you saying? Jiyu Jinyu ignored her. She firmly believed in her own conclusion and was no longer worried that she would be exposed. That's right, she was the country's genius girl. Others had simply stolen her inspiration. She was the true owner. The next day, Jiyu Jinyu went to school. As expected, those young ladies who had been estranged from her all rushed over to curry favor with her. Miss Jiyu, I heard that you were the one who invented the quartz bellows. Is that true? That's right, that's right. Is it true? Quick, say something. At the entrance of the girls' school, Jiyu Jinyu was blocked by the young ladies. Although everyone's tone was inquiring, their eyes were very certain. Otherwise, Jiyu Jinyu had pretended to be sick at home for so long. Suddenly coming to school, wasn't it because she had made a comeback? Jiyu Jinyu smiled modestly and said, His Majesty has not announced it to the public yet. Everyone, don't spread the news. Chapter 201. This was tantamount to admitting it. Everyone looked at her with even more admiration. Jiyu Jinyu walked into the girls' school surrounded by everyone. Before entering, she glanced at the clinic, trying to find Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao didn't come to the clinic today. She went to the courier station to send a letter to Xuanningsiang. There was a letter from her, a letter from Zhu Huang, who Jiyu Changqing brought over from the military camp. There were also some trinkets from the capital for Go Wa. Go Wa was 2 years old now. She could walk, run, and jump. She was especially good at calling people, especially her father. Jiyu Jiao asked Xuanningsiang if she had any plans to find a father for Go Wa in the letter. Jiyu Jiao didn't have those rigid thoughts. In Jiyu Jiao's opinion, Xuanningsiang was still young. She was only 2 years older than her, 17 this year. Jiyu Jiao didn't think that a woman had to find a man to be complete, but she didn't have to be a widow for the sake of reputation. She had the right to pursue her own happiness. From her good handwriting, it could be seen that Xuanningsiang wasn't a widow who was numb to life and resigned to her fate. She had been by the old madam's side for so long. The old madam didn't like her for nothing. She had her own pursuits. However, she was afraid. She was afraid that this kind of pursuit would be rebellious. She was afraid that it would lead to everyone's disdain and ridicule. When Jiyu Jiao came out of the courier station, she bumped into someone. They weren't close, but they had seen each other before. The other party was dressed in a maroon brocade robe. He was unrestrained and flamboyant. His features were handsome, and his eyes were devilish. However, Jiyu Jiao didn't like his devilish charm. Jiyu Jiao pretended not to see him and walked forward expressionlessly. The moment they brushed past each other, the man suddenly stretched out his arm and blocked Jiyu Jiao's path. Miss, long time no see. The fourth prince smiled. What a coincidence. Are you here to send a letter too? Jiyu Jiao looked at the arm in front of her and felt a little annoyed. In all fairness, the fourth prince was not bad looking. If she had not seen that beautiful monk, perhaps he could be considered to be in Jiyu Jiao's sense of beauty. But if there was a comparison, there would be harm, right? They were both devilishly charming little beauties, but the beautiful monk had thrown him a dozen streets away. Jiyu Jiao was annoyed. The fourth prince's gaze was unmistakable. Oh, the little lady's temper is quite fierce. But it doesn't matter, His Highness disdains taming a weak horse. The weather is dry, do you have time for a cup of tea? Jiyu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. Not thirsty. The fourth prince persevered. The desserts in the Jade House are not bad. Miss, do you want to try them? Jiyu Jiao said, not hungry. The fourth prince said, then let's go watch a play. Jiyu Jiao was annoyed to a certain extent, but she suddenly calmed down. She looked at him from head to toe. Do you have a lot of money on you? The fourth prince was startled. What kind of words was this? He was a dignified prince, did he need to give money to watch a play? But he also brought money. He smiled and said, I brought a lot. What does Miss like? This prince will buy for Miss. Jiyu Jiao seriously thought about it. Then let's go to a place where there is no one. Do it cleanly. Don't let her husband find out. The fourth prince did not expect the little girl to be so tactful. He was stunned for a moment, but then he thought it was normal. He was a prince. Who would have the courage to go against him? I know a place where there will be no outsiders. The fourth prince smiled proudly and turned around to open the curtain of the carriage. Are you sure? Jiyu Jiao asked. Her husband was a scholar and might become an official in the future. Openly robbing someone was not suitable for a future tribute soldier wife. So Jiyu Jiao decided to give him one last chance. If he really wanted to court death, then she could only help him. The fourth prince was a bit puzzled. Wasn't she asking the wrong question? He should be the one asking her, right? I'm sure, miss. Please, he gestured. Just as Jiyu Jiao was about to get on the carriage, another carriage came. The carriage stopped next to the two people. The curtain was opened and a handsome figure walked down. Your Highness, long time no see. It was the exact same opening, but it was said carelessly. When he heard it, he felt that there was an ulterior motive. The fourth prince narrowed his eyes and looked at the youth in front of him. He said, Royal Prince An? Royal Prince An smiled warmly and his eyes fell on Jiyu Jiao. He said, Isn't this Miss Jiyu? Miss Jiyu doesn't need to go to the clinic today. You know each other? The fourth prince asked suspiciously. Royal Prince An smiled slightly. When my younger sister and I were traveling, we stayed at the Marquis Dingen Manor for a few days. This is the eldest young miss of the Marquis Dingen Manor. The fourth prince did not know much about the Marquis Dingen Manor. He had only seen Jiyu Jinyu. Royal Prince An continued, I just came out of the palace. I heard that the emperor was looking for your highnesses. I don't know if something happened. Since he said this, how could the fourth prince still be in the mood to flirt with a beauty? The fourth prince looked deeply at Royal Prince An and Jiyu Jiao before sitting in the carriage and leaving. Royal Prince An turned to look at Jiyu Jiao. His temperament was warm and his voice was low. That is the current fourth prince. Yuan Jiyu Jiao knew. Royal Prince An saw that she was not surprised and paused. He smiled to himself, that's true. She was not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. How could she be so easily tricked into a carriage by a man? Are you going back to the clinic? He asked. Yuan Jiyu Jiao nodded. Royal Prince An was about to say that he would send her off when there was a sound above his head. It was a tile that had fallen from the roof. Jiyu Jiao was on his side, opposite was the carriage and to the side was the corner. It could be said that there was no way to avoid it. Royal Prince An stepped forward and used his tall body to protect her, blocking the tile for her. However, the pain he imagined did not come. He blinked and raised his head to look. The tile had already been nailed to the roof of the carriage by Jiyu Jiao's needle. Royal Prince An took a step back and helplessly smiled. Miss Jiyu, have you always been this powerful? You make it so that I can't even save the beauty. Directorate. Xiao Liulang was released from school. When he went out, he saw Jiyu Jiao carrying a small basket and waiting for him under a large tree. She also carried 2 small bags of medicine in her hands, one on each side. Although the weather had cleared up, it was still not warm. Especially after the sun set, the wind on the streets became even colder. Xiao Liulang leaned on his walking stick and hurriedly walked over. Why didn't you wear more clothes? It wasn't cold when I went out, she said. That meant that it was cold now. Xiao Liulang keenly caught the message in her words. He took off his cloak and was about to hand it to Jiyu Jiao. However, Jiyu Jiao looked at the medicine bags in her hands. The meaning behind her words was obvious. Both of her hands were full. People around them looked at them. The light in Xiao Liulang's eyes flickered slightly, but he still draped the cloak over her body. His jade-like slender fingers gently tied the ribbon. Liulang, your wife came to pick you up again. A supervisor, who was on good terms with Feng Lin and thus knew Xiao Liulang, joked as he passed by. Yuan Xiao Liulang vaguely replied. Jiyu Jiao looked at him with bright eyes. Written all over her face was, I'm your wife. Is that so? Is that so? Is that so? Xiao Liulang coughed softly and looked away. Let's go home. Jiyu Jiao, oh. Jiyu Jiao followed behind him and slowly walked out. Suddenly, a pile of snow fell from a big tree. Xiao Liulang pulled her over with one hand and raised his other arm above her head. The snow fell down and drenched his sleeve. She didn't move in his arms and looked at him with wide eyes. She was so obedient. This appearance was too deceptive. Even Xiao Liulang, who was with her all the time, couldn't resist. His chest was suddenly filled with blood. Too obedient. He couldn't stand it. Xiao Liulang's breathing became irregular and he quickly turned his face away. Jiyu Jiao pressed her little head against his chest and said, "Your heart is beating so fast." Xiao Liulang suddenly took a step back. "No." Jiyu Jiao looked at his red little ears. "You clearly have." Xiao Liulang said seriously, "If I say no, then no." After saying that, he ran away, but he was too nervous and took the wrong path. With a bang, he hit a tree. Jiyu Jiao, ha ha ha. After the spring exams, the atmosphere in the house was much more relaxed. The old madam went out to play cards and didn't forget to bring her husband along. If she lost, it would be her husband's. If she won, it would be hers. Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Xiaoshun went to the Lu family's house every day after school to learn. They also ate dinner there. To be honest, the master's wife's cooking wasn't very good. She was comparable to Xiao Liulang, but the master said it was delicious, so they could only bite the bullet and eat. Ever since little Jing Kong made his first good friend in the Imperial College, he would play with his good friend every day after school. Today was no exception. Compared to studying, Jiyu Jiao thought that little Jing Kong lacked communication with his peers. Therefore, she supported his after-school activities. But today, there was one more person in their small group, Qin Chuyu. Little Jing Kong was confused. "Why is he here?" Shu Tangtang whispered, "Sigh, my father must have asked me to take him with me. I'm also worried." Shu Tangtang and Qin Chuyu didn't know each other. Qin Chuyu and little Jing Kong were in the same class. He was in the ordinary class. His father introduced him, so he had to listen. Little Jing Kong didn't like Qin Chuyu. First of all, Qin Chuyu was spoiled and unreasonable. Second of all, as long as he was with Qin Chuyu, those people wouldn't listen to him. Little Jing Kong didn't understand what kind of emotion this was, so he instinctively wasn't used to it. Shu Tangtang didn't like Qin Chuyu. But he could sense that his friend didn't like Qin Chuyu. He felt that he had done something wrong, so he whispered, "I'm sorry, I won't take him with me next time." "It's okay, for your sake, I can play with him." Little Jing Kong was a generous child. As long as he didn't steal his Jiao Jiao, everything else was negotiable. "What are you playing?" Qin Chuyu asked. Shu Tangtang said, "We're building a house." Qin Chuyu said arrogantly, "What's so good about building such a small house? If you want to build a house, build a palace." "What's a palace?" Little Jing Kong was a good kid who asked questions whenever he didn't know anything. "The palace is where my father, the emperor lives." Qin Chuyu almost spilled the beans. He was so guilty that he broke out in a sweat. Fortunately, the two kids didn't realize it. Little Jing Kong asked again, "What's an emperor?" He grew up in a temple and didn't know about this kind of information. Now that he was at home, his family never mentioned anything about an emperor. Shu Tangtang was born in an official's family, so he knew about this. He explained to his friend, "It's the master of the Zhao state, the most powerful person in the world." Oh! Little Jing Kong didn't really understand and didn't really want to understand. He was only interested in their small house. "I've never seen a palace, so I don't know how to build one." Shu Tangtang shrugged. "I've never seen one either." They hadn't even seen a palace before. What a bunch of country bumpkins. Qin Chuyu remembered his father's teachings. He couldn't expose his identity as a prince. However, he secretly made a mental note to ask the crown prince consort's sister-in-law during the next holiday so that he could bring his two little friends into the imperial palace to play. The next day, His Majesty personally summoned Marquis Jiyu to verify the bellows. Concubine Shu was also present. The smile on Concubine Shu's face never disappeared. His Majesty was still quite cautious. He asked, "I heard that Assistant Minister Jiyu has a daughter." Concubine Shu had mentioned Jiyu Jinyu's background to His Majesty. Before that, His Majesty had already promised Concubine Shu to bestow her the title of County Princess. He didn't go back on his word just because she wasn't born in the Marquis's family. It didn't matter if she was just a county princess without a fief or a manor. However, the bellows matter was very important. Marquis Jiyu cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, my eldest daughter grew up in the countryside and didn't study much." The meaning of his words was obvious. How could an illiterate person come up with such an amazing invention? Marquis Gu didn't look like he was lying. Moreover, His Majesty didn't think he had to lie. Who would give the credit of their biological daughter to their adopted daughter? His Majesty drafted an imperial edict to bestow Jiyu Jinyu the title of secondary second-rank Infanta Hui. She was the first Infanta who wasn't born in the imperial family. Generally speaking, only the legitimate daughter of a prince had the right to be bestowed the title of Infanta. The daughter of the prince's family was a second-rank Infanta. The daughter of the crown prince's family was a first-rank Infanta. Jiyu Jinyu was the first Infanta who wasn't born in the imperial family. Her rank was slightly lower than that of the imperial family's Infanta, but it was only half a rank lower. She also had a fief of 500 households. Although this fief didn't cost much silver, its significance was too great. From today onwards, she was truly recognized by the imperial family. With her status, it couldn't be said that she wasn't good enough for a prince. Of course, His Majesty didn't forget the carpenter who made the bellows and the old blacksmith who was the first to promote the use of the bellows. He decided to call the two of them to the capital to bestow rewards. Chapter 202. The imperial edict had been issued half a month ago. The old blacksmith and the carpenter were already on their way. They should reach the capital in a few days. Jiyu Jinyu did not know that the old blacksmith and the carpenter were coming to the capital. After she was conferred the title of princess, she first went to Cunning Palace to visit Empress Xiao and received the gold seal and treasured book. Then, she went to Consort Shu's Changchun Palace to sit for a while. All the concubines sent congratulatory gifts. Even noble consort Zhuang and the crown princess sent gifts. These two were the most powerful women in the harem other than Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Empress. Their attitudes largely represented the direction of the harem. It was rare that the winds were in the same direction. Aunt did not misjudge you. Consort Shu held Jiyu Jinyu's hand proudly, her eyes full of praise. The emperor was not the only one who could hold his head high. Jiyu Jinyu was also proud. Whether it was Yarosha's favoritism towards Jiyu Jiao or the cold treatment Jiyu Jinyu received at the girls' school, at this moment, all the haze seemed to have been swept away. Jiyu Jinyu returned to the Marquis's residence proudly. She could not avoid being praised by Marquis Jiyu and old Madame Jiyu again. Ever since Concubine Ling's incident, old Madame Jiyu had been on the verge of depression. Hearing that Jiyu Jinyu was so promising and had made the Marquis's residence proud, her face glowed again. She held Jiyu Jinyu's hand affectionately. Your grandfather is not in the residence. If he was, he would definitely praise you. Grandfather, that was an extremely lofty word in Jiyu Jinyu's heart. She did not even dare to say it. Would grandfather really be proud of her? In her impression, grandfather was an unreachable existence. Everyone in the family was very afraid of him. He never seemed to be satisfied with any child. Even though eldest brother worked so hard, grandfather still looked at him with a picky gaze. If grandfather really praised her, Jiyu Jinyu felt that she could brag about it for the rest of her life. Jiyu Jinyu left old Madame Gu's courtyard and planned to go to Yarosha's courtyard. She wanted to tell Yarosha that she had made a great contribution and had been conferred the title of princess. She wanted her mother to know that she was the smartest daughter in the family and was most worthy of Yarosha's attention and love. On the way, she unexpectedly bumped into Jiyu Changqing. Her eyebrows curved as she walked up to Jiyu Changqing and bowed. Big brother. Jiyu Changqing nodded slightly. Jiyu Jinyu looked at the bundle in his hand and asked with a smile, Eldest brother, did you come back from outside? What did you take? A little prey, Jiyu Changqing said. Today, he hunted 2 birds in the military camp. He planned to send them to Bai Shui Alley for Jiyu Yang and little Jing Kong to play with. Jiyu Jinyu could hear his indifference. In the past, she would have left tactfully, but today she was exceptionally confident. She smiled and said, I've never hunted in my life. Big brother, Is it convenient for you to bring me along next time? Women can't enter the military as they please. Jiyu Changqing tactfully declined. Ah. Jiyu Jinyu was slightly disappointed, but not too disappointed. She took out a jade pendant from her pouch and raised her small face with a gentle smile. For Big Brother. What is this? Jiyu Changqing asked. Jiyu Jinyu smiled wholeheartedly and said, it's a warm jade from His Majesty. Giving the jade pendant was secondary. It was more important to remind Big Brother that she had become an imperial daughter. When Jiyu Changqing saw the jade pendant, he finally remembered the news he had heard in the military camp. Jiyu Jinyu had made great contributions and had been conferred the title of secondary second-rank imperial daughter Hui. Congratulations. Jiyu Changqing said calmly. He did not take the jade pendant. Since it's a gift from His Majesty, then keep it well. Don't lose it. All right. Jiyu Jinyu sincerely hoped that Jiyu Changqing would accept this jade pendant. Jiyu Changqing returned to the courtyard. There were not many ripples in Jiyu Changqing's heart. He had not counted on relying on Jiyu Jinyu to bring the Marquis Fu to greater heights. Thus, whether Jiyu Jinyu became an imperial daughter or not had little to do with him. After Jiyu Jinyu had finished showing off in front of Big Brother, she was impatient to let others know. Unfortunately, Yarosha was not in the Fu. Yarosha had gone to Jade Water Alley. She had finished making the clothes for Jiyu Jiao and brought them for Jiyu Jiao to try on. The result was great. The sleeves and trousers were shorter again. Had this child only just begun to grow? Yarosha did not know whether to laugh or cry. She pulled down the sleeves and trousers that had been gathered. After changing the clothes, she took out the family's clothes to see if there was anything that needed mending. She had hired an embroiderer to make the clothes for the rest of the family. Every month, there would be new clothes. The matriarch and Xiao Liulang's clothes were durable. Mainly, these two were not easy to move. The others' clothes were a bit too horrible to look at. In the past, it was Jiyu Jiao who mended them. Today, when Yarosha saw it, she nearly choked from laughing. She had thought that her daughter was omnipotent, but it turned out that she was also a simpleton. Jiyu Jiao had just finished watering the vegetable garden. When she came to the inner courtyard, she saw Yarosha holding a pair of clothes and trembling with laughter. What's wrong? She asked in confusion. Yarosha's tears came out of her eyes from laughing. After a long time, she stopped laughing and asked Jiyu Jiao, Jiao, who did you learn your needlework from? Jiyu Jiao thought for a moment. Self-taught? Yarosha knew. Otherwise, who would know how to sew? Yarosha was about to die from her daughter's teasing. She patted the stool to the side and indicated for Jiyu Jiao to sit. Then, she held the place that Jiyu Jiao had mended and said, you don't need to tie a knot with each stitch, and you don't need to leave the thread outside. Like this. Yarosha took it apart and sewed it again for Jiyu Jiao to see. Oh. Jiyu Jiao thought seriously. I thought that I was very good at sewing. After all, sewing clothes had improved her surgical skills. She could sew faster than before. As the mother and daughter chatted, Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Xiaoshan returned from the academy. Today, they did not need to go to Master Lu's place to learn. The two did not know that Jiyu Jiao and Yarosha were both at home, so they bickered and each entered the courtyard with a chicken feather on their head. Jiyu Xiaoshan had a small gang in the countryside. At that time, he was the #1 bully in the surrounding villages. The chicken feather on his head was the symbol of his chicken feather gang. After that, he was sent to Tianxiang Academy by Jiyu Jiao. On the surface, he seemed to have changed, but in reality, he was still a gang of celestial monkeys. Today, he was finally caught red-handed by Jiyu Jiao. Older sister. Jiyu Xiaoshan plucked the chicken feather on her head. Her eyes moved, and she also plucked the chicken feather on Jiyu Yang's head. The two stood there motionlessly, waiting for Jiyu Jiao's decision. Jiao. Auntie Zhong, who was in the alley, came to the door. The wall behind my kitchen is about to collapse. I'll go take a look for you. Jiyu Jiao looked at the two celestial monkeys in the house, put down the water bucket used to water the flowers, and went to her house with Auntie Zhong. The first time the neighbors found out that Jiyu Jiao was capable was when the roof of the old chancellor next door leaked. Jiyu Jiao climbed up and directly renovated the roof. After that, the neighbors all knew that Grandmother Zhuang's grandniece-in-law was capable. Auntie Zhong's courtyard wall cracked and needed to be repaired with mud. In ancient times, there was no cement. It was all lime mortar and rammed earth. Lime mortar was not stable enough, and it was easy to get damp in rainy days. Rammed earth was a better choice. The raw materials of rammed earth were red mud, coarse sand, and lime blocks. There were still lime blocks and coarse sand in Auntie Zhong's house. Little Jing Kong used up the red mud. Recently, he was obsessed with building houses with his friends, so he really didn't know where to get more. Auntie Zhong was very anxious. Can't it be repaired today? I don't think it'll last until tomorrow. The courtyard wall was connected to the kitchen. Once it collapsed, the people who were cooking in the kitchen would be in danger. Jiyu Jiao thought for a while and said to her, "Wait a minute." Jiyu Jiao went back to her house and went to the kitchen to find glutinous rice. She cooked a pot of glutinous rice soup, and then poured the thick glutinous rice into the evenly mixed lime mortar. "Older sister, what are you doing?" Jiyu Xiaoshan asked curiously. Jiyu Yang also squatted down and looked at her eagerly. "Why did you pour the rice soup into it?" Jiyu Jiao gave each of them a stick and gestured for them to keep stirring. "This is glutinous rice mortar. It's better than rammed earth. It's more suitable for pasting walls." The process of ramming earth was actually very difficult. It needed to mix the 3 raw materials together, and then use a tool to pound it over and over again. The more times it was hammered, the stronger the rammed earth would be. Glutinous rice mortar was not so complicated, but its firmness was much higher. This was because the cooked glutinous rice soup contained amylopectin, which was the perfect natural adhesive. It was an exaggeration to say that the strength of the lime paste adhered by it was almost comparable to the concrete in his previous life. "Be careful, don't get it on your bodies," Jiyu Jiao said. "Okay." The two of them nodded. When Jiyu Jinyu arrived at Jade Water Alley, she saw the 3 siblings mixing the mortar together. Jiyu Jinyu's brows furrowed. In her impression, Jiyu Yang had always been a sickly person who would pant when walking. She did not expect him to know how to work, much less do this kind of rough work. Yarosha sat to the side, leisurely mending clothes. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with Jiyu Yang's work. Jiyu Jinyu composed herself and walked into the courtyard. "Mother, older sister, younger brother, what are you doing?" Jiyu Yang glanced at her and ignored her. Jiyu Yang hated her. He hated her when he did not know her background, and hated her even more now that he knew. Jiyu Jiao also ignored her and continued to make her glutinous rice mortar. She did not speak to Jiyu Xiaoshan, so Jiyu Xiaoshan naturally would not ignore her. Yarosha turned to look at her. "Oh, it's Jinyu. Why are you here?" Jiyu Jinyu gently said, "I did not see Mother in the manor, so I guess that Mother must have come here. I brought some things for older sister and younger brother." Jiyu Yang rolled his eyes. "Who cares?" The mortar was quickly finished. Jiyu Jiao found a bucket and filled it with a large bucket. "I'll do it." Jiyu Xiaoshan carried the bucket to Aunt Zhong's house. Jiyu Yang also wanted to carry it, but he could not lift it. Thus, he carried a small shovel. The 3 siblings went to mend the walls of Aunt Zhong's house. Yarosha sighed. Jiyu Jinyu looked at the dirty mortar on the floor and the unfinished glutinous rice soup. She frowned in disdain and turned to look at Yarosha. "Mother, how can older sister let younger brother do rough work?" Younger brother's body is so weak. It's precisely because he's weak that he has to do more work. Don't you see that your younger brother is much more energetic than before? If Jiyu Yang had not taken medicine every day, Yarosha would have thought that her son was already a normal person. Jiyu Jinyu pursed her lips, but the imperial physicians all said that younger brother cannot work too hard. He needs to rest more. Yarosha said, "Your older sister is a doctor. She knows what's best for Yang Er." Jiyu Jinyu gaped. She was just a medicine boy. How could she be a doctor? Jiyu Jinyu's gaze landed on the glutinous rice soup and mortar. This was nonsense. The glutinous rice soup was food, but Jiyu Jiao had used it to mend the mud. Otherwise, why would she say that she grew up in the countryside? She did not have any common sense. Jiyu Jinyu could not see it, but he endured and did not say, "Mother." "What is it?" Yarosha asked. Jiyu Jinyu smiled and took out a golden seal and a book from his sleeve. He handed them to Yarosha. Yarosha was slightly startled. "This is, open it and take a look," Jiyu Jinyu said proudly. Yarosha opened the box with the golden seal and flipped it over. It was the imperial daughter's seal. Jiyu Jinyu waited for Yarosha's praise. Yarosha had heard about the bellows. Yarosha did not understand the court's rules, but becoming an imperial daughter was an honor. Yarosha nodded in satisfaction. "Mother, Jinyu is really amazing." Receiving Yarosha's approval, Jiyu Jinyu was very happy. Not long after, the three siblings returned. The three were covered in dirt from pasting the wall. Their hair was covered in dust. Aunt Zhong carried a jar of pickled vegetables and walked in. She said to Yarosha, "Yaro, your children are really capable." They finished it in one go. The joy and pride in Yarosha's eyes almost overflowed. She was even happier than when she saw Jiyu Jinyu's imperial daughter seal. Yes, they are all very capable. What was so good about pasting a wall? Jiyu Jinyu frowned. Jiyu Jinyu had brought many things bestowed by the emperor to show everyone the good news of her becoming an imperial daughter. However, other than Yarosha's slight praise at the beginning, Jiyu Jiao's group treated Jiyu Jinyu and her valuables like air. Jiyu Jinyu did not feel the joy of showing off at all. The gold, silver, and jewels she had brought could not compare to a jar of worthless pickled vegetables. As expected, they came from the countryside and did not know what was good for them. At night, Jiyu Jinyu returned to the Marquis Fu. A servant girl told her that in the 4 hours she had been gone, many young ladies had come to visit and left gifts. They were all to congratulate her for being conferred the imperial daughter title. Jiyu Jinyu felt a little better. When Marquis Jiyu returned to the Fu, Jiyu Jinyu told him about her visit to Jade Water Alley. When she mentioned that Jiyu Jiao had pasted up a neighbor's wall, she especially praised her. "Actually, older sister is also very capable." If Marquis Jiyu had been present at the time, he probably would have also felt that the three siblings were very capable. But when Jiyu Jinyu, who had invented the bellows, singled them out, there was a stark contrast. Marquis Jiyu snorted, "What's so good about pasting up a wall? She can only do this. Day after day, when I told her to go study, she wouldn't. She had to do these things that could not be shown in public. Can't she learn from you? Study well, play well, and be the eldest miss of the Marquis Fu." Jiyu Jinyu warmly said, "Older sister's happiness is most important." Marquis Jiyu snorted coldly, "She is happy. She had stolen his son. It was said that one was marked by the company one kept." He was really worried that Yang would become a country bumpkin if he spent all his time with that girl. Jiyu Yang, who was worried about becoming a country bumpkin, was now playing checkers with the #1 prodigy of Zhao country, little Jing Kong. He had successfully lost the 18th round tonight. With a black face, he went to the study of the #1 prodigy of Zhao country to find his brother-in-law to play 5 in a row for consolation. In the end, he was defeated consecutively for 5 rounds. The heartbroken baby Yang went to Old Madam's house to play cards with Old Madam and her 2 mahjong buddies for a while. Old Chancellor also checked on his homework and completed his perfect, defeated, and pretentious, bitter, day. The response to the first batch of golden saw medicine for the military camp was good. The military camp quickly placed a second batch of orders. Jiyu Jiao was busy earning money every day. Jiyu Jinyu was not idle either. The invention of the bellows had greatly stimulated her. She was exceptionally smart since she was young. She did not believe that she could not think of something that others could think of. Moreover, the bellows was just that. It was exquisite, but the principle was very simple. Wasn't it just increasing the wind to make the fire burn brighter? What was so difficult about that? Jiyu Jinyu had an idea. She took out a pen and paper and improved the ratio of the furnace to the bellows. She doubled the number of bellows. This would increase the firepower and the effect of smelting iron would be higher. Jiyu Jinyu took the blueprint and entered the palace. She told Consort Shu her idea. Originally, it could be completed in a month. After the improvement, it can be completed in half a month. Oh my God, it's so fast. Consort Shu was shocked. Yes. Jiyu Jinyu nodded with certainty. This is like the water drains that the imperial court used in the past. Because the wind was not strong enough, the effect was not high enough. Consort Shu did not know much about this, but she heard that it was better than the current furnace. Naturally, it was a great contribution. Consort Shu led Jiyu Jinyu to the royal study to meet His Majesty. The borders had not been peaceful recently. His Majesty was discussing important matters with the military officials. If an ordinary person came, the eunuchs would not rashly announce it. But who asked this Princess Hui to be His Majesty's favorite? Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. Princess Hui, please wait a moment. This old servant will go and announce it." Old servant. In the past, Eunuch Wei had called himself a miscellaneous person in front of Jiyu Jinyu. "Thank you for your trouble, Eunuch Wei," Consort Shu said. Jiyu Jinyu also nodded. Eunuch Wei took small steps into the room and whispered a few words to His Majesty. His Majesty was almost annoyed to death by the problems at the borders. Coincidentally, he also needed some exciting news. So he dismissed the military officials and called Jiyu Jinyu and Consort Shu in. And Jiyu Jinyu did not disappoint him. His Majesty was actually a layman, but he trusted Jiyu Jinyu. He immediately sent someone to send the blueprint to the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works Manufacturing Department looked at Jiyu Jinyu's blueprint with a suspicious expression. "There are so many bellows. Will there be no problem?" His colleague at the side said, "It's Miss Gu's blueprint. What problem can there be?" His Majesty personally sent someone to deliver it. Hurry. Since it was His Majesty's order, there was no way around it. The manufacturing department immediately ordered his subordinates to improve the ratio of the furnace and bellows according to Jiyu Jinyu's blueprint. The results proved that the efficiency had indeed increased. They could produce almost 2 days' worth of goods in 1 day. His Majesty was very pleased. He rewarded Jiyu Jinyu, Marquis Jiyu, and the Ministry of Works. Jiyu Jinyu was in the limelight in the capital. Everyone praised her as the second wondrous woman after the Crown Prince Consort, and even faintly showed signs of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Crown Prince Consort. In the Eastern Palace, a junior palace maid spoke up for the Crown Princess. "Your Highness, is a wild girl from the countryside worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as you?" Jiyu Jinyu's background could not be hidden from the Eastern Palace. Now that she was a princess, there was even less need to hide it from the world. Not only did the commoners not discriminate against her, they valued her even more because of this. They thought that she was a commoner's princess. Not only did she not put on airs, but she also demonstrated to the world that even a pheasant could become a phoenix. The crown princess knelt on the cushion and calmly practiced her calligraphy. It was as if no matter how many storms she experienced, she remained as indifferent as a chrysanthemum. Being in the limelight for a moment is nothing. She has to be in the limelight for a lifetime to be considered capable. She did not express any dissatisfaction with Jiyu Jinyu's limelight at all. The crown princess had seen too many people in the limelight who disappeared in the blink of an eye like shooting stars. His Majesty's favorites came and went, but how many of them lasted? She would never be jealous of a woman who stole her limelight because she knew that it was all temporary. On a sunny afternoon, the old blacksmith and the carpenter finally arrived in the capital after a long journey of more than a month. They were escorted by officials all the way, so it was not too difficult. It was just that the old blacksmith was old and could not bear it. Because they were summoned by His Majesty, the officials did not dare to delay. After entering the capital, They took the two to the post house to bathe and change before immediately entering the palace to meet His Majesty. The two had not even been to the capital, much less the palace. Walking on the shiny white marble floor, the two did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lowly craftsmen like them had never dreamed that they would be able to meet His Majesty. They would really bring honor to their ancestors. The old blacksmith was nervous and excited. His old legs trembled as he walked. To be able to meet His Majesty, it is worth it even if I die here. The one who received them was Eunuch Wei, who served His Majesty. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "You cannot say this word in the throne room. It is taboo." The old blacksmith hurriedly covered his mouth. Of course, he did not forget to glance at Eunuch Wei. He was clearly a man, so why did he speak so strangely? The carpenter was a young man in his early 30s. Young people adapted quickly, but he was so excited that he could not take care of himself. After taking 2 steps, he stumbled and almost fell. The junior eunuchs at the side covered their mouths and snickered. Eunuch Wei's eyes swept over them, and the junior eunuchs' expressions all became solemn. Eunuch Wei led them to the side hall. He respectfully reported outside the door, "Your Majesty, the craftsmen from the county town have arrived. Come in." His Majesty was in a good mood. The two had changed their clothes at the post house. The officials had also taught them the etiquette of kowtowing on the way here. As for whether they could learn it or not, that was another matter. The two had not yet seen His Majesty, but they felt their legs go weak just by hearing his majestic voice. "Please." Eunuch Wei smiled and reminded them. The two trembled as they stepped over the threshold. The palace was grand and untainted. The two did not feel like they had come to the imperial palace, but rather a fairy palace. "Kneel." Eunuch Wei saluted. The two fell to their knees with a plop. They had completely forgotten the etiquette they had learned earlier. The two brought out the strength they used to kowtow to their ancestors and kowtowed 3 times to His Majesty. After they were done, the two wanted to light incense, but unfortunately, they did not have any. His Majesty was very magnanimous and respectful to his own people. He would not put on the sacred and majestic air in front of the courtiers. "You may rise," he said. The two, "Why is there this?" The officials did not say anything. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly lay flat on the ground. His Majesty, Eunuch Wei, His Majesty almost laughed out loud. "Quickly help them up." "Yes." Eunuch Wei also struggled to hold back his laughter and personally helped the old blacksmith and the carpenter up. They were 2 honest people. Otherwise, they would not have taught the blowing technique to the imperial court and the local craftsmen without hiding anything. This was also the reason why His Majesty decided to reward them. However, to His Majesty's surprise, they actually refused His Majesty's reward. The old blacksmith said sincerely, "It was not us who did it. It was that girl. If your Majesty wants to reward that girl. We have received enough benefits. My iron shop is famous, and our Cheng's shop also has endless business. We have never earned so much money in our lives. Now that we can see His Majesty again, we can die without regret." When they returned to the county town, they would be people who had seen His Majesty. They could brag about it for 18 generations. The word death had always been a taboo in front of His Majesty. However, when it came from a commoner's mouth with such sincerity, His Majesty only felt happy. Once he was happy, he would reward them even more. His Majesty smiled and said, "If you have any other requests, just say it." The two had discussed it on the way here. The old blacksmith said, "We want to see that girl and thank her in person. That young lady was a noble person in their lives, so they had to thank her no matter what." His Majesty was in a good mood today and approved their request. Jiyu Jinyu was brought into the palace. Eunuch Wei wanted to give her a surprise, so he did not say who had come. He only knew that they were 2 old friends from the county town. Jiyu Jinyu wondered if she had any old friends in the county town. Could it be 2 servant girls from the manor? Are you back? In the end, she saw 2 unfamiliar men. The 2 unfamiliar men were also looking at her. Jiyu Jinyu had an ominous premonition. She frowned, gathered her thoughts, and bowed. Your Majesty. His Majesty raised his hand to indicate for her to rise. He looked at the carpenter and the old blacksmith. Do you still remember them? Tchem. Jiyu Jinyu was stunned. These two people, did she know them? The old blacksmith and the carpenter had the same doubts. That's right, did they know this girl? His Majesty teased the two. What's wrong? It's only been half a year, and you don't recognize your little benefactor. You even said that you wanted to thank her in person. Jiyu Jinyu's heart skipped a beat. The old blacksmith frowned. Your Majesty, you're mistaken. She's not that girl. Chapter 203. No one in the throne room dared to speak like this in front of His Majesty. Eunuch Wei's expression changed. Jiyu Jinyu's expression also changed slightly. However, it was not because of the other party's inappropriate choice of words. She forced herself to remain calm. His Majesty looked at Jiyu Jinyu strangely and said to the old blacksmith and carpenter, "She is Miss Jiyu." The carpenter had never seen Jiyu Jinyu before and could not comment. But the old blacksmith remembered clearly and waved his hand. She is not. Miss Jiyu does not look like this. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, could it be that you have mistaken her? Take a look again. The old blacksmith had been working his whole life and did not know much about the ways of the world. He was not tactful, and when his temper flared up, he even forgot that he was talking to His Majesty. No need to look. Miss Jiyu stayed in my shop for an entire afternoon. How could I not remember what she looks like? Also, her voice is not like this. No. You are mistaken. Eunuch Wei smiled awkwardly. Are you sure that the lady's surname is Jiyu and she is the daughter of the Marquis? Yes. The old blacksmith hurriedly nodded. When Xiao Sanzi went to the blacksmith shop to help Jiyu Jiao get the farm tools, the old blacksmith insisted on giving Miss Jiyu a bonus. Xiao Sanzi was pestered until he could not bear it and accidentally said, Miss Jiyu is the daughter of the Marquis, why would she lack your money? Xiao Sanzi had let it slip, but after that, he was especially cautious and did not speak of it again. Eunuch Wei said, but she is the daughter of the Marquis and her surname is Jiyu. There is no other daughter of the Marquis with the surname Jiyu in this world. As he spoke to this point, he suddenly paused. No, there was a second. Marquis Gu's family had two daughters. One was his biological daughter who grew up in the countryside and the other was his adopted daughter who grew up by his side. Although they were swapped, Marquis Jiyu had always treated his adopted daughter as his own, and this adopted daughter was very capable. If the swapping incident had not been exposed, no one would have suspected that she was not the real daughter of an aristocratic family. What Eunuch Wei guessed, His Majesty guessed it too. However, Marquis Jiyu once swore that his own daughter was illiterate. So who was the one lying? The old blacksmith's expression was magnanimous, but Jiyu Jinyu's face was deathly pale. His Majesty's stern gaze landed on Jiyu Jinyu's face. What do you have to say? Jiyu Jinyu clenched her fists to prevent herself from showing her cowardice. Your Majesty, I was the one who invented the bellows. The old blacksmith was anxious. Aya, you little doll, how could you lie? You didn't even go to my shop. If you don't believe me, call them all over. The old blacksmith was not the only one at the blacksmith shop that day. The other blacksmiths had also seen Jiyu Jiao. How dare you? This is the princess. Eunuch Wei reminded him in a low voice. The old blacksmith didn't care if she was a princess or not. He only knew that she wasn't the person he was looking for. She couldn't claim credit for herself. Your Majesty. Jiyu Jinyu bowed and said, it's true that this official's daughter has never been to a blacksmith shop, but this official's daughter did design the bellows. His Majesty frowned and said, then what did you say at the beginning? Jiyu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, Your Majesty only asked this official's daughter if the bellows were my invention. He didn't ask if this official's daughter had ever been to a blacksmith's shop. His Majesty's frown deepened. Then aren't you curious how someone else managed to make your own thing? Jiyu Jinyu said, I was curious, but I wasn't too surprised. After all, this official's daughter had mentioned it to many people. Even my personal maid knew about it. His Majesty's gaze was already suspicious. Are you implying that someone stole your results? No, it's not like that. The old blacksmith refuted. Miss Jiyu wouldn't steal. Jiyu Jinyu shook her head and said earnestly, I didn't say that she stole. Perhaps she had good intentions and wanted to help you, so I don't blame that person. Ah! The old blacksmith was stunned. He was smart, generous, and selfless. He had all of them. But the old blacksmith still felt that something was wrong. It had nothing to do with evidence. It was just his intuition, which he had lived for most of his life. Jiyu Jinyu had already made up her mind. She insisted that the inspiration was her own. If His Majesty wanted to investigate, he could only investigate the people around her. She had already bribed the maids and they would provide her with favorable statements. More importantly, her father would definitely side with her. As for that girl, what evidence could she produce? Blueprints. Who didn't have them? She had already grasped the principles behind the bellows. If she really confronted her, it would be as if no one could win against that girl. But Jiyu Jinyu had never expected that just when she thought that she had victory in her grasp, the Ministry of Works suddenly sent bad news. The furnace for smelting iron had exploded. It had been the furnace that Jiyu Jinyu had modified with the bellows. It had only taken 3 days. To be exact, it hadn't even taken 3 days. This morning, the furnace had exploded. The explosion of that furnace had been so powerful that it had completely destroyed the furnace that the Ministry of Works had just built. This was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that there had been many craftsmen from the imperial court present. They had all been seriously injured by the explosion. The person who had come to report was a deputy supervisor from the Ministry of Works. He had rushed over from the scene. He had just gone to the latrine and was not near the furnace. Otherwise, he would have also been seriously injured. Bring him in, His Majesty said in a low voice. In an instant, he no longer had that amiable aura. The old blacksmith and the carpenter both saw what was called the true might of the emperor. He sat on the wooden chair and exuded an unshakable aura. It was so oppressive that the two could not breathe. The deputy supervisor entered the side hall in a sorry state. His legs gave out and he knelt down. He concisely recounted the incident. When he mentioned that it was Jiyu Jinyu who had modified the furnace, he glanced at Jiyu Jinyu with a complicated expression. The blood drained from Jiyu Jinyu's face. The old blacksmith asked anxiously, why did it explode? How big is your furnace? How many bellows did you use? The deputy supervisor did not know this commoner, but since he could appear in His Majesty's royal study and His Majesty did not stop him, he told him the truth. The old blacksmith lamented, Miss Jiyu said that such a big furnace could only use 2 bellows at most. Who told you to use 6? Aren't you courting death? When Jiyu Jiao had taught the technique to the old blacksmith, she had naturally told him what to pay attention to. The old blacksmith had told the imperial court without reservation. Why did you decide on your own? The old blacksmith was very anxious. The deputy supervisor felt bitter because it was the princess's idea. She had invented the bellows. If she wanted to modify it, who would question her? His Majesty's gaze on Jiyu Jinyu suddenly turned cold. Jiyu Jinyu broke out in a cold sweat. She braced herself and said, my design will not have any problems. There must be some other problem. The deputy manufacturing supervisor said, no, we are strictly following the princess's blueprint. Moreover, the operation of the bellows was very simple. As long as it was connected correctly, there would not be any mistakes. At this time, no one wanted to be the scapegoat. His Majesty turned to look at the old blacksmith and the carpenter. Sir, please go and take a look at the scene. The old blacksmith and the carpenter followed the deputy supervisor to the Ministry of Works. Jiyu Jinyu also went. The scene was a big fire. Thick smoke rose everywhere. It was a mess. The injured blacksmith was carried out by the guards with wooden planks. The bloody scene was too horrible to look at. Jiyu Jinyu only felt her stomach churning. She covered her chest and turned around to retch. Jiyu Jiao was resting today. The 4 men at home had all gone to school. The old lady had also brought the old chancellor out to play cards. She was alone at home. She had planned to take a break for half a day, but before she could rest for a while, Xiao Sanzi came. Miss Jiyu. Miss Jiyu. Not good. Something big happened. Jiyu Jiao said lightly, is Jiyu Chenglin not eating again, or Jiyu Chengfeng defaulting on the medical fees again? Neither. Xiao Sanzi said in horror, the furnace in the Ministry of Works exploded. In Jiao country, there was no public hospital like in Jiyu Jiao's previous life. The imperial court had limited doctors. The largest was the imperial medical department, but there were not many people. The second largest was the medical officers in the military camp. They were far away from the fire. Generally, when such an emergency occurred, the imperial court would requisition doctors from the major medical centers in the capital. The miracle hall was also in the requisition scope. Jiyu Jiao took the medicine box and went to the scene with Dr. Song and 2 other doctors. The scene was more chaotic than Jiyu Jiao imagined. Amidst the thick smoke, there were injured people being carried out by the guards from the collapsed smelting room. Doctors from other medical centers had already arrived and were treating the injuries of several injured people. Jiyu Jiao was not in a hurry to treat the injuries. Instead, she took out the cloth strips of various colors that she had prepared in advance and handed them to the 3 doctors of the miracle hall. Do as I said before. Yes. The 3 nodded. Minister Zhao was originally outside inspecting the city's defense. When he heard that something had happened in the government office, he rushed back without stopping. Beside him stood a young man with an honorable aura. The young man was wearing a brocade robe. He was tall and had a cold face. Between his eyebrows, there was an aura of a superior. At this time, almost all of the injured people were carried out. There were dozens of people with light and serious injuries. The doctors from the major medical centers were treating the injured people. But among this group of people, there were a few doctors who acted differently. They were not in a hurry to save the patients. Instead, they quickly examined the patients. According to the severity of their injuries, they pasted different colored cloth strips. The patients with the red cloth strips were in critical condition. The patients with the yellow cloth strips were not lightly injured, but they were still conscious. The patients with the green cloth strips were slightly injured. They first treated the patients with the red cloth strips, then the patients with the yellow cloth strips, and finally the patients with the green cloth strips. Compared to the chaos in the other medical centers, their side was orderly and orderly. The young man slightly narrowed his eyes. Soon, he found a patient with a black cloth strip. He was lying quietly on the floor. The doctors came and went, but no one cared about his condition. Is he dead? The young man asked. Minister Zhao hurriedly ran over and used his hand to check the patient's breathing. He came back and reported, he seems to still be breathing. But why aren't they treating him? Minister Zhao expressed his confusion. The old blacksmith and the carpenter also joined in the rescue. Although the 2 did not know medicine, they could help get the person out of the ruins. In the thick smoke, there was a small figure that could not be ignored. She was wearing a blue robe and had a slender figure. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing her white wrists. Her side profile was as perfect as jade, but there was a red birthmark on the left side of her face. Her white hand dripped through the blood. She was calm and composed. There was no panic or disdain in her eyes. The young man stared at her. Who is that? Minister Zhao said, Your Highness, that seems to be the female doctor of the Miracle Hall. The young man murmured, Miracle Hall. The rescue efforts at the scene were in full swing, but Ji Jinyu was completely panicking. She really did not expect that the furnace she had modified would have such a big accident. There were dozens of injured people, and people were still being dug out of the ruins. At this moment, she really felt afraid. She did not dare to think about how His Majesty would hold her accountable. She seemed to be standing in front of a dangerous wall that could collapse at any moment. Her entire body began to tremble. In her panic, she noticed the injured person who was covered in black cloth. As if she had seen a life-saving straw, she quickly ran toward the injured person. She did not care about the ashes and blood on the ground, nor did she care about the injured person's mangled flesh. She knelt down next to the injured person. "Someone come. Is there a doctor coming to save him?" She cried out in despair, even shouting out the hesitation in her heart. Her elegant and clean dress was stained with blood. She took out a clean white silk handkerchief and held it in her hand. She lowered her head and carefully wiped the injured person. "Doctor, doctor," she cried out in a choked voice. She was a good person, not someone who disregarded human life. She had a conscience and a compassionate heart. She gritted her teeth and roared, "I am a royal princess. I order you to save him." This was the treatment area of the Miracle Hall. The doctors of the Miracle Hall were engrossed in treating the patients at hand. No one paid her any attention. Chapter 204. Don't move. It'll be done soon. Jiyu Jiao was cleaning a patient's wound. He was the first craftsman to notice that something was wrong with the furnace and hurriedly ordered people to run out. If it weren't for him, all the craftsmen who were blowing air would have been killed by the explosion. However, even though they escaped quickly and the furnace exploded quickly, many of them were seriously injured. Especially after this furnace exploded, the other furnaces also collapsed and the fire burned down the entire workshop. The loss of the imperial court was huge. "Doctor, will my leg be crippled?" the craftsman said fearfully as he lost feeling in his leg. Jiyu Jiao stitched up his wound. "No, I just gave you an anesthetic and you're temporarily unconscious. You'll feel pain after the anesthetic wears off." The craftsman was relieved and looked gratefully at Jiyu Jiao. He said weakly, "Miss, I'm fine, you can go treat the others, okay?" Jiyu Jiao nodded. She finished the last stitch and bandaged his wound. Then, she walked to the next patient. Another patient's back was badly burned. Dr. Song was using the saline Jiyu Jiao gave him to clean the wound, but the wound was too big. It was Dr. Song's first time dealing with a patient of this level and he was a little shaky. "I'll do it," Jiyu Jiao said to him. "You go and see the patient over there." "Okay." Dr. Song gave up his seat for Jiyu Jiao and went to see the other two patients with yellow strips of cloth. This patient had a red strip of cloth. His condition was critical, but he could still be saved. Jiyu Jiao squatted down and took a pair of scissors to cut off the rest of the clothes on his back. He hadn't completely lost consciousness, which meant that he was in great pain. Jiyu Jiao took out a painkiller from the small medicine box and was about to inject it into his skin when Jiyu Jinyu rushed over like a madman. He grabbed Jiyu Jiao's wrist and said hoarsely, "I've been shouting for so long, didn't you hear me? Someone over there is dying. Go and save him." In the past, in Jiyu Jinyu's heart, Jiyu Jiao was just a little medicine boy. But when it came to a critical moment, she actually started to rely on this little medicine boy. Jiyu Jiao looked at the hand holding her wrist in annoyance. "Take it away." It was too annoying to say another word. Jiyu Jinyu said self-righteously, "Aren't you a doctor? How can you leave him in the lurch?" She pointed at the patient lying beside Jiyu Jiao. "That person's condition is much worse than his. If we don't treat him now, he will die." Of course, Jiyu Jiao understood the man's condition. She was the one who tied the black cloth on him. He was a dying man, so there was no value in saving him. Saving him would only lead to the deaths of a large number of critically ill patients covered in red cloth. Seeing that Jiyu Jiao was ignoring him, Jiyu Jinyu exploded. Are you going to watch him die? Do you still have a conscience? Jiyu Jiao pried open Jiyu Jinyu's wrist and pricked the patient's arm with a needle. She freed her other hand and gave Jiyu Jinyu a slap. This was not the small slap she had suffered when she was fighting with Zhuang Mengdai in the small town. Jiyu Jinyu was slapped to the ground. Her right ear was ringing. The corner of her mouth was also cut. Her forehead hit a broken piece of wood and blood immediately flowed out. Jiyu Jinyu looked at Jiyu Jiao in disbelief. Jiyu Jiao had already given the patient an analgesic injection. She took out a piece of antiseptic dressing and covered the patient's wound. Her movements were very careful. After doing all this, she stood up and looked coldly at Jiyu Jinyu. Now that you know he is dying, why didn't you do it earlier? You don't even know how much wind and air volume a furnace can withstand. Who gave you the guts to operate the bellows? The blood drained from Jiyu Jinyu's face. Jiyu Jiao said coldly, if you are ignorant, then find a place to die of stupidity. Don't come out to harm others. Jiyu Jiao had already seen the old blacksmith and knew the whole story of the accident. This was originally an accident that could have been completely avoided. The young man had seen everything that had happened between Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Jinyu. Find out who that girl is. Minister Zhao was about to respond when a hidden guard appeared out of nowhere and nodded. Yes. Minister Zhao broke out in cold sweat. As expected of His Highness. Even his hidden guards were so elusive. The fire was spreading and it was not advisable to stay at the scene for long. Minister Zhao also joined the ranks of the injured. Soon, Jiyu Changqing arrived with a group of guards. The 6 ministries and the Grand Council belonged to different factions. Strictly speaking, the accident at the Ministry of Works had nothing to do with the military camp. But when he heard that the doctor at the Miracle Hall had been requisitioned by the Ministry of Works, he led his personal guards and rushed over. Eldest brother. When Jiyu Jinyu saw him, it was as if she had seen another life-saving straw. She ran towards Jiyu Changqing with a face full of tears. Jiyu Changqing did not see her at all and rode his horse past her. He stopped not far from Jiyu Jiao and dismounted. He walked nervously towards Jiyu Jiao. Are you okay? Jiyu Jiao was changing the dressing for the patient. His injuries were too serious and a piece of dressing was soaked in blood. Jiyu Changqing was a man, but he was secretly uncomfortable seeing this scene. He reached out his hand. Give it to me. Jiyu Jiao shook her head and said to him, there are still a few patients over there. Help move them. Send them to the medical hall. Jiyu Changqing asked. Yes. Jiyu Jiao nodded. Jiyu Changqing quickly ordered his subordinates to find wooden planks to carry the patients out. There was another patient who had only sprained his ankle and suffered some superficial injuries. Jiyu Changqing directly carried him on his back. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly felt 2 gazes that could not be ignored fall on him. He looked over and saw a carriage parked outside the back door. That seemed to be, while he was thinking, there was a rumbling sound from the other end of the ruins. Jiyu Changqing's eyebrows twitched. At this moment, the old blacksmith shouted, "Oh no! The furnace is going to explode again." The fire was not controlled and burned the furnace in the other boiler room, causing the furnace there to explode as well. Jiyu Jinyu's face turned pale and she ran away. How could she still remember the critically ill patients? It was more important to save her own life. Jiyu Jiao picked up the patient in front of her and quickly left the scene. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. The moment she took a step, the furnace exploded with a bang. The moment the fire dragon swept over, Jiyu Changqing tiptoed and flew behind her. He used his body as a shield to block the attack of the fire for her. Jiyu Changqing's whole body was burning. Jiyu Jiao turned to look at him. Get lost. Everyone was shocked. The military officer saved you, and you still want him to get lost? Jiyu Jiao said, get lost. Jiyu Changqing fell to the ground and rolled up. The fire on his body was quickly extinguished. Everyone who heaved a sigh of relief was stunned. Shiyi was stunned. So when you said get lost, it was really just the literal meaning of get lost. Jiyu Changqing extinguished the fire quickly and did not suffer serious burns. However, Jiyu Jiao still brought him back to the medical hall with the other patients. There were many medical halls that came to treat this time, including the second boss's old nest, Huichun Hall. Huichun Hall was one of the best medical halls in the capital. They had 6 doctors this time, but the number of patients they treated was not even half of the number of patients in Miracle Hands Hall. What was even more shocking was that the patients all proposed to go to Miracle Hands Hall for further treatment. Shopkeeper don't you think that young lady looks a bit familiar? An elderly doctor said. Shopkeeper looked at Jiyu Jiao's back. He did not see the other party's appearance clearly, but he was very familiar with this situation. Wasn't this the little medicine boy that accompanied the second boss at the hot spring villa? Why was she here? The doctor said, I heard that after the second boss left the Hu family, he opened a new medical hall in the capital. It seems to be called Miracle Hands Hall. Could it be the Miracle Hands Hall from before? Shopkeeper said, that's impossible, right? This Miracle Hands Hall's doctor is even better than our doctor. Where did he find such a good doctor? Shopkeeper felt that it was not possible. However, this Miracle Hands Hall had indeed stolen their Huichun Hall's business. When he returned, he had to report to his boss and let him pay attention to Miracle Hands Hall. The patients at the scene only received simple treatment. When they returned to the medical hall, those who needed surgery would need surgery and those who needed treatment would need treatment. Jiyu Jiao was very busy and did not have the time to find trouble with Jiyu Jinyu for the time being. After Jiyu Jinyu fled the scene, she panicked and boarded the carriage, falling down. Miss. The servant girl was frightened by her miserable state. Jiyu Jinyu's face was pale as she said, quickly go find father. Marquis Jiyu was not in the Ministry of Works today. He had been sent to the western suburbs of the capital last night to survey the irrigation works and would only return 3 days later. He still did not know that the Ministry of Works Yamen was in trouble. Because of Jiyu Jinyu's great merit, he had also risen in rank and became a popular figure in the Ministry of Works. Everyone had the right to to curry favor with him. He was happily surrounded by a group of colleagues who flattered him. Suddenly, a guard came over to report, the imperial daughter is here. Marquis Jiyu personally went outside to welcome his daughter. My good daughter, why are you here today? Did you specially come to see father? He was shocked by Jiyu Jinyu's swollen face. Those who did not know would think that they had seen a ghost. Father, after Marquis Jiyu boarded the carriage, Jiyu Jinyu told him about what happened at the Ministry of Works Yamen. I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know that something would happen to the bellows. They all said that there was a problem with my design, but why was it fine at the beginning, and then something happened when those 2 people came? She made it sound as if the old blacksmith and the carpenter had something to do with the bellows accident. Jiyu Jinyu sobbed as she said, they also said that I didn't make the bellows. It was elder sister who made it. How could that girl make the bellows? Marquis Gu's face was full of disdain. Jiyu Jinyu said softly, I don't know if elder sister saw my blueprint. Marquis Jiyu frowned. He vaguely felt that the girl was not someone who would do such a thing. But other than this, he could not figure out how she could make the bellows. Did the old blacksmith really say that your sister told him? Yes. Jiyu Jinyu nodded. That shouldn't be. Marquis Jiyu pondered. Why would she peek at your things? She also doesn't know where your things are. Jiyu Jiao had been to the Marquis's residence and the mountain villa several times, but she had never entered Jiyu Jinyu's courtyard. Jiyu Jinyu did not expect her father to believe Jiyu Jiao at this time. She was stunned and said, perhaps elder sister also thought of how to make the bellows. We all thought of it. Marquis Gu's intelligence was only online for a moment. He sighed. Perhaps the two of you really have a telepathic connection. Don't worry, I will investigate the bellows accident. It might not be a problem with the bellows. It could be that the furnace has not been repaired for a long time. As for who invented the bellows, I will also report to His Majesty. Jiyu Jiao hugged his arm and said coquettishly, Father, you really dote on your daughter the most in the world. Marquis Jiyu was very pleased. This was what a caring little girl was like. Unlike that lass, who seemed to be leaking air everywhere. She was simply a cold armor. Marquis Jiyu temporarily put aside his official duties and went to the palace to see His Majesty. His Majesty was listening to Minister Zhao report on the accident, the number of casualties, and the amount of damage at the scene. He was in a very bad mood. When he heard Marquis Jiyu say that the furnace's explosion might have been caused by the furnace and not the bellows, he wanted to throw Marquis Jiyu out. Marquis Jiyu did not know that he had ignited His Majesty's anger. He continued, Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will definitely find out the truth. Also, about the bellows, my two daughters have actually thought of it. After Marquis Jiyu left, His Majesty leaned tiredly against the back of the chair and raised his hand to massage his sore brows. The sky was dark and the surroundings were silent. The huge imperial study was dark and boundless, as if a giant beast had opened its dark mouth and swallowed him whole. After a long time, he sighed. Wei Shen. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei walked in. Do you want me to light the lamp? His Majesty nodded. Eunuch Wei lit an oil lamp. Under the oil lamp, His Majesty's face was haggard and his expression was tired. With such a big matter happening, the one who was most upset was the ruler of a country. He softly said, Your Majesty, please take care of your body. His Majesty asked, Tell me, whose credit is the bellows? Eunuch Wei dryly laughed. Your Majesty already has the answer in your heart. Why bother asking this servant? His Majesty said, the old Marquis had served Zhen for his entire life, but he still had to bear the crime of being disrespectful. Zhen took away his military power and removed his armor. Eunuch Wei brightened the lamp. That was for the country. His Majesty casually picked up a memorial from the table. The Marquis of Ding and wants to give the credit to his adopted daughter. This matter was this matter. The responsibility for the accident had to be investigated, but the credit for the bellows could not be erased. Those who should be punished would be punished and those who should be rewarded would be rewarded. Eunuch Wei dryly laughed. This old servant should not say this. It doesn't matter who made the bellows. In the end, it was the work of the Marquis Fu. I heard that the eldest Miss Jiyu had already gotten married in the countryside and County Princess Hui had not yet married. This was very thought-provoking. If a married woman only married a country bumpkin, the help she could provide to her maternal family was limited. If Jiyu Jinyu married into a noble family, His Majesty would be like a tiger that had grown wings. In terms of value, the credit should be given to Jiyu Jinyu. As for the accident, once the evidence came out, the Marquis Ding and Fu would definitely have to take responsibility. His Majesty hesitated. But wouldn't this be too unfair to the eldest miss? Eunuch Wei earnestly said, her own father did not feel wronged. Why would your Majesty feel wronged for her? She is destined to be abandoned by the Marquis Fu. She will not be of any help to the Marquis Fu and will not be of any help to your Majesty. His Majesty gave a self-deprecating smile. Then is Zhen still a wise ruler? Eunuch Wei said, Your Majesty sacrificed one person to save the people from disaster. Why is it unclear? Why is it unkind? Your Majesty. A young pill apprentice called from outside the door, You should take the pill. His Majesty gave Eunuch Wei a look. Eunuch Wei understood and walked to the door with his horsetail whisk. He extended his skinny hand and said in a sharp voice, Give it to me. Yes. The young pill apprentice knelt on the ground and handed the brocade box to Eunuch Wei with both hands. Eunuch Wei took the pill and entered. Your Majesty, don't read the memorials for now. Take the pill. The young pill apprentice stretched his neck. He could not see the scene inside and could only vaguely see His Majesty take the pill from the silhouette in the window. He retreated with satisfaction. Once he left, His Majesty coldly snorted and threw the pill that he had not taken back into the box. With a face full of disdain, he said, "Get rid of it." "Yes." Eunuch Wei received the pill and put it away. "Your Majesty." His Majesty's ears did not have a moment of peace before another young eunuch came. "Imperial concubine Shu has come to deliver a tonic soup. Venison complete tonic soup." Good. It was another thing to seek favor. The inner palace had more porridge than monks. The monks had not been there for a long time. Which woman could stand it? But His Majesty was also very helpless. Eunuch Wei wanted to laugh but did not dare to. It took him a lot of effort to hold it in. "Your Majesty, please bear with it. Didn't that little magic doctor say that you would be free of worries if you did not get sick for 2 years? It has been almost a year." At the mention of the little magic doctor, His Majesty's expression eased a little. He was bored in the palace, so he decided to go out for a walk. He left the palace in plain clothes and only brought Eunuch Wei with him. The master and servant wore the clothes of an ordinary master and a steward and walked openly on the street. There were not many people in the world who had seen the emperor's true appearance, so the two of them were not worried about being recognized. Walking on the streets, looking at the lights of thousands of houses and seeing the people well-fed and well-dressed, the depression in His Majesty's heart finally dissipated a lot. Oh! As His Majesty was walking, a small ball fell over and rolled to his feet. Eunuch Wei was scared and opened his arms. "Protect His Majesty." His Majesty looked at Eunuch Wei speechlessly. "It's a child." The small ball pulled the hem of the clothes in front of him and stood up. He patted his little butt and looked down. "Oh, my shoe." One of his tiger-head shoes was gone. That was his most beloved little shoesy. He ran around in a circle but could not find his shoe. He was so anxious that he put his hands on his waist and stamped his feet. His Majesty was amused by his charmingly naive look and could not help but laugh. Little Jing Kong finally noticed the adult in front of him. He looked up at him, thought for a while, and said, "Handsome uncle, have you seen my shoe?" Chapter 205. Handsome uncle. This form of address was too interesting. This was the first time the emperor had been called this. All the flattering words could not compare to this child calling him handsome uncle. This child did not seem to be afraid of him. Although he traveled incognito, he had been sitting on the dragon throne for many years. He had already developed the aura of a dragon. When normal people saw him, they would feel a sense of fear. He squatted down. Eunuch Wei stopped him. "Master." The emperor raised his hand to stop him, indicating for him to shut up. He squatted down in front of little Jing Kong and looked at little Jing Kong at eye level. This child was too beautiful. She had a round little face, big grape-like eyes, small eyebrows, and a small nose and mouth that were unbelievably good-looking. The last time he saw such a cute child was when Aheng was young. Facing this kind of child, no one could put on airs. The emperor could not help but reveal a gentle smile. "What is your name?" "Jing Kong." Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to think. He grabbed his lapel and said, "I am a student of the Imperial College." The emperor was extremely moved by this child's cuteness. Every little expression and action was extremely cute. The night was too dark, and he paid too much attention. At first glance, he felt that his clothes were a little familiar, but he did not think that he was a student of the Imperial College. After all, the children in the Imperial College were all 6 or 7 years old. This little ball looked to be less than 4 years old. He laughed. "Are you really a student of the Imperial College? How could the Imperial College have such a young student?" Little Jing Kong confidently said, "I am. I really am. If you don't believe me, you can test me." In truth, the emperor did not know what the Imperial College was, so he tested his chubby son on the 1000-character classic and the 3-character classic. As a result, little Jing Kong crossed his arms and looked at him with a serious expression, giving such childish questions. "Are you looking down on me?" The emperor. The night wind in February was still very cold. Little Jing Kong lost one of his shoes and stood on the cold ground with his little feet. He was freezing. He put his right foot on top of his left shoe, but this made him unsteady. He swayed from side to side, and his little foot fell to the ground. He quickly lifted his little foot and put it back on top of his left shoe. This repeated over and over. The emperor suddenly felt sorry for his small foot. The emperor bent down and picked up the little fellow. Eunuch Wei was shocked. "Your Majesty." "What are you doing? You are the ruler of a country, the true dragon, the son of heaven. How can you casually carry a commoner's child?" Little Jing Kong suddenly felt that he had become taller. He twiddled his fingers in his handsome uncle's arms. He couldn't let strangers hug him. But a little hug didn't seem to be a big deal. Uncle Handsome didn't look like a bad person. In Zhao country, there was a saying that one would hug a grandson but not a son. Thus, the emperor had never even hugged his own son. Now, he was hugging a commoner's child. It turned out that a child's body was so soft and had a faint milky fragrance. "Where do you live?" the emperor asked pleasantly. Little Jing Kong pointed at the medical center. He lived in by Shui Alley, but he was going to the medical center now. His friends were all in the medical center. "Master." Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor worriedly. The emperor said, "It's okay. The public security around the Imperial College was very good. Besides, he also wanted to see if the emperor's foot was really clean and peaceful. Let me carry him." Eunuch Wei reached out his hand. The emperor could even carry the country. How could he not carry a child? The emperor rejected Eunuch Wei and carried little Jing Kong to the medical center. The emperor didn't know that this was the medical center where the victims of the accident were. Little Jing Kong pointed him to the back door and directly entered Jiyu Jiao's small courtyard. In the courtyard, Qin Chuyu was eating heartily. He didn't expect that his father would arrive 3 seconds later. He had a stick of candied haws in his left hand and a bottle of milk in his right hand. He was sucking on it, and it was so delicious that it bubbled. "Chuyu." Little Jing Kong called him. "Yes." He answered without thinking. When he looked up, he almost choked to death. The emperor and Eunuch Wei also saw Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu said, "Father, father, father." Eunuch Wei said, "7, 7, 7, 7. The emperor said, "Shut up." The two of them obediently shut up. Little Jing Kong looked at Uncle Handsome and then at Qin Chuyu. He felt that the two of them didn't look right. "Do you know each other?" He tilted his head and asked. It would have been better if he didn't ask. As soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Chuyu was jealous. He had never been carried by his father in his life. How could this kid take advantage of him? Qin Chuyu boldly glanced at the emperor. Seeing that the emperor didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him, he cleared his throat and said, "He's my father." "So he's your father." Little Jing Kong suddenly understood. In the countryside, the emperor had several grandchildren of his age. However, little Jing Kong was the eldest in the family. Moreover, he had seen Shu Kanji's father. Shu Kanji had a son at an old age. Shu Kanji's father was older than Chuyu's father, so little Jing Kong accepted this matter quite well. Little Jing Kong wiggled his little butt and got down from Uncle Handsome's arms. Qin Chuyu finally saw his feet. It turned out that his father carried him back because he didn't have any shoes. He felt a little better. Little Jing Kong said, "Your father is so good-looking." Qin Chuyu replied politely, "Your brother-in-law is good-looking too." Little Jing Kong, who didn't think his bad brother-in-law was good-looking at all, Little Jing Kong jumped into Jiao Jiao's room and changed into a new pair of tiger head shoes. Jiyu Jiao Jiao's courtyard was filled with Little Jing Kong's things. From clothes, shoes, to toys, everything was available. As soon as the emperor appeared, Qin Chuyu became extremely nervous. He didn't dare to eat snacks or drink milk. He just stood there like a coward. The two people Qin Chuyu was most afraid of in his life were his uncle, Marquis Shenping, and the emperor. In fact, neither of them had beaten him before. On the contrary, Empress Xiao would occasionally hit his palm with a ruler when she was angry. The emperor was also quite depressed. At this moment, he really believed that the little fellow was a student of the Imperial College and was even his son's classmate. But how could an 8-year-old child play together with a 4-year-old child? Also, the sky was so dark, but he didn't go back to the palace. However, the emperor didn't embarrass his son in front of outsiders. Soon, Shu Kanji came back breathlessly. Jing Kong, where did you go? Little Jing Kong ran out and shook his head with his hands on his hips. I told you couldn't catch up with me. Ha ha ha. Who is he? Although Shu Kanji's father was a court official, he had never seen the emperor. His Chuyu's father, little Jing Kong, introduced. Oh. Shu Kanji greeted him politely. Hello, Uncle Chu. Old man Shu only told Shu Kanji to play with Chuyu. He didn't say that Chuyu was a prince, so Shu Kanji naturally didn't know that Chuyu's surname was Qin. The two children didn't know Qin Chuyu's identity. It seemed that they had made a real friend. The emperor's expression was not so strict. The three children played for a while more. Qin Chuyu's servants came to take him back to the palace. They were all scared to death when they saw the emperor. The emperor didn't say anything and was about to take Qin Chuyu away. Suddenly, a few women's shrill cries came from outside the courtyard. The emperor frowned. What's going on? Little Jing Kong sighed. It's the patients' families. A lot of patients came to the clinic today. They were seriously injured. Their families are very sad. A lot of patients. An ominous premonition flashed through the emperor's heart. He gave Eunuch Wei a look. Eunuch Wei understood and went to the front hall to ask around. He didn't know if he didn't ask, but when he did, he was shocked. This miracle medicine hall treated dozens of government laborious and craftsmen who were involved in the accident at the Ministry of Works. Both the upper and lower floors were full. The emperor sent the three children away and let them go inside to eat. After listening to Eunuch Wei's report, the emperor's face suddenly darkened. When Minister Zhao reported the accident to him, he didn't mention that there were so many injured people. Isn't there only a dozen? Most of them aren't seriously injured. He said that only 2 of them were seriously injured, and they have been properly treated. This was why the emperor had come to Jiangnan to visit incognito. In order to protect their official positions, the news they sent to him had all been filtered. The emperor of a country was blinded and would make the wrong decision. Eunuch Wei didn't dare to say anything. When Minister Zhao reported to the emperor, he already guessed that there were more casualties. The emperor probably guessed it too. However, he and the emperor didn't expect Minister Zhao to hide so much. This was too much. I'll go and see for myself, the emperor said in a low voice. You can't, Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei hurriedly stopped him. As a eunuch, he was terrified of those injured people. The emperor, as the emperor of a country, couldn't go and see such a scene. The emperor ignored Eunuch Wei's obstruction and strode out of the courtyard. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he unexpectedly met a strong figure. Military officer Ji Yu. The emperor was surprised. Ji Yu Changqing came to see little Jing Kong and Ji Yu Chenglin. Ji Yu Chenglin was moved to Ji Yu Jiao's small courtyard because the ward was too crowded. However, he had been lying in the room and didn't come out. Therefore, even little Jing Kong and the others didn't know he was in the courtyard. Ji Yu Changqing was also very surprised to see the emperor here. Ji Yu Changqing saluted with his hands folded. Your Majesty. The emperor's gaze fell on his bandaged left hand and asked, You also went to the scene of the accident? Ji Yu Changqing said truthfully, Yes, I heard the news on the way and brought a group of people there. The emperor nodded and assumed that he was here to escort the injured people. The emperor asked again, Is your hand okay? Ji Yu Changqing said, It's not serious. It's just a superficial wound. The emperor looked at him steadily. You went to the scene, so you should know the situation at that time. Tell me honestly, how many people died? Ji Yu Changqing was a member of the military camp and didn't participate in the affairs of the 6 ministries. Logically speaking, he should avoid this topic. However, when he thought of the injured people and Jiyu Jiao almost sacrificing her own life to save them, he finally made up his mind and said honestly, 6 people are in critical condition, 13 are seriously injured, 37 are slightly injured, and 1. I don't know if we can save him. If we can't save him, there's only 1 person left. The emperor felt his vision go dark. Although he expected the situation to be more serious than what Minister Zhao said, he didn't expect it to be this serious. The patient that was being saved was the man that Jiyu Jiao had put a black cloth on. He was judged to be of no value. However, he was still breathing when everyone left the scene. Other medical centers didn't dare to take him, but Jiyu Jiao did. After the 6 critically ill patients were all out of danger, Jiyu Jiao began to save him. She had been saving him for 6 hours now. Whether there was a death or not, the nature of the accident was completely different. Everyone waited anxiously, including the emperor and Jiyu Changqing. The emperor was worried about that life, and Jiyu Changqing was worried about that life and Jiyu Jiao's health. Jiyu Changqing brought a water bag over. The emperor looked at him strangely. After an unknown amount of time, the door finally opened. Jiyu Jiao walked out. She was soaked with sweat and there wasn't a dry spot on her body. Jiyu Changqing strode forward. How are you? His willpower is really strong. He saved his life for the time being, but he hasn't completely passed the danger. At this point, Jiyu Jiao realized that Jiyu Changqing was asking about her. She paused. I'm fine. She was just a little hungry. Jiyu Changqing uncorked the water bag in his hand and handed it to her. The food is ready. Go and eat something. Jiyu Jiao nodded and took a sip from the water bag. The emperor looked at Jiyu Jiao and was completely dumbfounded. He never expected to see her here. Wasn't this, oh? Jiyu Jiao saw the emperor, but she didn't recognize him. Seeing the emperor's stunned expression, she asked, Are you the patient's family? The emperor was so stunned that he forgot to answer. Jiyu Changqing knew that the emperor was traveling incognito, but he didn't know how to explain. Jiyu Jiao continued, his condition is still unstable. He has to pass the critical period for 3 days. The emperor finally found his voice. Yes, he was wearing a bamboo hat at the time, so the little girl didn't recognize him. The emperor said, I'm not his family. Oh. Jiyu Jiao thought for a moment and said, Are you from the Yamen to investigate the accident? Without waiting for the emperor to speak, Jiyu Jiao nodded her head. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. You can also ask Dr. Song, Dr. Chen, and Dr. Li. We were all people who went to the scene. She didn't say that the investigation was useless, or that officials don't make decisions for the people. She also didn't ask if she would get in trouble if she answered truthfully. She looked at him with frank and sincere eyes. The emperor was suddenly speechless. Jiyu Changqing whispered, I'll deal with the investigation. You go eat quickly. Jiyu Jiao felt that it was feasible and turned around to go to the courtyard. Only when she was far away did the emperor recover from the successive shocks. He remembered the way Jiyu Changqing interacted with the other party. It didn't seem like it was the first day they met. He asked, You know each other? Jiyu Changqing cupped his hands and took a deep breath before saying, Replying to your majesty, she is this official's little sister. The emperor was shocked again. Your little sister? Your little sister isn't, Jiyu Changqing firmly said, she is my biological little sister. On the carriage back to the palace, Qin Chuyu, who was tired from playing, fell asleep. He laid down next to the emperor. The little fatty's body was curled up like a little bear cub. Eunuch Wei used his hand to stop him from rolling off the bed. The emperor was completely immersed in an indescribable shock. The harvest from this trip was too great. The injured person's condition, the Ministry of Works concealment, and the little godly doctor who treated his venereal disease. And the little godly doctor was actually Marquis Dingen's biological daughter. If that was the case, then the bellows was also her. Marquis Dingen, are you a stupid pig? After the emperor returned to the palace, The first thing he did was to have Minister Zhao roll over to his imperial study and ask him about the true casualties. Minister Zhao wanted to make a final struggle, but unexpectedly, the emperor directly threw the list of injured people in front of him. Seeing the list, Minister Zhao was stunned. Didn't he already issue a gag order? Which brat that wasn't afraid of death had leaked the truth? The people in the Ministry of Works naturally did not have this courage, so the emperor did not have any hopes of starting with the Ministry of Works. He appointed Jiyu Chongqing. Many of today's patients had been escorted by Jiyu Chongqing's guards. He knew which medical centers they had been sent to and easily obtained the names of the patients. Among them, the Miracle Hands Hall had taken in the most patients. This included a dying patient and 6 critically ill patients that had been rejected by other medical centers. There were also 7 heavily injured patients and 10 lightly injured patients. Seeing the list, Minister Zhao's face turned white. Although the cause of this accident was Jiyu Jinyu messing with the bellows, as the head of the Ministry of Works, Minister Zhao was not without responsibility. The Yarman's time for work was at 7 in the morning, but the accident happened at 5 in the morning. In other words, those craftsmen were already working hard before the sun rose. When Minister Zhao reported the news, he delayed it by 2 hours in order to hide the fact that they had started work early. This was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that many of the injured were illegal workers hired by the government office. They were paid the least and did the most tiring and dangerous work. The court paid them the salary of regular craftsmen, so where did the difference in the salary go? The Ministry of Works had countless workshops of various sizes. This was just the tip of the iceberg. If the other workshops also had this kind of shady business, then it would be a terrifying amount. The emperor's chest was filled with anger. My eyes are blind, my ears are deaf. If there was such a despicable thing under the emperor's feet, then what about the entire country of Zhao? The national treasury was in deficit because they had raised these vermin. Minister Zhao desperately kowtowed. Your Majesty, this subject did not know of this matter. This subject was negligent. Your Majesty, please give this subject a chance to forgive you. This subject will investigate this matter thoroughly and find the person behind the chaos. It would be strange if the emperor believed him. He had the imperial guards drag him away. The emperor trembled with anger. Eunuch Wei offered a cup of tea. Your Majesty, please calm down. The emperor fumed. Such a big thing has happened and everyone treats me like I'm deaf. Like I'm blind. How do you want me to calm down? Eunuch Wei sighed. Minister Zhao was actually useful. He had been the Minister of Works for 2 consecutive terms. His merits outweighed his faults. If not for the furnace and bellows incident, he would probably have been promoted next year. But he had run into that Miss Jiyu. Was it Minister Zhao who was unlucky, or was it all the people related to Jiyu Jinyu who were unlucky? Eunuch Wei helplessly shook his head. Thinking of something, he asked, Your Majesty, about Princess Hui. Yes, there was still this problem. The emperor's head hurt. He pinched his sore brows. Summon her into the palace tomorrow. Early the next morning, Eunuch Wei went to the Marquis Fu and summoned Jiyu Jinyu into the palace. Jiyu Jinyu had learned her lesson and was more careful today. On the way to the imperial study, she secretly stuffed a heavy pouch into Eunuch Wei's hands. She warmly said, Eunuch Wei, why did your Majesty summon me today? Eunuch Wei smiled and put the pouch into his pocket. Jiyu Jinyu saw him accept it and was delighted. But she heard him say, Princess will know when you go in. I don't dare to ask your Majesty's intentions. Jiyu Jinyu. After Jiyu Jinyu entered the imperial study, she respectfully bowed. This official's daughter greets your Majesty. The emperor did not tell her to get up. He read through the memorials in his hand and left her hanging for a quarter of an hour until her legs were numb. Only then did he say, neither too fast nor too slow, the results of the investigation of the accident have come out. It was caused by excessive bellows. You personally modified it. Do you have anything to say about this? Jiyu Jinyu had not slept the entire night. She had already guessed this possibility and had thought of what to say. She knelt down and kowtowed. She sincerely said, "This official's daughter is guilty." When this official's daughter was calculating the maximum amount of wind the furnace could withstand, she miscalculated a number. These were the words that Jiyu Jiao had used against her. She used what she had learned. "Thank you so much, elder sister." The emperor was very obsessed with arithmetic and astronomy. When he heard her mention this, he almost indicated for her to continue speaking. Fortunately, he remembered his purpose. "Then what about the bellows? Did you really invent the bellows? If not, do you know what crime you committed? If you tell me honestly, I can forgive you this time for the sake of the old Marquis. Otherwise, if we really find evidence, Jiyu Jinyu, you know the consequences." The crime of deceiving the emperor was punishable by flogging or death. Jiyu Jinyu's heart was flustered. Didn't His Majesty trust her yesterday? Why did he suddenly suspect her? It was His Majesty who summoned Jiyu Jiao, and then what did Jiyu Jiao say about her in front of His Majesty? What an abominable girl! Although Jiyu Jinyu was very tempted by the emperor's suggestion, she still retained her last shred of clarity. This was His Majesty's trap. His Majesty could not find any evidence. If he could, he would have already punished her. Why would he force her to confess? As long as she refused to admit it, the invention was hers. Even though her mistake had led to a tragic accident, with the invention of the bellows, according to the laws of the Zhao country, her merits and demerits were offset. At worst, she would be fined a large sum of money, but she herself would not have to accept any punishment. She kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty, what I said is true. The bellows was invented by me." The emperor's fingers turned white from holding the memorial. Eunuch Wei looked at Jiyu Jinyu and then at the emperor. He shook his head and sighed. Jiyu Jiao did not have the first draft. She had drawn it on the ground and it had been copied by a carpenter. Jiyu Jinyu was confident that she dared to insist that the bellows were hers. The emperor sighed and said, "All right, we believe you. You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jiyu Jinyu slowly stood up. The emperor said, "You have reached the age to talk about marriage. The empress and noble consort Zhuang have found several outstanding men for you. Come and take a look." Jiyu Jinyu was startled at first, then she was overjoyed. She walked forward and said, "Yes." She came to the emperor's desk and reached for the portrait that the emperor had given her with his eyes. She swore that she did not touch anything, but the imperial jade seal on the table suddenly fell. It turned out that the imperial jade seal was pressing down on the portrait. On top of the imperial jade seal was another portrait. Jiyu Jinyu had taken the portrait that was being pressed down by the imperial jade seal. The imperial jade seal fell to the floor and broke a corner with a bang. Jiyu Jinyu's face turned pale. The emperor was very calm. He looked at the broken imperial jade seal on the ground and said faintly, "Oh, princess, this is the imperial jade seal. You broke it." "Your Majesty, no. I didn't. I didn't break it." Jiyu Jinyu panicked. The emperor snorted coldly, "If it wasn't you, was it we? We didn't even raise our hand. Everyone in the room saw it." Jiyu Jinyu looked at the emperor in disbelief. "Your Majesty." The emperor calmly took a sip of tea. "Deliberately breaking the imperial jade seal is a capital offense. Whether you did it on purpose or not, we will order people to investigate. Go to the prison and reflect. Guards, take the imperial daughter to the Ministry of Justice's prison." Jiyu Jinyu screamed, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Jiyu Jinyu was awkwardly carried out by the imperial guards. Eunuch Wei looked sympathetically at Jiyu Jinyu. Fighting with the emperor? Too inexperienced. The emperor's depression lessened. He had people put away the imperial jade seal that had been broken by Qin Chuyu. He said to Eunuch Wei, "In a moment, if Marquis Dingen comes to plead for his daughter, have him go plead for his eldest daughter." Eunuch Wei's mouth twitched. Yes. The emperor's guess was correct. Marquis Jiyu really did enter the palace to plead with the emperor after hearing the news. Eunuch Wei stopped him outside the imperial study. Of course, he could not directly pass on the emperor's words. That would easily cause hatred between the emperor and the young divine doctor. As the head eunuch who had carved out a bloody path in the inner palace, Eunuch Wei had his own way of speaking. He slightly polished his words and said, because of the Ministry of Works Yamen, His Majesty did not sleep a wink and has just rested. Junju has made a great mistake and harmed so many innocent craftsmen. His Majesty is currently in a fit of anger. There is no use for Marquis to see His Majesty. Marquis' eldest daughter has performed meritorious service in treating the injured. If Marquis really wants to plead with her, it would be better to plead with her. If she comes forward, I believe His Majesty will be willing to grant her grace. That girl was just a little medicine boy. How could she treat the injured? She was just basking in the glory of the Miracle Hands Hall. Although he slandered her in his heart, his steps did not stop for a moment. He quickly rushed to the Miracle Hands Hall. It was still quite early. Jiyu Jiao had just finished changing the medicine for the injured person who had been bound with a black cloth. She then went to the other sick rooms to check on the conditions of the 6 critically ill patients. Everything was fine. She returned to the courtyard. The girls' school had started. The female student called Li Wanwan had begun practicing the guqin in the neighboring forest. Fortunately, it did not torture Jiyu Jiao's ears. Jiyu Jiao narrowed her eyes and lay on the rattan chair in the courtyard, listening to Li Wanwan play the guqin. He was like a puppet whose strings had been cut, leaning against the wall soullessly and sitting on the ground. Marquis Jiyu felt wronged. Boo-hoo. I said I don't like to be hit in the face. Chapter 206. After Li Wanwan finished playing, she was a little worried about Jiyu Jiao. She actually heard some noise, but the girl on the other side of the wall didn't let her stop, so she had to bite the bullet and continue playing. After she finished playing, there was no more movement. She stood up, looked at the cold wall, and worriedly asked, "Miss, are you all right? You played 2 wrong notes." What answered her was a cold voice with a hint of coldness. Li Wanwan was startled. "You made such a big noise just now. Are you sure you didn't go to fight? You can tell that I made a mistake. What kind of ghost are you?" Then I'll play again." Li Wanwan whispered. En. Jiyu Jiao brushed her wide sleeves and once again lay back on the rattan chair, leisurely basking in the sun. This time, Li Wanwan was 120% alert and finally didn't make any mistakes. At noon, the patient with the black strip on him woke up. He was an illegal worker. This was confirmed by Jiyu Changqing yesterday. In this accident, most of the people who were injured were illegal workers privately hired by the Ministry of Works. They all came from poor families or didn't have any family members, so they ended up like this. However, the other illegal workers at least had a friend come to visit them, but this person didn't have anything for 2 days. He was lying alone on the hospital bed, but his vitality was tenacious and stubborn. His burn area was very large, so he needed to use normal saline to clean the wound every day. It was as painful as scraping his flesh. Dr. Song had just changed his dressing, but he didn't know if it was because his hands were too unfamiliar, but the pain woke him up. "Leave this to me, you go see the other patients." Jiyu Jiao carried a small medicine box into the room. "Ah, okay." Dr. Song wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and left the room. Jiyu Jiao had put black strips on a lot of people. This was a helpless choice, but it was a choice that had to be made. Their survival rate was almost 0, and treating them would lead to the death of a large number of critically ill patients who could be saved. Among all the patients who were judged to have no value in saving, only this one survived. "How do you feel? Can you hear me?" Jiyu Jiao put the medicine box on the bedside table, took out a small flashlight, and shone it into his eyes. His pupils responded well. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his throat was too hoarse and he couldn't make a sound. Jiyu Jiao understood. She took a tongue depressor and looked at his throat. "There's a slight edema and some inflammation. It's not a big problem with some medicine. You'll be able to speak in a few days. Can you hear me? If you can, blink your eyes. He blinked his eyes. His anti-inflammatory medicine was finished, and there was still a bag of rehydration fluid to replenish his electrolytes. Jiyu Jiao changed the rehydration fluid and adjusted the titer. This bottle is finished after the injection. I'll come back later to pull out the needles for you. Jiyu Jiao said, packed up the medicine box, and turned to go out. The man's mood suddenly became agitated. Jiyu Jiao pinched his wrist. His injury was too serious, and his pulse was too fast. It was easy for something to go wrong. Jiyu Jiao gently comforted him. Don't be agitated. Your injury can be cured. Our medical center will do its best to treat you. You don't have to worry about the medical expenses, the government will pay. However, he was still very agitated. Jiyu Jiao thought for a moment and asked, do you want to ask about someone else's situation? If yes, blink your eyes. If not, close your eyes. The man blinked his eyes. Jiyu Jiao said, your companion? A craftsman from the government. The man closed his eyes. Jiyu Jiao, family? The man hesitated for a moment and blinked his eyes. Jiyu Jiao said, do you want to ask if your family has come to see you? The man closed his eyes. He had a family, but he didn't ask if his family had come to see him. He was very worried about his family. Is there someone in your family? Jiyu Jiao asked. The man blinked his eyes heavily. The man couldn't speak, so Jiyu Jiao had to take the map of the capital. However, Jiyu Jiao wasn't familiar with the capital, so she couldn't figure out where he was referring to. Jiyu Changqing came to the medical center today to find the craftsman who had woken up to investigate the accident. When he heard about Jiyu Jiao's situation, he came over and said to her, let me ask. The map of the capital only detailed the streets and not the alleys and houses. Jiyu Changqing had been patrolling the capital all year round and was familiar with every corner of the capital. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to ask where the man lived. I know. I'll go and inform your family. Jiyu Changqing returned the map to Jiyu Jiao and turned to leave the medical center. Jiyu Changqing found the man's residence in the dirtiest and poorest suburb of the capital. It could no longer be called a residence, but a shack that could barely shelter him from the wind and rain. The shack was a mess and empty. There was only the sound of heavy breathing coming from a broken cabinet that was picked up from outside. Jiyu Changqing subconsciously pressed down on the sword at his waist. He walked over to the cabinet and carefully opened the door. He saw a little girl with disheveled hair. The little girl was sitting in the cabinet. Her face was dirty and her clothes were tattered. She held a rusty knife in her hands and looked at Jiyu Changqing in horror. Jiyu Changqing looked at her deeply and stretched out his hand to her. Jiangsha asked me to pick you up. Jiyu Changqing brought the little girl back to the medical center. Jiangsha was the name that the man registered in the government office. He was an illegal worker, so the possibility of him being an illegal resident was very high. This name might be an alias. The little girl was Jiangsha's younger sister. She was thin and small and looked only 5 years old. However, after Jiyu Jiao checked her teeth, he found that she was already changing teeth. She had 2 permanent teeth, 1 molar, and even the side incisors were beginning to sprout. The side incisors usually sprout at the age of 8 or 9. In other words, she should be at least 8 years old. Jiyu Jiao also checked her body. Other than being malnourished, she had no other problems. It was just that she was very timid and didn't talk to others. The second boss picked a young maidservant who had a good temper, a good appearance, and seemed to be quite amiable. He had the young maidservant take her to bathe and eat. He also bought her a few new clothes out of his own pocket. The second boss also arranged a separate room for her, but she didn't want to stay there. She wanted to stay with her brother. Xiao Sanzi, make a bamboo bed for her, the second boss ordered. Okay. Xiao Sanzi moved a bamboo bed in and placed it next to Jiangsha's bed. He spread a thick mattress and made a temporary bed for the little girl. The The little girl sat on the bed and looked at her brother from time to time. Her brother also looked at her, his eyes full of gentleness. Jiyu Jiao couldn't help but think of the words he heard in the organization when he was a secret agent in his previous life. Don't fall in love with anyone, and don't have any worries. Once people have worries, they won't dare to die. The little girl leaned on the railing of the bed and held her brother's hand. She knew that her brother was injured, but she didn't know what kind of danger he had gone through. She also didn't know how much willpower her brother had used to crawl back from hell. Because I'm worried about you, I can't let you die. On the other hand, the emperor knew that Marquis Gu's pleading had been unsuccessful. He didn't know about the situation in Jiyu Jiao's courtyard. He wasn't so crazy as to spy on the little divine doctor. He only sent someone to keep an eye on Marquis Jiyu. Marquis Jiyu entered the clinic on his feet and left lying down. He was found by his subordinate, Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong skillfully carried him onto the carriage. According to the spy's report, it was tragic. The emperor, did he fight with someone? Eunuch Wei, we don't know. We don't dare to ask. However, looking at Marquis Gu's tragic state, his pleading must have failed. The emperor had a rough idea of the little divine doctor's attitude towards Jiyu Jinyu. The emperor put down the mountain of memorials. All right, let's go to the clinic. He had something to ask the little divine doctor in person. And his illness. The little divine doctor had said that he would have a checkup every 3 months for a total of 2 years. Eunuch Wei asked, "Is your majesty still traveling incognito? Do you want to wear a bamboo hat this time?" It was necessary to travel incognito. As for the bamboo hat, the emperor thought for a while and wore it. Eunuch Wei had appeared at the clinic yesterday, so the emperor didn't bring him. Instead, he brought Eunuch He, who had accompanied him to the county town. Eunuch He was an inconspicuous eunuch. He didn't even work for the emperor. It was hard for ordinary people to associate him with the emperor. Eunuch Wei felt jealous in his heart. Every time for such an important mission, the emperor would bring along that old bastard, old He. To think that he had served the emperor so well. Even the trip to Jiangnan had nothing to do with him. The emperor had only mentioned the little magic doctor after the event. Eunuch He and the emperor, who was wearing a bamboo hat and a veil, appeared at the clinic together. The second master and shopkeeper Wang had seen Eunuch He and the man in the bamboo hat. However, that was in the small county town. At that time, they were held by a group of martial arts masters. The memory was still fresh. Seeing the two of them again, the second master and shopkeeper Wang instinctively shivered. What's wrong with them? How much hatred did they have against them? Why did they chase them all the way from the county town to the capital? The second master and shopkeeper Wang misunderstood. The emperor didn't bring any martial arts masters with him this time, only the second master and Eunuch He. The emperor lowered his voice and asked in a low voice that he used to talk to people in the county town, "Is that girl here?" Shopkeeper Wang realized that the emperor was asking about Jiyu Jiao, who had treated him. He pointed at the backyard and said, She's in the back." Before he could finish his words, the emperor had already left with Eunuch He. He went to Jiyu Jiao's yard with ease. However, the first person he saw was the child he had met on the street last night. The little guy was wearing the elementary school uniform of the Imperial College. He stood at the gate of the yard with his face scrunched up. It seemed that he was worried about something. "Jing Kong." The emperor walked over. The little Jing Kong frowned and looked up at him strangely. "Do you know me?" Only then did the emperor remember that he was wearing a bamboo hat with a veil. He smiled and said, "The people in the clinic told me." "Are you Jing Kong?" "Yes, I am." The little Jing Kong nodded. The emperor liked this child very much, not only because he was cute, but also because he had done him a big favor. If he hadn't brought him to the clinic by chance, he might not have found out the truth about the accident and the bellows. He already knew that the little Jing Kong was the little miracle-working doctor's younger brother. However, he didn't know that Marquis Jiyu had a younger son among the common people. He didn't know where this younger brother came from. He asked pleasantly, "Is your sister here? Are you looking for Jiao Jiao?" The little Jing Kong spread his hands. "Then you may have to wait. She's treating someone." The emperor asked, "What illness?" The little Jing Kong said, "Bird disease." The emperor was slightly stunned. The little Jing Kong sighed. Alas, these adults are always fooling around outside. They go to Jiao Jiao and break the birds. Then they come to Jiao Jiao to look after the birds. Jiao Jiao is very busy. How can she have time to look after the birds for you stinky men every day? The stinky man learned this from Auntie Zhong next door. He was now at the age where he was learning to speak. He couldn't distinguish between good and bad words. When he heard something, he said it. He even mastered the sharp tone of his words perfectly. The emperor didn't think about it at first, but his expression and tone made him think twice. He broke out in a cold sweat and wondered if this disease was so prevalent in the capital now. Then, he saw a few men coming out with bird cages. "Thank you, Miss Jiyu. We'll be careful. We won't feed the birds anymore." The men thanked Jiyu Jiao Jiao and left with myna, parrot, thrush, and other lovebirds. They were finally saved. The corner of the emperor's mouth twitched. "So the birds you mentioned were literally birds?" The little Jing Kong ran over and pointed at the emperor outside the door. "Jiao Jiao. Someone is looking for you." Jiyu Jiao Jiao looked at the emperor. The emperor was wearing a bamboo hat, so he wasn't worried that she would recognize him. However, a young man who was carrying a birdcage accidentally twisted his foot. The young man reached out and grabbed the emperor's bamboo hat off. His face was exposed with a whoosh. At the critical moment, the emperor pushed Eunuch He into the grass. Eunuch He, who suffered an unexpected disaster, was dumbfounded. The little Jing Kong exclaimed, "Uncle Chu, it's you." He said to Jiyu Jiao Jiao, "Jiao Jiao Jiao Jiao. He's the handsome uncle from yesterday. He's my classmate's father." Jiyu Jiao Jiao didn't see Eunuch He. Based on the bamboo hat that fell on the ground, she didn't think that he was the special patient she treated in the county town. Jiyu Jiao Jiao, "Oh, so the official from yesterday is the little fatty's father." The emperor smiled. He was about to cry. Jiyu Jiao Jiao asked, "Are you here to investigate?" "Yes." The emperor braced himself and answered. Jiyu Jiao Jiao said to the little Jing Kong, "You can play in the yard for a while." "Okay, Jiao Jiao." The little Jing Kong was a sensible child. He knew that Jiao Jiao was busy, so he skipped away to play. Jiyu Jiao Jiao brought the emperor into the central room and poured him a cup of tea. The emperor looked at the big bowl in front of him and thought that the little magic doctor had a good taste. "What else do you want to know?" Jiyu Jiao Jiao asked. Although Jiyu Chongqing said yesterday that he would handle the investigation, it was hard to guarantee that the government would collect evidence from many aspects. The emperor did have something to ask her. Since he brought it up, he said, "I'm here for the matter of the bellows. I heard that you invented the bellows, and your sister falsely claimed your credit." "You're wrong," Jiyu Jiao Jiao said. The emperor was stunned. Jiyu Jiao Jiao said, "She's not my sister. She didn't admit it." The emperor smiled embarrassedly. So it was this. He was scared to death. He thought that she didn't invent the bellows. Jiyu Jiao Jiao continued, "Also, I didn't invent the bellows." The emperor had just taken a sip of tea and almost choked when he heard this. "Is she really your sister?" "Not her either." Jiyu Jiao Jiao said, "I learned it from someone else." The emperor's heart skipped a beat. Someone else? From the Liang Kingdom? Among the 6 countries, the Liang Kingdom was the most advanced in manufacturing. "No, not in this world," Jiyu Jiao Jiao said. When Jiyu Jiao Jiao said "not in this world," the emperor automatically interpreted it as her missing a word. The complete sentence should not be "in this world." The emperor's thoughts were one level deeper than the Marquis of Ding'an. He had seen Jiyu Jiao Jiao's medical skills. Jiyu Jiao was definitely not a normal country girl. Of course, the emperor could not guess that Jiyu Jiao was a soul that came from another world. He only thought that Jiyu Jiao Jiao had met a hidden expert and was taken in as a disciple. Only, that expert had already passed away. If the emperor thought this, it was not bad. It would save Jiyu Zhaojiao the trouble of explaining. The emperor suddenly smiled. You girl, you really aren't greedy for credit. Jiyu Zhaojiao did not have any interest in these so-called credits. Her original intention was to have her ironwork come out as soon as possible. Is there anything else to investigate? She asked. The emperor hesitated a bit and took a deep breath. He smiled and said, no. He stood up and left. Jiyu Zhao lightly opened her mouth. You're not going to see a doctor? The emperor turned his head. Ah. Jiyu Zhao pointed at her own small medicine box. You've been staring at my medicine box. Could it be that you don't want to see a doctor? In truth, the emperor had only looked twice. When he came, he looked once. When he left, he looked once. If it was any other girl, they definitely would not have noticed. Otherwise, why would he say that she was amazing? The emperor cleared his throat. Cough, it's not a big matter. It's just that I kicked off my blankets in the middle of the night and caught a cold. I have a headache and a fever. Jiyu Zhao, take off your pants. Emperor, hey. Wait, it seemed like something was wrong. When Jiyu Zhao opened the small medicine box, she found that there was an extra syphilis test paper inside. The patients in the medical hall did not need this. There were no visible lesions on the surface of their bodies. They were the same as normal people. But after being together for a few days, she had gradually figured out the pattern of the medicine box. There would not be anything in the medicine box that she did not need, other than those random birth control items. So, there was only one possibility. This person was a healer. In order to further confirm her diagnosis, Jiyu Zhao took his blood and tested the titer with the test paper. It was true. Seeing that he had recovered well, the emperor raised his eyebrows and said proudly while tying his pants, "You're wrong. I don't have this problem." Jiyu Zhao took off her gloves. Come back for a checkup in 3 months. The emperor, okay. The emperor went back to the palace in high spirits. He did not know why, but it seemed that every time he came to the small and quiet courtyard of the medical hall, he would be in a good mood. It was as if all his troubles would disappear as soon as he came out of the courtyard. On the way back, he thought a lot about the young magic doctor and Qin Chuyu. When he sent Qin Chuyu to the Imperial College, it was because he found that he was spoiled by the Empress and the people in the palace. He already had 6 sons and the crown prince. It did not matter if Qin Chuyu was successful or not. So, he just left it up to fate to let Qin Chuyu study. The most important thing was to change his personality. But Qin Chuyu was classmates with the young magic doctor's younger brother. Now that she thought about it, Qin Chuyu had actually changed recently. The number of times he cried had decreased, and the number of tyrannical deeds had decreased as well. Yesterday, he casually flipped through his homework. At that time, he was hiding something and did not pay much attention to it. Now that he thought about it carefully, his handwriting seemed to have improved. His thoughts seemed to have run away. The emperor pulled his thoughts back and began to think about the young magic doctor. It was one thing for the little divine doctor to not care about the merit, but it was another thing for the merit to be falsely claimed by others. He had originally intended to give Jiyu Jinyu a light punishment on account of the old duke's dedication to him despite his age. But now, he would let her stay in the yamen. Also, there was the reward for the young magic doctor. The emperor thought for a long time and felt that it was too vulgar to be worthy of the young magic doctor. She also did not care about the false reputation. The emperor swore that he would choose gifts for the concubines of the 6 palaces. After 2 hours of careful selection, the emperor finally chose a suitable gift for the young magic doctor. The emperor asked eunuch Wei to go to the medical center and give the gift to the young magic doctor. Eunuch Wei said with a pleasant expression, "My master went to the palace to see His Majesty and told His Majesty about Miss. His Majesty said that the credit for the bellows belongs to Miss. Please accept His Majesty's reward." Jiyu Zhao was curious about what the emperor gave her. After eunuch Wei left, she immediately opened the box. It was such a big and exquisite box, but it was full of decorations. There was only a brush lying in it. Jiyu Zhao, who was harmed by the brush, was speechless. This was not an ordinary brush. It was the Emperor's imperial brush. There was the Emperor's personal seal on it and the Emperor's fingerprints that he had used for many years. This was something that all the scholars and concubines of the 6 palaces wanted. However, in Jiyu Zhao's eyes, wasn't this just a brush? It was a second-hand brush. Jiyu Zhao, who did not want to write with a brush, despised it so much. She sold the Emperor's imperial brush. The buyer was Zhuang Mengdai. This is the imperial brush. You really want to sell it? No matter how stupid Zhuang Mengdai was, she could recognize that this was something used by the Emperor. No one in the world would dare to fake it. Jiyu Zhao said, "Do you want to buy it or not? If you don't want to buy it, I will sell it to someone else." Who said I don't want to buy it? Zhuang Mengdai grabbed the brush. Name a price. Jiyu Zhao said casually, 5,000 taels. Zhuang Mengdai stared. So expensive. Jiyu Zhao reached for the brush. Don't buy it if you think it is expensive. Zhuang Mengdai held the brush tightly. I will buy it. Jiyu Zhao replied, I'm going back on my word. 7,000 taels. Zhuang Mengdai, Jiyu Zhao finally sold the second-hand brush at the price of 8,000 taels. There was another thing in the box. It was a golden plate. She did not know what the plate was for, but it was made of pure gold. Jiyu Zhao kept it. Little Jing Kong liked gold. She would give it to him to play with later. Jiyu Zhao did not go to Hufu for a few days. In fact, she used to go there less often, but now she felt that it was not enough. After she sent little Jing Kong back to buy Shui Alley, she planned to go to Hufu. Coincidentally, Jiyu Changqing came with a pair of birds. Well, they were not for them to play with, but to make food for the baby eagles. Yes, the baby eagles were much bigger now. They were not satisfied with chicken feed. The brother and sister went back to Hufu. Before they parted, Jiyu Changqing stopped her. I have blocked the news about the incident in the Yamen and Jiyu Jinyu. Madam does not know about it for now. Jiyu Zhao said, thank you. Madam Yarrow could not take any provocation. Jiyu Changqing opened his mouth. You don't have to be so polite with me. Jiyu Zhao looked at him strangely. It seemed easier to admit it in front of others. Jiyu Changqing clenched his fists, and a trace of uneasiness flashed across his face. You are my younger sister. Jiyu Zhao seriously thought about it and nodded. After learning that she was pregnant, the first thought that flashed through Madame Yarrow's mind was whether Jiao Jiao and Yang could accept it. If they didn't accept it, then it meant that she didn't give them enough love. She didn't have the right to have another child. Our Yang will also like it. Jiyu Zhao said. How do you know? Madame Yarrow asked. Fraternal twins. If Jiyu Yang didn't like it, then she wouldn't like this little life at this time. She could feel that there was another kind of joy in her heart. It was Jiyu Yang's joy. Madame Yarrow touched her belly. Was there really a little life here? Did she have another chance to be a mother? Madame Yarrow thought of something and said, but I just had my period a few days ago. This kind of situation is relatively rare, but it's not impossible. Is my fetus unstable? No. Jiyu Zhao shook her head. The pulse of pregnancy is very strong. When her mood improved, her body would naturally improve. In the past, she didn't even have enough time to worry about Jiyu Yang, so how could she have the energy to properly care for herself? After Jiyu Zhao took care of everything, her body also improved day by day. Come live with me. Jiyu Zhao suddenly looked at her and said seriously, it's not because you don't have a place to go, and it's not because I'm forcing myself to accept you. I really want you to move over. As she said this, she paused and lowered her eyes. She was a little unaccustomed to the unfamiliar feeling in her heart. She twiddled her fingers. At night. I will miss you. Madame Yarrow's eyes immediately became moist. Her nose became incomparably sore, and her throat began to hurt. These words moved her even more than hearing that she was pregnant. She covered her mouth, not allowing herself to cry out loud. Her Jiao Jiao, how could it be so good, On the other hand, after Marquis Gu was beaten beyond recognition, he spent an entire afternoon in a daze in the carriage before waking up. The first thing he did was go to Madame Yarrow's place to find comfort. After being beaten so badly by that girl, only seeing Madame Yarrow could comfort his wounded heart. However, when Marquis Gu returned to the manor, what awaited him was an empty courtyard. Madame Yarrow was nowhere to be found. Where was his wife? Chapter 207. Yarosha moved to Bishure Alley. The whole family was very happy and welcomed her arrival. Yarosha didn't bring any maidservants, only Nanny Fang. Jiyu Yang gave up his room and moved in with Jiyu Xiaoshun. Jiyu Xiaoshun didn't mind. After all, the bed was so big that it was enough for 3 people to sleep on it. Also, the 2 of them went to school together and learned skills together. Their relationship was so close that they were like brothers. Yarosha and Nanny Fang lived in Jiyu Yang's room. The old chancellor lived next door. The old madam disliked the fact that she had to take a detour and go through the main door every time she wanted to rob the private stash. So, she simply let Jiyu Jiao and Yarosha break through the walls of the 2 houses and turned it into a compound courtyard house. There were enough rooms. The reason why Nanny Fang lived in Yarosha's room was mainly to take care of her. The news of Yarosha's pregnancy wasn't hidden from them. Everyone knew that Yarosha had a baby in her belly. Jiyu Yang stared at Yarosha's belly for a long time. He couldn't believe that he was going to be an older brother. Little Jing Kong came to Yarosha, clasped his hands behind his back, and tilted his head. "Madam, is the baby in your belly a younger brother or a younger sister?" Yarosha smiled and asked, "Jing Kong, do you want a younger brother or a younger sister?" Little Jing Kong thought for a while and rolled his eyes. After confirming that Xiao Liulang wasn't at home, he tiptoed and whispered in Yarosha's ear, "A younger brother. A younger brother like my bad brother-in-law." This way, he could flatten his bad brother-in-law. Ha ha ha. Little Jing Kong still felt regretful that his bad brother-in-law couldn't become Little 8, so he placed his hopes on the younger brother in Yarosha's belly. He had a very strange logic. As long as the younger brother was born, his bad brother-in-law would become a younger brother. How could Yarosha guess the unconstrained thoughts of a child? She thought that little Jing Kong wanted a younger brother to play with him. It was already not easy for her to get pregnant with a body like this. As for whether it was a son or a daughter, she felt that it was fine. Little Jing Kong carefully took care of Yarosha and the little brother in Yarosha's belly, then turned around to do his own things. Xiao Liulang had been a little busy recently. Feng Lin was in some trouble. He was from Song County, and after he passed the provincial examination, someone had used his name to farm. The land under the name of the Zhao country's high scholar could be exempted from paying taxes. Feng Lin's parents didn't farm. It was the relatives of the clan who hung fields in Feng Lin's name and received a lot of money as filial piety. Feng Lin didn't know anything about this. It just so happened that the imperial court was in the midst of rectifying the practice of hanging fields, and it just so happened that Song County was used as a model. This matter could be big or small. If it was big, it could cause Feng Lin to lose his title as a high scholar and be unable to participate in the imperial examinations. Feng Lin was extremely anxious. Xiao Liulang asked if his parents were involved in this matter. Feng Lin told Xiao Liulang that his parents weren't involved, but the relatives of the clan gave his parents some filial piety. When they gave it, they said that it was a small token of appreciation for Feng Lin's studies. After the incident, they insisted that it was a dividend from the hanging fields. His parents jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't clear their names. In order to not implicate their son, they almost committed suicide by hanging themselves. Fortunately, Feng Lin's younger sister found out in time and stopped them. It wouldn't be difficult to deal with this matter sooner or later. Feng Lin could go back and confront them face to face. Unfortunately, it was now the spring imperial examination, so Feng Lin couldn't leave. Xiao Liulang asked around and found out that the local provincial governor in charge of this matter was half a disciple of Elder Feng. When Elder Feng was the minister of the Honglu Temple, he had promoted him. Xiao Liulang sent an urgent letter to the provincial governor as Elder Feng's disciple. Xiao Liulang returned to Bishure Alley. At this time, little Jing Kong, who was supposed to be doing his homework in his room, was sitting on the door sill. Beside him was a puppy, 7 chicks, and an eagle that had grown up a lot. The formation was very neat. Xiao Liulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. Is there such a big formation to welcome me? Little Jing Kong glanced at him and proudly showed a gold plate in his hand. Jiao Jiao gave me a gift. After all this time, it turned out that he was waiting here to show off in front of him. Xiao Liulang just thought that it was an ordinary toy. The moment he held it in his hand, the plate felt heavy. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Then he fixed his eyes on it and was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the death-free gold plate of the royal family? No, he hadn't been at home for a while. How did she get the death-free gold plate? What was going on? Jiao Jiao gave it to me. You're not allowed to snatch it. Little Jing Kong tiptoed to snatch the gold plate back and hugged it in his arms. Stingy. Xiao Liulang patted his little head and stepped into the courtyard. Little Jing Kong, who was scolded but was powerless to resist, went crazy. See, this was why he had to grow up quickly. He wanted to grow up to be as big as his bad brother-in-law and make him small. Then, he would beat him up as hard as he could. TSK. Xiao Liulang saw Yaroshe in the backyard. A long time ago, Jiyu Jiao had mentioned to the family that she wanted to bring Yaroshe over. He was not surprised to see Yaroshe. Xiao Liulang could clearly feel that when Yaroshe was around, Jiyu Jiao's mood would become better. Perhaps Jiyu Jiao himself did not realize this. Xiao Liulang greeted Yaroshe and went to the kitchen. Jiyu Jiao was cutting vegetables. Xiao Liulang said, "Are you in a good mood?" "No." Jiyu Jiao tilted her little head. Xiao Liulang, look at this smug face. Yaroshe was in a good mood because she had moved in with her son and daughter. Even her appetite had improved. Jiyu Jiao also had a good appetite. Xiao Liulang noticed that she ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. She even ate 2 chopsticks of the yellow daylily that she hated the most. Jiyu Jinyu's condition was not good. She was sent to the Ministry of Justice by the Emperor's order for the crime of damaging the imperial seal. Although this matter was still under investigation and she had not been convicted, she was still a weak woman locked in a cold and gloomy interrogation room. She was afraid and her body could not take it. At first, she really thought it was an accident. But gradually, she felt that something was wrong. Why would the Emperor suddenly care about her marriage? At the time, she had been too arrogant and thought that she had enough capital for the Emperor to pay attention to her. But in the past 2 days, the Emperor had not even personally arranged the marriages of the princesses. They were all arranged by Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Xiao. Also, the imperial seal was such a precious item. How could the Emperor casually put it in a pile of picture albums? The Emperor had done it on purpose. From the moment she refused to admit that she had stolen Jiyu Jiao's invention, the Emperor had decided to punish her. The Emperor was not a temperamental tyrant. He had to have a good reason for punishing people. Thus, the imperial seal had been used. But the Emperor did not immediately punish her. What was the Emperor waiting for? While she was thinking, the door to the interrogation room opened. Eunuch Wei walked in. Jiyu Jinyu looked at him excitedly. Eunuch Wei, you're here. Did His Majesty send you here? I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know where the imperial seal was. Help me say a few good words in front of the Emperor. Eunuch Wei smiled faintly and sighed. Look at what the princess is saying. I'm just a servant. How can I influence the Emperor's decision? Furthermore, the Emperor is in a fit of anger. I don't dare to rashly provoke the Emperor. Jiyu Jinyu was disappointed. Then what do you want to do by coming here today? Is the Emperor going to give the order to punish me? I'm here today to show the princess a clear path. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, the princess should know how serious the crime of damaging the imperial seal is. If the princess still wants to live, It's best that you tell the truth about the bellows. Jiyu Jinyu's expression gradually froze. The emperor had said that the credit for the bellows belonged to the little divine doctor. That was right. He could not allow anyone to snatch it away even if he did not announce it to the public. Especially when this person had slandered the little divine doctor for stealing her inspiration. She simply did not know what she was talking about. Eunuch Wei smiled coldly and said, "That's all I have to say. The princess is on her own. However, I have to remind the princess that the emperor's patience is limited." After Eunuch Wei left, Jiyu Jinyu slumped into the chair dejectedly. How did it become like this? Why did the emperor want to stand up for that country bumpkin? Didn't she just invent a bellows? What was so great about it? Other than this, what else did that girl know? Why was even the emperor protecting her? Jiyu Jinyu was furious. However, she was now in prison and had no way out. In the middle of the night, her personal maid came once. She had the maid enter the palace to beg Consort Shu. The emperor had already expected that Consort Shu would come to plead for Jiyu Jinyu. These few days, he had been staying with Empress Xiao with Qin Chuyu. Although Empress Xiao doted on her youngest son, he was always present. She could not do anything to the emperor even if she wanted to. Empress Xiao looked at the little fatty who was engrossed in eating fruits. Her expression was indescribable. "Your Majesty, are you still bringing little Qi over tomorrow?" The emperor: "Yes, I've been doting on him recently." Qin Chuyu, who was completely unaware of the situation, was speechless. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of February. In a few days, the results would be released. The capital's examinees did not even enjoy their meals. Outside the examination compound, examinees could be seen waiting for the results to be released. After more than 10 days of grading in isolation from the world, the work in the inner hall was nearing its end. "This is the last batch of papers." The vice president placed the last stack of papers in front of the president. The president rubbed his sore eyes and said, "Let's end the grading here for today. Everyone, please go and rest. We should be able to finish grading tomorrow." After grading, the apricot roll would be released in the afternoon. All the graders stood up with sore backs and walked out of their seats. They saluted the president. "Farewell, sir." The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Everyone had fallen asleep. Jiyu Jiao also lay on the bed in the east room. The weather at the end of February was still a little chilly. She was small and had a big temper, so she was not afraid of the cold. She covered herself with the quilt and fell into a deep sleep after a while. Then, she started dreaming again. However, Royal Prince An had night blindness. He couldn't see at night, so he didn't finish the test paper. In the end, he also had a miserable ending. After waking up from the dream, Jiyu Jiao sat on the bed in a daze. Am I that unlucky? To prevent a tragedy from happening, the safest way was to help Xiao Liulang avoid the car accident on the day of the retest. This was not difficult. Jiyu Jiao knew the location and time of the accident. The reason why it was said to be the safest method was because Commandery Prince An couldn't finish the test paper because it was dark. Without Commandery Prince An, Jiyu Jiao was confident that Xiao Liulang could easily win the competition. Another way was to directly prevent Royal Prince An's test paper from being taken away. As long as Royal Prince An's test paper was successfully marked, then no matter what the result was, there wouldn't be a retest. However, this method had a certain risk. After all, the first examination in the spring was done during the day. Royal Prince An performed normally. What if he was the one who got first place? Jiyu Jiao thought for a while and decided to let Xiao Liulang make the decision. Jiyu Jiao put on her clothes and opened the door. With a creak, the door of the west room on the opposite side also opened. The two of them looked at each other in astonishment. "You haven't slept yet. You haven't slept yet." The two of them spoke in unison. "You first," Xiao Liulang said. "Oh." Jiyu Jiao said, "I'm awake." Xiao Liulang came out with an oil lamp. Me too. He paused and said, "Get up and drink some water." The water was on the table beside Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao poured him a bowl of water and handed it to him. She said, "If your opponent fell into the water before the exam, would you save him?" "No." Xiao Liulang held the tea bowl and said without hesitation. "Why?" Jiyu Jiao blinked and looked at him. Xiao Liulang put down the tea bowl indifferently. "Because I don't have an opponent." Jiyu Jiao's mouth twitched. Was he that arrogant? After Xiao Liulang drank the tea, the two of them went back to their rooms. However, Jiyu Jiao didn't go to sleep. She changed into her black clothes and sneaked out of the alley. She went to the clinic and entered her courtyard from the back door. Jiyu Chenglin was now living in her courtyard. Jiyu Chengfeng finished his mission and climbed over the wall into the courtyard. He then entered Jiyu Chenglin's room. He started to take off his night clothes. Halfway through, a cold voice came from the darkness. "You don't have to take it off. Put it back on." Jiyu Chengfeng was so frightened that he stumbled forward and almost hit a pillar. He quickly tightened his belt and turned around. He looked at the small figure sitting on the chair in horror and flew into a rage. "Why are you here?" "Looking for you," Jiyu Jiao said. Jiyu Chenglin flipped over. Jiyu Chengfeng's roar was stuck in his throat. He gritted his teeth and glared at Jiyu Jiao. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" I. You only said something after taking off your pants." Jiyu Jiao stood up and walked past him out of the room. "Let's go." She obviously wasn't saying goodbye to him. She wasn't so polite to him, so she was asking him to go with her. "Go where?" Jiyu Chengfeng's vigilant gaze fell on her small back. "What do you want to do? Are you coming or not?" Jiyu Jiao turned around and pointed at Jiyu Chenglin on the bed. "If you don't come, I'll kick him out tomorrow." Jiyu Chengfeng gritted his teeth. "You win." Jiyu Jiao walked forward and waved her hand behind his back. "Don't worry. There's a reward. I won't mistreat you." Tomorrow was the day the results would be released. They had to find Royal Prince An's exam paper before the results were released and put it in the last pile of unmarked exam papers. Thanks to the rules of the Imperial Examination Court, all the officials in the inner hall were not allowed to step out of the inner hall before the results were released. They had to eat, drink, and go to the toilet inside. Therefore, even though the copying supervisor had taken Royal Prince An's exam paper, he didn't have the chance to take it out and deal with it. "Why did you bring me here?" Jiyu Chengfeng stood under the walls of the Imperial Examination Court and asked. Jiyu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him from head to toe. She had an expression that said, "Don't you know what you're doing?" Jiyu Chengfeng was so angry that he trembled. He clenched his fists and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Steal what?" 15 minutes later, Jiyu Chengfeng successfully sneaked into the inner hall. All the officials were asleep. Only the patrolling Imperial guards were vigilant around the hall. Jiyu Chengfeng went through the rooms one by one. The copying officers were all men. They were about the same age. As for their appearance, it was dark. Who didn't have a nose and 2 eyes? However, to be able to become the #1 thief in the capital, Fei Shuang had his own way of identifying people. He quickly found the copying officer whose appearance and figure matched Jiyu Jiao's description. Jiyu Jiao didn't say where he hid the exam paper. This part didn't exist in the dream. Jiyu Chengfeng looked up and down and finally found Royal Prince An's exam paper in his shoe. It was no wonder no one found it when he hid it in his shoe. Jiyu Chengfeng had covered his face. But that smell, Jiyu Chengfeng resisted the urge to vomit. He used 2 fingers to pick up Royal Prince An's exam paper. There were 2 sets of exam papers. One was written by Royal Prince An himself. The other was written by the copying officer. Jiyu Chengfeng first put the black paper into the file. Then, he put the red paper into the last stack of exam papers waiting to be marked. Of course, he couldn't just put it in like this. This was because the last stack of exam papers was the best exam papers selected by the previous copying officers. They all had the grades they had marked. Royal Prince An's red paper was hidden from the start. Therefore, no one had marked it yet. Jiyu Chengfeng had to imitate the other copying officer's handwriting. He randomly marked a few A's. Needless to say, it was quite convincing. These days, one couldn't be a thief without some talent. After doing all this, Jiyu Chengfeng left the examination hall. Jiyu Jiao covered her nose and looked at him with disdain. You stink. Jiyu Chengfeng. Yes, I stink. Who the hell am I doing this for? Where's the reward? Jiyu Chengfeng reached out his hand coldly. Jiyu Jiao flicked her finger and a copper coin flew out. It landed right in Jiyu Chengfeng's palm. Jiyu Chengfeng looked at the lonely copper coin in his palm and almost cursed out loud. He took the risk of being beheaded to enter the examination hall and touched the exam papers. In the end, he only got a copper coin. A copper plate. Jiyu Jiao turned her small body and put her small hands behind her back. She walked back confidently and majestically. No need to thank me. See you later. Jiyu Chengfeng wanted to vomit blood. The next morning, the copying officer woke up and found that the exam papers in his shoes were gone. He panicked. He was worried that one of his colleagues or the Imperial Guards had found out. He waited in fear for someone to pick him up. Unexpectedly, the whole morning passed and no one seemed to know about this. On the contrary, when he went to mark the exam papers, the hall was filled with an indescribable stench. After careful inspection, the stench came from one of the exam papers. How come he didn't notice that the exam papers were so smelly yesterday? In order not to affect the CEO's judgment of the exam papers, the CEO handed the exam papers to a copying officer. Copy it again. Yes. The one who was assigned to copy it was another copying officer. He copied the exam papers obediently. At noon, all the exam papers were marked. In the afternoon, the inner hall was opened. A list was sent to the emperor under the escort of the Ministry of Rights presiding officer and the Imperial Guards. The emperor read it and handed it over to the cabinet to be stamped. The next morning, the examination hall finally released the results of all the students. Something went wrong with the test this time. Thanks to the cheating transcriber, An Juanwang's paper was delayed and Xiao Liulang's paper was marked first. When the graders finished marking all the test papers for the 3 rounds, they picked out the top 200 test papers and handed them over to the 2 CEOs. These test papers were not separated one by one. The 3 test papers were placed together according to their numbers and were called one set. Among these test papers, the ones that were marked by all the graders were called Grand Complete Exam Papers. When the Grand Complete Exam Papers were given to the 2 CEOs, they received 2 A's. This was called Grand Complete Exam Papers. When the 2 CEOs marked the test paper with number 6 to 9, they were instantly stunned by the examinee's strength. This time, the 2 CEOs were all disciples of Grand Tutor Zhuang. The CEOs were naturally biased towards An Junwang. Before this, they had a certain understanding of An Juanwang's style of writing. To be honest, when they saw the transcribed test paper, they felt that it was not very similar to An Juanwang's style of writing. But this test paper was really too well done. It was too exquisite. It was completely beyond their imagination. It was the kind of indescribable excellence. Other than An Junwang, no one else in the world could write such a powerful essay. Therefore, even though they felt it was strange, the 2 were still certain that this was An Juanwang's test paper and gave 2 A's. Xiao Liulang's test paper received Grand Complete Exam Papers. On the last day, when the 2 of them marked the real An Juanwang's test paper, they felt a sense of familiarity. Although they did not want to admit it, this seemed to be An Juanwang's style of writing. But if this was An Junwang, who was that? Under everyone's gaze, the 2 of them could not change the Grand Complete Exam Papers from before. It was easy to add words like Jiyu Chengfeng, but it was impossible to erase the words. The 2 of them could only bite the bullet and continue to give An Junwang 2 A's. In the past, when this happened, The apricot roll and their test papers would be sent to the palace for the emperor and the cabinet to decide. There were still only numbers on the test papers and no names. But everyone knew that one of the test papers must be in Juanwang's. After the emperor looked at the test papers, he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he called Grand Tutor Zhuang over and let him choose. Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted in his heart. What was there to choose? In today's world, could any random person be mentioned in the same breath as his grandson? However, when he looked at the two test papers with disdain, he was suddenly speechless. He was Juanwang's grandfather. Of course, he could recognize which style of writing belonged to Juanwang. The emperor asked, "Do we still need to call the other cabinet ministers over to choose the test papers?" Grand Tutor Zhuang cupped his hands and said, "No need. Everything will be decided by your majesty." The emperor smiled and said, "I think these two test papers are good. Why don't we tie for first place? What do you think, Grand Tutor?" Grand Tutor Zhuang was relieved. "Your majesty is wise." For Grand Tutor Zhuang to tolerate another person tying for first place with his grandson, it was obvious how good the other person's test paper was. There was no way to criticize it. As long as there was something that could be argued, Grand Tutor Zhuang would never allow this tie for first place. However, the emperor could not suppress Juanwang all of a sudden. Currently, the cabinet was still controlled by Grand Tutor Zhuang. If the examinees wanted to become officials, they must first fall into Grand Tutor Zhuang's hands. In a corner of the palace, two men's voices came from behind a tree. "What are you doing? Didn't someone take it away? Why did it still appear?" Lord Tong said that he did hide Juanwang's test paper. However, for some reason, Juanwang's test paper appeared on the last day. He suspects that it was a ghost. How can there be ghosts in this world? If it wasn't a ghost, then why didn't the other party expose Lord Tong? That's true. Then, the next step of the plan. What next step of the plan is there? The apricot roll is already out. Do you think you can retake the exam? The original plan was to lose Juanwang's test paper. With the Zhuang family's power, it would not be difficult to find out that the test paper was lost. They would definitely find a way to retake the exam. During the first exam, they did not do anything because they only found out about Juanwang's weakness 2 days before the exam. At that time, they did not have enough time to make a thorough plan. They could only use a roundabout method to make the exam retake the exam. At that time, they would make some mistakes in the exam hall and delay the opening of the test papers. Juanwang would not be able to see it at night and would naturally fail the exam. What a pity. Xiao Liulang and Juanwang won the Huiyuan at the same time. The Qingfeng gang lost a lot of money. Jiyu Jiao's 1,000 taels of silver successfully became 11,000 taels of silver. Happy. The neighbors in Bai Shui Alley all bet on Xiao Liulang getting first place. He did get first place. Wasn't being tied for first place the same as getting first place? The Huiyuan's title was already in the imperial court. How could a small Qingfeng gang not admit it? The Qingfeng gang cried miserably. The neighbors made a lot of money and hurried to the old lady to play cards with leaves. The old lady, very good. The wallets are full. The sheep are fat. It's time to slaughter. It's all because of her. The old chancellor just came back from outside. As soon as he got off the carriage, the old lady grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to Master Zhao and Aunt Zhao's house next door to play cards. He was mainly responsible for carrying money. Feng Lin also passed the exam this time. He was almost at the bottom of the list. He was the 176th place. There was a total of 210 places. During the provincial examination, he was the 17th place in Yuju. When he came to the capital, he was the 170th place. This difference was very frustrating. However, he could be considered to have done well. In Yozhou's provincial examination, there were a few people who were ranked higher than him who failed. There were not many people who were ranked higher than him. This was really a fight between immortals. It was too fierce. Lin Changye was also on the list. His result was not bad. He was the 123rd place. One had to know that during the provincial examination, Yuju had a total of 50 people. He was ranked 45th and almost did not pass the provincial examination. Lin Chengye was so happy that he was dumbfounded. He did not waste the few thousand taels of silver. Liulang's master was too amazing. Feng Lin nodded deeply and looked at him. As expected of a player who paid with money, Du Ruohan was ranked 15th on the list. It was slightly different from what he had imagined. His goal was to be in the top 10. However, this was also a good ranking. After all, it was the national examination. Only the top students were admitted. The examination was held once every 3 years and there were only 210 people who were admitted. Du Ruohan was not someone who bit off more than he could chew. He was also not overly arrogant and self-confident. He quickly accepted his result and was satisfied with it. Of course, he also understood that he was able to pass the examination thanks to Jiyu Jiao. If not for the cold medicine she gave him, he would have collapsed in the first round. This was not the provincial examination or the county examination where there was a huge gap in strength between the examinees. The examinees were all outstanding. If one did not do well, they would often be left behind by more than 10 places. It could be the gap between the top and bottom of the list. That night, Du Ruohan carried many bags of things to Jadewater Alley. Ever since the news of Xiao Liulang passing the provincial examination spread out, the doorstep of the house was almost broken by people. Feng Lin and Lin Chengye also came. Thus, when he saw Du Ruohan, Xiao Liulang was not too surprised. It was just the things in his hands. Xiao Liulang saw that he was almost unable to carry them and said politely, "It's just the provincial examination. There's no need to make such a big fuss, Jiaonyang. I'm here." Du Ruohan excitedly ran into the house. He was exactly the same type as Feng Lin. Xiao Liulang's face darkened. Just like in Jiyu Jiao's dream, Xiao Liulang broke the biggest dark horse in the history of the spring examinations. Chapter 210. Marquis Shen Ping decided to personally meet Xiao Liulang. Where does he live? Marquis Shen Ping asked Steward Liu. Clearwater Alley. Steward Liu told him the specific address of Xiao Liulang and Jiyu Jiao. Marquis Shen Ping rode a carriage to Clearwater Alley. It was Chang Jing who drove the carriage. Xiao Liulang was admitted to Huiyuan. Today, the alley was especially lively. The entrance of the alley was blocked by carriages. Marquis Shen Ping's carriage couldn't enter. He sighed. He didn't know that it was so difficult to meet an illegitimate child. Marquis Shen Ping abandoned the carriage and walked on foot. Chang Jing followed behind him. The two men entered the alley one after the other. They didn't need directions to know which house belonged to the little illegitimate child. The door was wide open and people came and went from time to time. Marquis Shen Ping suddenly said to Chang Jing, "Find a place to squat. No matter what happens later, don't come over." Chang Jing, "Oh." Marquis Shen Ping then went to Xiao Liulang and Jiyu Jiao's house. His original intention was for Chang Jing to find a place to quietly wait. But Chang Jing was a person who got full marks for execution. He found a small corner and stuffed his hands into his sleeves. He looked like a peasant and squatted facing the wall. When Marquis Shen Ping arrived at the house, a group of guests had just left. Xiao Liulang was about to close the door when a large hand pressed against it. Xiao Liulang opened the courtyard door to take a look. Marquis Shen Ping, very good, no expression at all. Every day, Xiao Liulang became calmer in dealing with matters. He calmly glanced at Marquis Shen Ping and said, "Is there something you need?" With this cold attitude, if he really was Xiao Heng, Marquis Shen Ping's heart would burst with anger. Marquis Shen Ping took a deep breath and said, "Are you?" "No." Xiao Liulang interrupted him rudely. Marquis Shen Ping tilted his head slightly and looked at him with a puzzled frown. "Not what?" "I'm not done yet." Xiao Liulang's expression didn't change in the slightest. "Even if you ask, You won't be able to. Marquis Shen Ping's breath was stuck in his chest. Xiao Liulang removed his hand from the door. Marquis Shen Ping who thought he was going to do something, but in the end, he saw him close the door. Marquis Shen Ping, this brat. Of course, Shen Ping who had grown up in the military, so his skills were not for show. He took a big stride forward and dashed in. Bang! The door was closed, but Marquis Shen Ping was in the courtyard. Marquis Shen Ping raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Xiao Liulang had no intention of paying attention to him. He turned around, intending to walk around him and enter the house. Shen Ping who had expected him to be like this. His eyes narrowed as he covered his chest and coughed violently. As he coughed, he covered his mouth with a white handkerchief that he had prepared beforehand. When he removed the handkerchief, it was stained with blood. Yes, he was coughing up blood. He had old injuries on his body. A few years ago, during the battle with the Chen state, he went into battle with injuries. He won, but his old injuries became more serious. Xiao Heng also understood this point. Marquis Shen Ping deliberately spread the handkerchief flat. I'll show you, coughing up blood. However, Xiao Liulang didn't even look at it. Can't even do this. Marquis Shen Ping gritted his teeth and directly fell to the ground. In terms of shamelessness, if Marquis Shen Ping claimed to be second in the entire capital, no one would dare to claim to be first. Marquis Shen Ping had made up his mind to blackmail Xiao Liulang. He stood in front of Xiao Liulang and blocked the way. However, he didn't expect this little heartless guy to raise his leg and step over him without saying anything. Marquis Shen Ping was speechless. This wasn't the scariest thing. As soon as Xiao Liulang left, little Jing Kong ran over. Little Jing Kong looked at Marquis Shen Ping who had fallen to the ground. Oh, someone fainted here. Hey, isn't this the handsome uncle I saw at the courier station last time? Xiao Liulang, yes, treat him. Little Jing Kong, oh, but how should I treat him? Xiao Liulang, treat him the way Jiao Jiao treats him. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and thought for a while. Then, he squatted down and used his little hands to press on Marquis Shen's chest. This was how Jiu Jiao treated patients. He imitated it very well and his movements were also very standard. The only flaw was that he was too weak and couldn't press for a long time. Therefore, he decided to use his feet. He kicked off his shoes and jumped onto Marquis Shen Ping's body. Marquis Shen Ping's body tensed up. What the hell? Little Jing Kong stepped on his chest, trembling. Marquis Shen Ping, little brat, you're a bit heavy. Xiao Liulang calmly watched Marquis Shen Ping's scam. Marquis Shen Ping had to continue with his act. Oh no, it's useless. Little Jing Kong jumped onto the ground. I'm going to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on you. Marquis Shen Ping, what do you mean? Little Jing Kong opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and pouted. Let go of that, Lord, let me do it. Auntie Liu, who lived next door, ran over while holding her dress. Marquis Shen Ping trembled all over. He opened his eyes and sat up. I'm done. Auntie Liu's face darkened. Marquis Shen Ping failed and left gloomily. However, he was lucky enough to meet the old chancellor the moment he walked out of the alley. The old chancellor had just come out of Master Zhao's house. He didn't expect Marquis Shen Ping to appear here. He saw a tall figure from the corner of his eye and didn't take it seriously. Until Marquis Shen Ping called, Chancellor Hua? The familiar voice and address made the old chancellor's eyebrows twitch. He stopped and looked at him in astonishment. Marquis Xiao? Although the old chancellor's official rank was not as high as Marquis Shen Ping's, he was older than Marquis Shen Ping. Besides, he was Xiao Heng's teacher. Therefore, he was closer to Marquis Shen Ping than other people, but not too close. He didn't belong to Marquis Shen Ping's camp. To be exact, he didn't join any camp. The differences between him and Empress Dowager Zhuang were old grudges and had nothing to do with Marquis Shen Ping and the emperor. Therefore, he didn't call him Marquis Shen Ping like Grand Tutor Zhuang, nor did he call him Marquis like a trusted aide. Marquis Shen Ping asked suspiciously. Why are you here, old Chancellor? The old Chancellor was about to say that he was passing by when old Madame Zhao's voice came from Master Zhao's house. Hurry up. It's only a few steps. Why are you so slow when you're going home to get something? The old Chancellor's heart skipped a beat. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not a good person, and neither was Marquis Shen Ping. Marquis Shen Ping had always wanted to get rid of Empress Dowager Zhuang. Of course, the two families were at odds with each other, but there was another very important reason. Empress Dowager Zhuang had once poisoned Xiao Heng. When Xiao Heng was only 5 years old, he entered the palace to pay respects to the emperor and empress. As a result, he was poisoned by Empress Dowager Zhuang and almost died on the spot. Whether or not there was a misunderstanding, it was unknown. Either way, ever since then, Marquis Shen Ping and Empress Dowager Zhuang's grudge was formed. If he found out that Empress Dowager Zhuang was here, perhaps she would immediately lose her life. Empress Dowager Zhuang definitely put on airs in the imperial palace. She always had a reserved, noble, elegant, cold and domineering tone. It definitely wasn't this sloppy tone. Marquis Shen Ping actually didn't hear it. But the content was thought-provoking. Marquis Shen Ping squinted his eyes. Chancellor Hua actually lives here? Living next door to Aheng's house? The old Chancellor's heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. I'm no longer the Imperial Chancellor. Marquis Shen Ping sneered. Old slippery fellow, don't change the topic. Do you live next door to Aheng? The old Chancellor sternly said. Marquis Xiao, how come I don't understand what you're saying? Marquis Shen Ping did not continue speaking. He patted the old Chancellor's shoulder with a look that said this, then turned and left. But before he took a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Slightly tilting his head, he quietly laughed. I just mentioned Aheng, but you weren't sad in the slightest. The old Chancellor inhaled sharply. Who said that Marquis Shen Ping only knew how to fight and had no brains? This guy was really crafty when he wanted to. It was all because he distracted that demon empress. If he wasn't thinking about how to prevent Marquis Shen Ping from discovering him, how could he have made such an oversight? Marquis isn't me. How do you know I won't be sad? He felt that he could still make up for it. Is that so? Marquis Shen Ping laughed ambiguously. This time, he really didn't continue speaking. Chang Jing, let's go. Oh. After squatting for half an hour, his legs were numb from squatting. With his legs crossed, he limped out. Marquis Shen Ping looked at him with disdain. What's wrong with you? You took too big a step and pulled your balls. Chang Jing. Only Xiao Liulang and the old Chancellor understood Marquis Shen Ping's little episode. The others just thought that he was a guest who came to visit. When Jiyu Jiao came back from buying groceries, little Jing Kong told her that he saved someone. Jiyu Jiao thought that he was a guest and joked with him. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and looked at Jiyu Jiao with a mischievous look. Quickly praise me, praise me, praise me. Yuan, Jing Kong is really great. Jiyu Jiao praised him. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said cutely, is it just a verbal reward, Jiao Jiao? Jiyu Jiao gave him a small kiss. Little Jing Kong was so happy that he jumped and shook his head. He was so cute. Jiyu Jiao's heart almost melted. With a smile on her lips, she went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Some guests saw that little Jing Kong was so cute and hurriedly waved at him, wanting to tease this little Jing Kong. Unexpectedly, little Jing Kong ended the business in a second. He put away the cute expression on his face and put on a serious and old-fashioned expression. He put his little hands behind his back and walked back to his small west room like Uncle Zhao. Everyone. Little Jing Kong decided to remind his bad brother-in-law not to be too arrogant. He didn't want him to go back to square one. Of course, he also decided to give him a reward. Reward me? In the study, Xiao Liulang looked at little Jing Kong strangely. Did the sun rise from the west? Little monk wanted to reward him. Little Jing Kong put his little hands behind his back and nodded. His little face was serious as he said, Teacher Jiang said that we should care for the weak. His bad brother-in-law was the last in the exam, so he was definitely in the weak. Xiao Liulang pointed at the paper on the table and said, Please, I got first place in the exam. Little Jing Kong snorted and said, Just tied for first place. Xiao Liulang looked at him in both anger and amusement. Then why don't you take the exam for me to see? Wait for me to grow up. Little Jing Kong was full of confidence. Xiao Liulang didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Well, what are you going to reward me with? Little Jing Kong asked, What do you want? What could Xiao Liulang ask him for? He couldn't ask him to rent for free. Xiao Liulang thought for a moment and thought of something that he coveted. It's a gift from Jiao Jiao on your birthday. Little Jing Kong was furious. You're too much. You want to take away the gift from Jiao Jiao. Xiao Liulang spread his hands innocently and said, You asked me what I want, and now I'm telling you. Little Jing Kong frowned. He was a good boy who kept his word. He couldn't go back on his words. He endured the pain and asked, You want the checkers that Jiao Jiao gave me? Xiao Liulang said, Why do I want the checkers? I want that. Little Jing Kong and Xiao Liulang had the same birthday. Jiu Jiao Jiao gave both of them gifts. Besides the checkers, there was something else for little Jing Kong. Xiao Liulang was referring to the paper crane. Little Jing Kong clenched his fists tightly and looked at Xiao Liulang in disbelief and pain. You're a big man. Why do you want that? That's for us kids. Oh, he finally remembered that he was a kid. Xiao Liulang laughed and said, I want it. Are you giving it to me or not? It was as if Marquis Shen Ping was shameless. Little Jing Kong looked at Xiao Liulang with a complicated expression, as if saying, Oh my God, how can you be so confused? Little Jing Kong took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His expression was indescribable. After a while, he made up his mind and said, Okay, if you insist. As he spoke, he bravely took a step forward. Under Xiao Liulang's astonished gaze, he kissed him on the right cheek. Xiao Liulang was speechless. After little Jing Kong kissed him, both of them were in a bad mood. What kind of punishment is this, my God? Little Jing Kong, I sacrificed too much. Little Jing Kong was shocked. He stuck out his tongue, rolled his eyes, and went out in a frenzy. Xiao Liulang came back to his senses and shuddered, indicating that he was also shocked. When Jiu Jiao entered the room, Xiao Liulang's mouth was still twitching. What's wrong? Jiu Jiao looked at him in surprise. Xiao Liulang coughed softly and said, Nothing. It was so embarrassing that it was not worth mentioning. Jiu Jiao walked into the room and handed him a small brocade box. Xiao Liulang took the box and opened it. There was a red satin hairband inside. He was not yet a crown, so he could not wear one. He was also not used to using a hairpin. The original hairband was old. This was the color that Jiu Jiao personally dyed. It complemented him perfectly. He was as cold as jade, yet as beautiful as peaches and plums. Is this a gift from Huiyuan? Xiao Liulang asked. Jiu Jiao was stunned. Clearly not. Xiao Liulang lowered his eyes. He didn't say anything, but his appearance inexplicably revealed a trace of grievance. Jiu Jiao suddenly felt that she had wronged her little husband. Xiao Liulang sighed and said, Jing Kong just gave me a gift. What happened to not mentioning it? Even Jing Kong gave him a gift. Wouldn't it be unreasonable if she did not give him a gift? Jiu Jiao quickly asked, What gift do you want? Actually, it doesn't have to be too troublesome. Something simple will do. Xiao Liulang straightened his expression and said seriously, It's something that little Jing Kong has on my birthday, but I don't. The last time Xiao Liulang said this, he received a small kiss from Jiu Jiao. Oh! Jiu Jiao understood instantly. She turned around and left. When she entered the room again, she had a paper crane in her hand. Here. In Jiu Jiao's opinion, little Jing Kong had on his birthday, but Xiao Liulang did not have a kiss and a paper crane. Since he had already given her a kiss, then the paper crane was the only thing left. Xiao Liulang, who did not want this paper crane at all, was speechless. Chapter 212. Zhuang Manor. A copy of the apricot roll ranking was sent to Grand Tutor Zhuang, and Royal Prince and Grand Tutor Zhuang already knew the results of the top two. Other than Royal Prince An, there weren't any outstanding candidates in the Zhuang family. Therefore, Grand Tutor Zhuang put the apricot roll aside when it was sent over. Royal Prince An didn't look at it either. He had absolute confidence that he would get first place. He only asked, "Is there someone called Xiao Liulang on the roll?" Wu Yang replied, "Yes, he's tied for first place with the Royal Prince." Oh! Royal Prince An glanced sideways. Wu Yang handed the roll over again. Royal Prince An's gaze fell on Xiao Liulang's name. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "This Xiao Liulang is a bit out of my expectations." Wu Yang was about to speak when the servant girl outside said, "Master, you're here?" Wu Yang quickly retreated to the side and bowed to Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was walking in. Grand Tutor Zhuang waved his hand and Wu Yang respectfully retreated. Royal Prince An stood up and greeted with a pleasant expression. "Grandfather, millimeter," Grand Tutor Zhuang replied in a low voice. Royal Prince An walked around the desk and waited for Grand Tutor Zhuang to sit down on the chair with the official's hat before sitting down on another chair. A maidservant served the tea and then quickly left the room. The room was so quiet that only the sound of Grand Tutor Zhuang sipping his tea could be heard. Royal Prince An asked, "Grandfather, why haven't you rested yet?" "I came to see you." Grand Tutor Zhuang put down the hot tea in his hand and looked at him with a serious expression. "Have you seen the apricot roll?" Millimeter Royal Prince An nodded. "I just saw it." Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "That Xiao Liulang is your classmate in the Imperial College?" "Yes." Royal Prince An nodded again. Grand Tutor Zhuang had been in the bureaucracy for many years. He could recognize shocking information with just a glance. He looked at his grandson suspiciously. "You know him?" Royal Prince An smiled and said, "Grandfather, do you still remember why I advised you to reopen the directorate?" Grand Tutor Zhuang furrowed his brows. "You said that the Empress Dowager lives in the home of an examinee. As long as that examinee enters the Imperial College, the Empress Dowager will also be brought to the capital. Could it be this person?" Royal Prince An said, "That's right, it's him." Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes turned cold. Royal Prince An said, "Grandfather, don't get angry. He doesn't know Grandaunt's identity. I speculated that my grandaunt had accidentally fainted in front of his house when she was stranded in that village." Someone in his family who knew medicine recognized my grandaunt's leprosy. They were afraid that they would be sent to Leprosy Mountain, so they hid my grandaunt and even treated her. "It can cure leprosy?" Grand Tutor Zhuang expressed his doubts. Royal Prince An said, "I've seen Grandaunt. Her leprosy has indeed been cured." Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't believe that there was anyone in the world who could cure leprosy. Compared to this, he was more willing to believe that there was a mistake in the information from the beginning. Perhaps the Empress Dowager didn't have leprosy at all. It just looked like it. Royal Prince An didn't refute Grand Tutor Zhuang's guess. This wasn't important. The Empress Dowager had been cured. They only had to wait for them to deploy the situation in the capital and for the Empress Dowager to regain her memory. Then, their Zhuang family would be able to rise again. Grand Tutor Zhuang said in deep thought, "This examinee isn't simple." Royal Prince An didn't care and said, "It's just a Huiyuan. Grandfather, you don't have to take it to heart. I didn't put much effort into this exam." This was the truth. He really didn't put in all his effort. Xiao Liulang must have put in all his effort. Even so, to be able to tie with him for first place was still Xiao Liulang's ability. Royal Prince An had never met anyone who could compete with him since he was young. Although the young Marquis of Zhaoju was famous, in his opinion, it was only because he didn't meet him. If he didn't go to Chen country to be a hostage for almost 10 years, who knows who would be the #1 genius in Zhaoju? Royal Prince and continued, I plan to take this person for my own use. Grandfather, please don't touch him. It would be best if he could take him for his own use. After all, he knew too much. If he joined another camp, it would be disadvantageous for the entire Zhuang family. Grand Tutor Zhuang made a sound of agreement and said, if you say so, then I won't touch him for now. However, you have to understand that you can't lose to him again in the court exam. The Zhuang family didn't want a random jinsha. They wanted the #1 jinsha. I understand. Royal Prince and was confident of victory. He smiled faintly and said, I will do my best in the court exam. Grand Tutor Zhuang had said everything that needed to be said. This grandson of his always made him worry less. He didn't say anything else and got up to leave. He suddenly thought of something and turned around. In the darkness, his seemingly turbid eyes revealed a shrewdness and sharpness that even young people couldn't compare to. Do you have a sweetheart? Royal Prince and was startled. Grandfather, why do you say this? Grand Tutor Zhuang said, you aren't young anymore. Your aunt said that it's time to choose a marriage for you. Royal Prince and's eyes trembled slightly. I haven't turned 20 yet. What's the rush? In the country of Zhao, when a man turned 20, he would be considered an adult. Large families usually married after 20. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, I'm not telling you to get married now. First, I wanted to ask for a marriage with imperial daughter Hui for you, but something happened to her. Your aunt has given up on this idea. If you have a girl that you like who is of equal status and has good looks, then tell your aunt. An image of a small figure wearing blue clothes carrying a basket flashed through Royal Prince's mind. His expression did not change as he said, no. Grand Tutor Zhuang turned and left the room. Royal Prince and gave a small sigh. Of equal status? Marquis Ding and Fu seemed neutral, but the old Marquis and Marquis Shen Ping were the emperor's left and right arms. She and he would never be of equal status. As for her looks, he did not care about her looks, but his aunt would not allow him to marry a girl with a disfigured face who had been married before. Ha, Royal Prince and laughed at himself, what's the point of asking me? While the entire capital was immersed in the shock brought about by the apricot roll, Jiyu Jinyu in the Ministry of Justice did not receive any news from the outside world. She was trapped in the interrogation room and could not eat or sleep well. His Majesty seemed to have made up his mind to deliberately break her will. He would not allow anyone to force a confession out of her, but he would also ignore her. She was alone and could not hold on any longer. She had not bathed for many days. She was not like Jiyu Jiao who had grown up in the countryside. It was fine if she did not bathe for 10 days to half a month. She loved cleanliness. Fortunately, Imperial concubine Shu's personal servant, Qi Mema, had come. The moment she saw Qi Mema, Jiyu Jinyu began to cry in grievance. All right. Imperial daughter, don't cry. If Imperial concubine knew, her heart would ache. Qi Mema wanted to hug her and comfort her, but she could not stand the smell on Jiyu Jinyu's body. Qi Mema cleared her throat. In the end, she stood beside Jiyu Jinyu and handed her a clean handkerchief. Jiyu Jinyu took the handkerchief and choked. Thank you for coming to see me, Mama. Qi Mema said, Imperial concubine wanted me to ask you, what happened to you? Did you really break the Imperial Jade Seal or did you do something else to anger His Majesty? Jiyu Jinyu's eyes flashed when she heard this. Imperial concubine, did you hear some rumors? Qi Mema had come to clarify the matter, so she spoke frankly. Someone in the palace is saying that you did not invent the bellows. It was someone else. Someone else. Who is it? Jiyu Jinyu asked carefully. Qi Mema pondered. I don't know. The rumor did not say who it was. Jiyu Jinyu lowered her head guiltily. Who had spread the rumor? His Majesty or the old blacksmith and carpenter? Didn't the three of them know about that girl? Jiyu Jinyu did not understand what was going on. She composed herself and asked, then, does Imperial concubine believe it? Qi Mema said, Can imperial concubine believe it? Jiyu Jinyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her efforts over the years had not been in vain. Chi Mama sighed, but these rumors are strange. Think carefully. Did anyone touch your blueprints, or did you mention the bellows to anyone? It seemed that her father had not told Consort Shu that she and Jiyu Jiao had invented the bellows. He had not said anything for so long, so he probably would not say anything. Jiyu Jinyu hesitated whether to tell her about Jiyu Jiao. Consort Shu did not have a good impression of Jiyu Jiao. Firstly, Consort Shu did not like Consort Yarrow and did not like her children. Jiyu Jinyu was respected in front of her mainly because she was talented and had helped the fifth prince so much. Secondly, Jiyu Jiao did not return to the Marquis's residence and disrespected old Madame Jiyu and her aunt, Consort Shu. Logically speaking, when she returned to the capital, she should have asked to see Consort Shu, but that girl did not. Jiyu Jinyu did not dare to bet that Consort Shu would trust her like her father did. What if Consort Shu wanted to seek confirmation from Jiyu Jiao, or what if Consort Shu knew that His Majesty was actually biased towards Jiyu Jiao? Would Consort Shu still stand up for her? After weighing the pros and cons, Jiyu Jinyu finally gave up on the idea that Jiyu Jiao had stolen her inspiration. She shook her head. I don't know. I've never mentioned it to anyone. Chi Mama looked at Jiyu Jinyu without blinking. Then tell me, did you really invent the bellows? So Aunt still did not believe her? After she had helped the fifth prince with his homework and acted as his substitute examiner for so many times? Jiyu Jinyu laughed at herself in her heart, but on the surface, she said aggrievedly, Mama, is it you who don't believe me, or Aunt who doesn't believe me? I swear to God that I invented the bellows. If I'm lying, I'll be struck by lightning. Chi Mama hurriedly covered her mouth with a handkerchief and said angrily, You can't speak carelessly. Her Majesty believes you. I asked too much. You don't have to take it to heart. Jiyu Jinyu said gently, Mama, you're doing this for Aunt's sake. I understand. Chi Mama sighed again. Her Majesty has already checked. The imperial jade seal was broken long ago, and it was His Highness the seventh prince who broke it. His Majesty took his anger out on you because he believed those rumors and thought that someone else invented the bellows. The most important thing now is to prove that you're the true owner. Unfortunately, Her Majesty has no other way. These words reminded Jiyu Jinyu that she could no longer use the bellows to turn the tables, but she could use other things. She thought of what she saw in Jade Water Alley that day. Jiyu Jinyu narrowed her eyes. Mama, it's been too long since the bellows incident. I didn't keep an eye on it back then and left behind a more conclusive blueprint. I probably can't explain it clearly, but that's not all I have. Chi Mama was shocked. You have other things? Then why didn't you take them out earlier? Jiyu Jinyu smiled. I only thought of it these few days. I didn't give up on myself after being locked up here. Instead, I calmed myself down and asked what else I could do for the court. Then, I remembered something I accidentally made in the manor. What is it? Chi Mama asked excitedly. Glutinous rice mortar. Jiyu Jinyu had actually not witnessed its effects with her own eyes, but she could not care less now. She could only take a gamble. The mortar made with glutinous rice soup is extremely strong and is the best building material. If Mama doesn't believe me, you can go back to the palace and try. Aunt dotes on me, so I should repay Aunt well. I'm willing to give this credit to His Highness the Fifth Prince. Chi Mama hurried back to the palace and told Consort Shu about the glutinous rice mortar, especially emphasizing that this credit could be given to His Highness the Fifth Prince. However, Consort Shu was very cautious. She was not in a hurry to ask for credit from the emperor. Instead, she first called for the eunuchs to bring over a bucket of ordinary mortar. She also asked the small kitchen to mix a bucket of glutinous rice mortar according to Jiyu Jinyu's method. After the two types of mortar solidified, Consort Shu asked someone to hit it with a hammer. Ordinary mortar shattered with a single hit, but glutinous rice mortar was as hard as a rock. Consort Shu smiled in surprise. Where's His Highness the Fifth Prince? Quick! Hurry and call him back for this consort. I want to see the Emperor. On the other side, Little Jing Kong finished his day's homework at the Imperial College and arrived at the agreed location with his friends. Last time, Qin Chuyu promised to bring his 2 friends to visit the palace. After establishing a relationship with the Crown Princess's sister-in-law, the Crown Princess's sister-in-law finally agreed to let him bring his friends into the palace. If it were an adult, they would be curious about how he could enter the palace, but children would not. Shu Kanji informed the servant who came to pick him up. The servant knew of Qin Chuyu's identity and did not dare to disagree with the prince's invitation. Little Jing Kong went to the medical center and told Jiyu Jiao that he was going out to play and would take the Shu family's carriage back later. Jiyu Jiao had no objections. Shu Kanji and Qin Chuyu also often came to the medical center to play. The 3 of them happily got into Qin Chuyu's carriage. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.